Hello. It's a me. Well, it's Furina, actually. It's her stream. Also, we might ramble about Sigewinne, of course, if people have questions about Sigewinne. I might make... There's a child screeching outside. You probably can't hear it. I might make a video about Sigewinne that basically concludes... I said this in my chat before they're starting the stream. My basic conclusion on Sigewinne is, like, she actually has an interesting kit for a 4-star character. She is not a 4-star character. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to pull her. But anywho's. As far as Furina goes, obviously, I think I'm going to ramble for a bit about my general thoughts on Furina before... Why is my alt tab not working for Firefox? I'm just trying to make sure my stream is going properly. Looks like it is. Goody. I'm going to ramble a bit about Furina, my generalized thoughts on her, which, oh, you know what, go check out Zajeff's, like, the Ask Zajeff Furina edition video. He has a lot of good points, and, like, he has a condensed format, good generalizations about Furina, and I think his conclusions is generally ones I agree with. The perspective that I will add is, like, Zajeff thinks Furina's a bit overrated. I agree to in the point that Zajeff is just trying to illustrate how, like, she's more situational than some people make her out to be, which is correct. Depending on the type of player you are, she might be the best character in the game. But depending on not just the type of player you are, but, like, the characters you have to make use of, like, Furina, right? But if you're a player like me, which you might be if you follow my content, right? You just like doing things like DPSing Shenyun, right? Because obviously Hoyle meant this character to be the plunge DPS, right? Or you know, like making weaker characters stronger, right? I think that's where Furina shines the most. And in that vein, I think she is the best character in the game. For me. That does not mean she's the best character in the game for you. So, anywho's. Angel, I don't know if you remember when you were doing my account review, I didn't have a Jean. Now after I built Yaoyao, I just got Jean. Nice, congrats. I mean, Jean is still very, very good with Furina. If I recall, you had Furina, Angel. Like Jean still is very good with Furina because she does VV, right? Like, Jean is a lot more relevant in some cases than Yaoyao. It just depends what you're doing. Where did Jean? Jean is somewhere. I have her. I know I do. She's the first and second 5-star I ever got. And also she's the last 5-star I'll find in this list. Oh my god, there she is. Yeah, so, you know, oh, she does not have VV equipped, but 4-piece VV, right? The elemental res reduction. Get her on a attack build and healing bonus usually for Furina usage. Yeah, she kind of go hard as far as Furina synergy goes. Yeah, VV shred. So, anywho's, doesn't Farzan and Furina have no synergy? I mean, this is the buff. This is a DPS Shenyun team. So, you know, but also, no, the Farzan at CZ is she can output competent damage of her own. Like, this build, to be clear, is a tenacity and more of a buffing build focus. Like, she can do not 0 damage, considering she buffs herself, right? This buff buffs herself. So she's not dealing 0 damage even on this tenacity build, but I've done 2-piece attack, or sorry, 2-piece VV, 2-piece attack before, for like a proper, more like DPS optimized Farazan, and like she can get, like, Farazan can get meaningful damage. It might actually be better even in this team to maximize the team's DPS by putting Farazan on like a DPS set of 4-piece Viridescent versus 4-piece Tenacity, which is just buffing Cloud Retainer a little bit, right? Yeah, so, anywho's. Sigewinne's a super niche team-wide healer. I mean, the thing is, what are the other, like, team-wide healers as far as Sigewinne goes, right? That are Hydro, I should specify, right? Hydro, team-wide healers. You got Barbara, who is relatively underutilized, I guess is the word I'm using. we're looking for. But she's like deservedly so. She's awkward to build. Like as a team-wide healer, she can be pretty good for Furina, but she applies more Hydra. Why is Sigewinne not in this list? Did they just not do that until the character's banner is done? Okay. I feel like I can do that, but I forgot why they don't show up. Like Sigewinne should be in this list, right? Like I can't. Why? I can't even like go into Sigewinne's kit to like show things. Whatever. Yeah, like Kokomi Barba, right? The 2 Hydra healers in the game. It's like, yeah, do we need another Hydra healer? But as far as like convenient healers go, there is value to having a brainless press E. This character heals your team character, right? I don't think that's valueless. It's one of the valuable things about Baiju. Sigewinne is the same in that manner. Like I think there's a lot of, especially more casual players, who would just appreciate, having Furina, and then having like someone in chat was just saying how like Furina felt kind of clunky in Overworld. I think a large part of the clunkiness in Overworld is probably some mix of not having enough ER on her. Like the more ER, the better. Like there's a reason I have this much ER on her. She feels a lot better in Overworld when you have a lot more ER on her to make sure she can burst constantly, even if she doesn't like get a full rotation of energy particles, right? Like she does not need this much ER by any means. Like you can get away with like 180 ER in a lot of teams with Fab on her. I think is like the lower end requirement as a solo Hydro. But if you want to be able to easily, consistently feel like she's doing a lot in Overworld, like still using her burst in Overworld, more ER. Yay. And it's not that hard to do with Fab. Like Fab, ER timepiece, and ER substats, and that's how you get to, this amount of ER, right? Like, and again, this is like more than I probably need to have on her, but I do it anyways, because it's nice. But yeah, Sigewinne, like, as far as like a unit that can be nice in Overworld for keeping team alive, a unit that's just very generically like, okay, she'll make your friend to do a little bit more damage because she has a minor skill damage buff, and she will keep team alive. Like, yeah. How does she heal? When her bubble bounces, it heals the whole team other than Sigewinne herself. But Sigewinne gets a heal. Sigewinne still heals herself, but Sigewinne's heal happens after the bubble is done bouncing. Why did they do it that way? I don't know. There's not really that much benefit to it, other than like it will probably proc Furina's passive when the final heal happens. It should normally, because it heals like 50% of Sigewinne's health. So even if you got the Bond of Life, it should clear the bond and overheal, which procs Furina's passive. So that's something. But like, yeah, it's a bit weird. But yeah, she's just a good healer, and she's brainless as far as healing. You don't ever touch her bursts, right? Like you can slap a whack ton of HP on her, level her to 80, and level her skill a little bit for healing, and wow, she's gonna feel fine. Is her C2 worth it? Probably not. Sigewinne C2 or Furina C2? All right, let's get into Furina thoughts, actually, sorry. By the way, just quickly, Len, thank you, Farazon mentioned, for the 249. Apparently I just have to say Farazon's name and Len gives me money. But yeah, let's take a bus ride. I didn't finish. I'm gonna drink water. Good lord, boy's already dying. Good sign. I'm gonna take a bus ride. And by the way, the acceleration there, you see how much jerk that is? Like, it was like God, the G-forces you'd feel in that freaking. Oh God, do you really?
This boat tour will take you to the magnificent court.
See, I just wanted to like ramble for a bit about Furina and then like let the bus ride happen, but now I have to turn the dialogue off. Like, come on, Hoyo, why? I just wanted a bus ride without a person yapping at me. Okay, I understand the irony in this, by the way. Considering I'm taking a bus ride and I'm gonna yap at you, but anyways, Fav C2 or key for Furina. Wait, are you deciding like whether you wish for Fav C2 or key for Furina? I don't think they didn't even put Furina's signature weapon on this banner, by the way. Fav. It is my general default. There are situations where I have used key to maximize my Furina's personal damage. There's situations where key can be better for Furina's personal damage than her signature weapon, by the way. So, yay. But How good is Sack with Sigewinne? That's something I need to test still. I'll probably talk about Sigewinne more a little bit later. But yeah, to finish overall, basic summarized thoughts on Furina. For me, she is the best character in the game, but that's because where I feel she shines best is in elevating the more unconventional playstyles, right? Like making DPS Cloud Retainer much more competent than it otherwise would be. And to be clear, that's some of Cloud Retainer's own strengths. Her ability to buff herself is meaningful. But, you know, she's a complicated character. Honestly, she has one of the least intuitive kits in the game, I would say, generally speaking, as far as, like, looking at how she works, being like, you use her summons. Oh, bye-bye. They wander around and attack things. Oh, it drains HP. Wow, okay, off-field damage. Like, yes, but that's also, like, you need to burst on her consistently to get value out of her. If you're just pressing E on Furina and not bursting consistently with her, she's kind of bad as far as like her damage output and what she's doing for the team goes. That's the one thing that you need to be bursting consistently, constantly with Furina. It's what makes her kit make sense. It's why, you know, like if she feels bad in Overworld to you, more ER. I as far as weapons go, right? It's why I always have her on Fab. Even when situations like using her for dailies, right? You know, having her on Fab means that she can be having her on Fab and having this much energy means she can be like you know, 25% energy and get her burst back relatively quickly, right? It makes her feel a lot better to use in general cases. But anyways, Fab or Pipe? I mean, Fab is better than Pipe, but the Pipe, I mean, do I even have the Pipe? I don't even think I've unlocked it because, yeah, I don't know. The Pipe is basically a bad Fav. It's okay if you don't have Favs, and in particularly if, like, you know, you need your Fav sword on another character, right? You know, like, you need Fav sword for Xingqiu. There is compelling reason to use the Pipe on Furina because Furina needs the Pipe, or Furina needs Fav less than potentially other characters might need Fav, I would say. She's just a really fantastic Fab holder, but so is Xingqiu, and Xingqiu kind of needs it more potentially. And the Pipe increases Furina's damage not insignificantly, right? So it's fine. Box Cutter, I've never even considered using the Box Cutter on her. It should be okay. It gives some EM, right? Which is, it's only EM to the character that has this equipped, to be clear, right? Which is also that only procs when you use. But I'm pretty sure she can self-proc this, to be clear. That when the healer is healed or heals others with her passive, I'm pretty sure that counts as her doing healing when this passive triggers. Yeah, Furina will heal nearby fighter members. So it's not the worst weapon, but like her priority stat is ER. And then any amount of HP and crit you can get is secondary to that, is what I would generally say. So this weapon, not doing, like, I wouldn't use this weapon over the Pipe, is my point. But if you have it, it's already leveled or something, it's not a terrible option. It exists. So when Furina's buffing your DPS character's attack, crit, a must. So that's always like a must is definitely no, but like, do I have you on and off yet? You're on off piece, perfect. Let's go. I can actually compare with Official here, right? Let's go somewhere else. So we're just watch for Official's numbers here, right? So we're gonna compare Electro Damage Goblet with Official Gun. I should probably switch to like a Baiju or something. Because I want to maximize the damage bonus, obviously. So I'm just gonna start Furina here, right? I need to do this quest so everything in this area isn't desaturated. Yeah, Festering Desire is good if you have it, but it was literally like what version? What version was that? I don't know, like 2. Was it 2.2? I don't know. It was annoying. I'm pretty sure Festering Desire was the event that was running the patch before I started playing Genshin. So I don't have it. It's not a consideration for me, but yeah, it's a good option. I'd still probably, even if I had it, I'd still probably use Fab over it. But, you know. Oh, it's 1.2. Oh, never mind. That's it. Never mind. Oh, no. I'm getting it conflated with the Albedo weapon. Spindle, or whatever it's called. Yeah, no, Fast Rain Desire is literally 1.2, so if you're not a launch, basically you weren't playing since 1.0, LOL. So yeah, it's a weapon that barely exists to a lot of the player base, so I don't care about it. Let's yeah. So we're gonna basically just use Furina, let her drain happen for a little bit, use Baiju, and I'm gonna use Fischl, and then watch for like what Fischl's damage is doing, right? Yeah. So just watch for the electro numbers. This is the electro goblet. I'm not doing call-out this stream. 13,000, 13,000, 14,000, 14,000, 14,000, 14,000. Right, so we're gonna use that 14,000 as that comparison. Okay. Let's make sure I get my burst back. There we go. Alright, so 14,000. Why as far as on the team? This isn't... Guys, I'm going to be swapping characters probably this whole freaking stream. I'm just going to preface this now. I'm not going to be constantly answering questions about why insert specific character in team. 1, overworld. Barely matters. 2, I'm going to be swapping characters to test different things, right? Like, this is not a team I'm configuring for it to specifically be a competent team right now. I'm specifically trying to showcase the question that was like doing attack crit goblet, attack goblet versus a damage percent goblet, right? So we're gonna go put an attack goblet on Fischl, and I don't have an exact stat for stat attack goblet versus a crit goblet, but I think I have close enough. Notably, I think I have something very similar as far as the crit damage total. The only thing that I think might change is the crit rate. I think attack goblet should be a little bit worse here. But the thing is, right, when Fischl has like 70% damage bonus from this, 100% in my case, I have C1, right? C2 to be clear. Oh, and to be clear, by the way, like with some of my thoughts on Furina, I did use Furina at C0 for 2 months. I didn't activate her constellations for 2 months because I needed to like get at. I do have a good gauge in my mind of like how C0 Furina works. Is my point. I should have said that in my. You probably shouldn't get C2 Furina video. Anyways, right when you have so much damage bonus from like this set giving 70% damage bonus, Furina giving you 75% damage bonus or 100% in my case, right? When you have so much damage bonus being stacked from different sources, the relative value of damage percent in your goblet, which electro damage percent, or versus attack percent is closer than you might think, right? So let's see what I got for attack goblet I can put on quick. I want something with a relatively similar crit damage, which is probably that one actually. Yep. This is 22.5% crit damage and 1 attack percent roll. I personally actually with an extra crit damage roll. Because, well, I don't know. Oh, well, I don't think I do. Nope, this is the closest. Okay. Yep, this is fine. This is close enough. It's not that different. It's a pretty similar stat value goblet, right? Pretty similar overall. So let's see, right? We're looking for the, like, after her skills going for a little bit. We saw 14,000 before. Now, let's see what we get.
The tea can wait.
Looks like it's a little bit better, actually, in my case. I was getting the 14,600 there, right? So almost exactly the same. To be clear, I think with a C0 Furina, because I'm getting an additional 25% damage bonus because of C1 Furina, increasing the Fanfare cap. But if I lose that 25%, I think that might be the difference maker between Electro Goblet being slightly better than the Attack Goblet. But really, the point that is to illustrate there is it's close enough that chances are an Attack Goblet versus a Electro Goblet is going to be down to substats for you, right? In the case of someone like Fischl and Furina together. And that's a combo I use all the time, right? So like I actually should be using an Attack Goblet on her versus that Electro Goblet. I didn't even think it was gonna be that close, to be honest. I thought the electric goblet was gonna be slightly better, but I only recently got that attack goblet actually. So to be fair, do I have any other attack goblet even? I don't even know. I think I have that piece. Yeah, I don't really have that relevant attack. Oh my god, I have an onset attack goblet. Good god, I have 2 potential onset attack goblet. Okay, I should definitely level these because these would be onset attack goblets, which could enable me to have, you know, a more cracked off piece, right? I forgot I had this. Good lord, my official build is very good. Yeah, so you know, you get the point. It's good to like have attack goblets or HP percent goblets, right? When you have a bunch of damage percent for different sources. You know, Nuvulet's in kind of a similar... Nuvulet already at a baseline, actually, is already worth, like, doing a HP goblet versus a Hydro goblet on, in some cases, but, like, with Furina and Nuvulet together, same thing. Like, he potentially might want an HP goblet, as far as, like, stat for stat goes. But again, it'll be, like... It's one of the strengths of Furina, unironically. Her giving so much damage percent, making the relative value of not damage percent goblets is one of the sneaky things about Furina that makes her strong. And it's not something that her kit is directly giving other characters, but more something that like makes it easier to build your characters potentially, right? Skyward Blade for Furina? No. Why versus... I mean, okay, like if you need the ER, I guess, because it gives like... Does it give like 50, 60% ER? I don't know. But Skyward Blade is theoretically not the worst option, but she does not need the attack, the base attack. She gets nothing from the base attack, so it's just the passive and the ER that it's giving for her, right? So like if you need the ER and you have no other option than the Fab, but honestly, like use the pipe over Skyward, right? Skyward is going to be worse than the pipe. So, but if you're heck bent on whatever, on like avoiding fishing or whatever, I don't blame you. Like then fine, yeah, don't let me stop you. Won't be the worst option as long as you can burst consistently and she has some decent substats and artifacts. She'll perform well for you. Furina makes all attack percent goblets viable. Yes, but the one thing to keep in mind again is like same story as always. Like part of the reason, like honestly, in general, even outside of the Furina context, I think people undervalue attack goblets sometimes, or any kind of non-damage percent goblet, even ignoring Furina because of Bennett existing, right? Because so many times, like the reason attack goblets end up being so much worse than elemental goblets, like in the like neighborhood of like stat for stat, they're 10% worse, or in that, and 10% is a pretty big differential as far as like if it's the same substats or close to the same substats but different main stat. And notably, like one of the advantages that elemental percent goblets have is that they can have attack percent in substats. Attack percent goblets can't have damage percent in substats, right? And neither can they have attack percent, right? So that's part of the reason that elemental goblets can also beat out attack goblets. But yeah, Bennett being a factor, like, and Bennett and Furina is a very notable Furina like healer combination. In teams that can take advantage of both Bennett's buff and Furina's buff, which is fairly often, the attack you get from an attack goblet isn't necessarily going to be better. You'll probably see damage percent still start to beat out because you're getting so much attack from Bennett, but it depends still on like your investment level on Bennett, what weapon you're having on him, you know, etc., etc. Point is, don't undervalue attack goblets. They're absolutely very viable. If you're really at an invested state, though, they're not necessarily better, but will be potentially similar with Furina, essentially. But they're always situationally useful, is really my point. With Furina, they're just even more situationally useful, to the point of being better sometimes, but not always. Why would you ever use attack percent goblet? Even with Furina, they aren't that close. I literally just showed an attack goblet beating out my official goblet. That was Electro. I actually need to switch this back because I think Cloud Retainer was using this, but I literally just showed this attack goblet was better than this Electro goblet. No, not that one. Than this Electro goblet. Right, this like, and I know people like, yes, the CV is higher on this goblet, The 2% crit damage is not that significant there. And the crit rate does not change what we were looking at, which was just what number do we see on screen. The crit rate just changes the consistency. And I also like have an attack percent roll on the Electro Goblet too. That actually, like the Electro Goblet has higher stat value as far as the big number showing up on screen than this attack goblet did. I literally just showed it doing more. So no, it's not a situation of it's just always, it's never better. Like that's just wrong. So let me take a drink. I got a phlegm in my throat. A little bit sick apparently. Sacrificial Blade better than Fab? No. Furina has 800% uptime. That's an exaggeration. It's more like 150% uptime, I think. Her cooldown is 20 seconds on her skill. Duration is 30 seconds, right? So, what point in there? What use does resetting her skill do for you? There's not technically zero use, to be clear, because one of the weird. Furina's a character that on the baseline is like relatively easy to understand in that like build her enough ER to burst constantly, have some team-wide healers, and you're kind of good to go. But then there's actually a lot of nuance, like thinking about when her Hydro application actually happens is is complicated. Notably though, one of the things you can do when you first cast her skill, they all hit right away. Every one of them will actually it's the seahorse and the octopus apply Hydro every other hit, and then the crab, every time it hits, applies Hydro every hit. So Furina's Hydro application, because of the fact that the behavior of these summons when they hit enemies is kind of RNG-ish. Like they have cooldowns basically. These summons have cooldowns for how often they will attack, but they also have like weird targeting behavior and kind of things. Generally speaking, they will target the character that is the enemy that is locked on, which is indicated with a little arrow, but above the enemy's head. But yeah, basically, right. Hydro every other hit from the seahorse and the octopus, and then Hydro every hit from the crab. That is important, particularly in the context of Sack Sword, or in the context of doing this, because every time you do that, you forcibly respawn them, and it means you can actually control her Hydro application timing by doing that. And notably, that means Sack Sword technically lets you do the same thing, where Sack Sword could let you purposely make sure you have another skill up to be able to. They don't trigger on that because he has a shield. There's a crab over here. Right, you can forcibly get an additional Hydro application out, basically, with Sack Sword. It's not technically zero value, but it's never something that has been valuable enough for me to mess with, particularly because Furina can inbuilt do that by doing this, right? You do that, and that's the same end result. And the main reason to do that is to purposely get a guaranteed Hydro application from the crab, not from the other two. I made a video all the way back when Furina's banner first launched, doing an on-field Furina with like C6 Bennett, using the AoE damage from this with a Pyro infusion. By the way, this effect gets colored like a little bit of an orange color when you have an infusion. It's great. Doing that and trying to time it properly. Like if you saw that, I could do that. You can do that pretty fast, right? Doing that swap, you can get the end result is like as far as how many Hydro applications you get in a rotation when you're doing this swapping thing is the same as when you're just letting the summons attack, like the amount of total Hydro. But the timing is now controlled, versus the timing is not really controlled when you're just letting the summons vibe. So she has a really weird nuance in like doing things like that, and I am not the expert as far as on-fielding Furina, but that is the main tech, by the way, for on-fielding Furina. There's a lot of people think, oh, you need C6 to on-field Furina. No, you just need to like be a god. No, not a god. You just have to like be obsessed enough with Furina to use her on-field enough to like hyper optimize down the ways you can like time Hydro application with her swap. and be good with stamina management, unlike me. So I don't know. She's really interesting when you start getting into the weeds of mechanical details when it comes to things like that, right? So is Sayu a good enough healer for Furina with Wolf's Gravestone? Is Sayu a attack-based healer? I thought. No, yeah, she is. I don't think Sayu does any team-wide healing. So when it comes to healers, like if we go back to like evaluating how useful Furina is for a given account, it's gonna come down to like, because the utility of Furina and like how good of like a buffer she is buffing in conjunction with your ability to heal. So depending on how much your healing is, will change the relevance of Furina on a given team, right? So, you know, if you don't have Baiju, you don't have Cloud Retainer, you don't have who's other team when he goes, you don't have Jean, right? You don't even have Charlotte, Mika, right? You don't even have Bennett built potentially if you just hate Bennett that much for some reason, which is, I mean, even if you hate Bennett, you should probably build Bennett. He's just like Furina, he's one of those enablers for teams to be competent. You should probably build him anyways. Especially, honestly, because he's really, really good with Furina. But anyways, he's like the main 4-star healer, I would say, that's like really good with Furina. Like really, really good with Furina. Whereas Mika and Charlotte are someone you use just because like they're good team-wide healers, not because they do anything else. Like an important factor is what healers with Furina do something other than just healing is what determines how relevant they could be. So, you know, Baiju gives a little bit of a buff and he does Dendro application. His low Dendro application is one of like the downsides. Like Furina, generally speaking, you know, if you're playing Furina, you want to do Dendro things with Furina, it's harder to slot in Nahida to a Furina team because you need a healer. Now Nahida on Prototype Amber is a thing, and even at C0, I think, even at with C0 Furina, right, I think there is reason to do Nahida Prototype Amber with like a healing bonus circlet on Nahida. There is reasons for doing stuff like that. That can really help you in situations like doing Nahida Prototype Amber healing bonus circlet plus Bennett. Very good. Anywho's, plus like Bennett healing, because then you have some on-field healing in conjunction with some team-wide healing. It stacks up to enough that like you should be able to get a meaningful amount of damage bonus going, right? And there's of course shenanigans you could do not on Nahida, but you know, you might have seen people do like 4-piece maidens on Mona with Prototype Amber. Like it's enough heat. Like what is it? I don't remember what the total fanfare you get. You don't get max fanfare if you're just doing Mona Prototype Amber on 4-piece maidens, but it's an interesting thing you can do, right? So that's again stuff that's getting into the weeds. But on a generic level, for most players, it's like what healers are there that offer something other than just healing? Are like those are the premier healers that you want. So that includes Baiju, that includes Cloud Retainer, that includes Bennett, that includes Jean. Jean, Cloud Retainer are they can do VV. Cloud Retainer obviously does plunge. Bennett does attack buff. Baiju does a little bit of Dendro things. With Dendro, just a baseline Dendro reaction buffing, and then some Dendro application. And then who else is there? There's Sigewinne now. Sigewinne does a little bit of skill damage buffing, of course. That is relevant. But yeah, and those are like the generic healers, right? That do something other than just healing. But you can get in the weeds of all kinds of shenanigans to like figure out your healing. That's what's interesting and kind of complicated about Furina is that factor of healing. The factor of how useful Furina is on a team is what are you doing for healing to make sure you're actually like getting the damage bonus. Because if you're doing nothing, if you have no healer, right, and you're just, I don't have Zhongli, but well, where's the shielder? Pretend that's Zhongli or whatever. If you're doing no healing, right? Ignore that this is not a competent team. I'm not evaluating this team. But if you're just relying on Zhongli and they're doing Zhongli Furina together, Zhongli is the one that keeps your team alive. In that context, all Furina is a Hydro applier that does Hydro without normal attacks. That's it. Like, and her damage goes way down. Like notably, like you need to I don't know how many people know that there's this line in her skill damage where the salon members, so that's Furina's summons, will have their damage increased if they drained HP when they hit. Because basically, when they attack, if characters with more than 50% HP are nearby, the members will increase their current attack's power. So if you end up just using Zhongli and sitting at 50% HP forever with Zhongli and Furina together, you ain't getting this 140% damage increase at a baseline, right? That's a pretty significant increase for the summons damage. And then, you know, of course, if you're not draining and gaining HP, you're not doing anything with her burst even, right? Like, she just becomes a Hydro applier that applies Hydro without normal attacks, which is not useless, particularly in context, like, if you're doing something like Tignari, you can do quick bloom shenanigans with Furina Tignari. They do Furina Tignari. Yeah, frick, who do you... what did I used to do with Furina? Okay, so Furina Quick Bloom is kind of awkward with Tignari, I still think, because we don't have good electro... we don't have a team-wide electro healer in the game, right? Like Sigewinne would be a much better character if she was electro, just saying. Because her application wouldn't matter as much versus just, like, enabling, like, you know, whatever. It's like, you can do Quick Bloom Tignari things, theoretically. Just on the baseline, like, there is, as far as illustrating the value of her doing Hydro application, where you don't have to be clicking normal attacks like with Xing Chui on, it means you can do characters like him, where you're just doing this, right? Because that, normally you wouldn't be getting Hydro application out when doing that. You can now with Furina. That's really good. And then there is... the value, of course, like when you're doing right, you have the summons going when you're doing a burst animation, right? You can't do normal attacks during a burst animation. You have Hydra application, you have damage happening, you have reactions happening while you're in a burst animation. Like, a problem with characters' burst animations a lot of times in mini teams is that you're just like turning off the team doing damage for a couple seconds, which can be a significant enough DPS loss that you just shouldn't use certain characters' bursts sometimes. Which is lame a lot. But sometimes you do it. You don't use a burst, right? Furina plus, you know, official means you have damage happening even when, you know, you're doing Tignari bursts, right? That's kind of the idea. Of course, there's the problem of who do you use for a healer in a Furina Tignari team. Yeah, but you get the point. So, what did Spade XD do? Well, are they just spamming? Okay. All right. Let me go back to questions. Sylveon, any questions I missed? Because I was rambling for a bit there about different things. C6 Furina was worth it from Solarium T. I just scrolled up. You know, funnily enough, I did have the thought, like, I would absolutely consider, like, doing a what does X amount of dollars get you video on Furina's banner. Because, like, I could make my money back, most likely, right? I'd be down to get more Furina constellations if it weren't for the fact that I'm making other videos that rely on Furina. And, like, getting her C6 is, like, it removes all downside to her. Like, I'm not going to talk about her C6 that much. Basically the actual valuable thing is that it turns her into a team-wide healer and, like, the best team-wide healer in the game, basically. And also she's, like, so strong with C6 that you can just, like, have no artifacts on her. Just slap Fav on her and have no artifacts. And, like I kind of want to, like, get her C6 almost just to be like, yep, here's my Furina build, 0 artifacts. It would be really funny to me to do that. But the problem is, like, I can't turn off the constellation, man. Like, if I could turn off the godforsaken constellations, I would probably consider it. Unironically, I like this character that much. I think she's one of the better characterized characters, like on a story level. I think she has the best kit in the game for me, for how I enjoy playing the game. Does not mean she has the best kit for you. She's by no means a must pull. She is a very high value pull, potentially, for most accounts is what I would say. She's not a must pull, no character is. And her value is dependent on the other things you can do. You got to remember the healer context of her always. And think about, okay, what am I doing for a healer? And that can be just annoying sometimes, right? Like there's a lot of times, like, I think where I'm just like, trying to think of a team to use, and I'm like, okay, let's use Furina to buff this character, and then let's use Fischl, and let's use Farazan. Not that, again, it's not that this team makes sense. And I'm just like, sweet, wait, I forgot a healer. Frick, what do I do for a healer? Right, like that, great, I gotta think about what I'm doing. Might be annoying to a lot of people, right? And it might be annoying that she drains team HP, right? I don't think she's for everyone. So, anyways, what has invited the okay. Blam. All right. Hey, we both got them at the same time, Sigewinne. Welcome to, I don't know. It's been a while since I had annoying people in chat like this. Or bots. I don't know. One of the two. But congrats on getting banned as fast as possible. Yeah. Anywho's, have I tried Furina with Plunge Navia? I don't have Navia, unfortunately. I don't think I plan to get Navia, to be honest. She's not that interesting of a character. Plunge Navia, I assume you're doing... Is the idea doing attack goblet and just doing physical damage, right? I did have the... I was talking with someone in Discord, I think, a little bit ago, about... I think it was on Discord, maybe it was on a live stream, I don't know, of doing a... What was this team? Oh, yeah, okay, this was the DPS Shunyun team. I'll try to reconfigure it after. Of doing, like, Plunge Beta with an attack goblet, right? And the topic of, like, attack goblets being potentially just very similar for even Beta's electro damage, if not better, potentially. In Beta's case, the probably attack goblet should be worse for her electro damage. But if you're doing Plunge Cloud Retainer things, right? So doing Furina, Beto, Cloud Retainer, right? Do Beto on attack goblet, and then, you know, you have official things going on. You don't have electro charge, or sorry, you don't have electro. You don't have superconduct because no cryo, but like whoop-de-doo. You still have Furina or Cloud Retainer buff. You're still doing meaningful plunge damage, right? Is basically the idea. And then these two units plus Furina, absolutely will wreck the Lecter shields. Like this team will probably, you know, screw it. Let's go try it. Actually, I don't really want to change my Cloud Retainer build. She's on a DPS build. Anywho's, Navia gets Geo Infusion when she's a skill. Oh yeah, I forgot she gets Geo Infusion. Okay. That almost makes it more boring. I'm sorry. Oops. Anywho's, sorry. I'm letting my I like shenanigans coming through. I'm gonna be fine probably. I can't say if I had Navia, would I default towards doing Plunge Navia versus other Navia forms? I don't know. It's an interesting way to play her that would get more value out of her normal attacks versus just it being like, I need crystallizes. Like, it's probably better than doing... Like, if you're doing Furina... I was going to say a second Hydro unit. Who do you do as a second Hydro? Because normally you do like Yelan or something. Like Furina, Yelan, Jean. Like doing Mono Hydra but then Navia, right? Like doing Furina, Yelan, Jean, and then Navia. Probably works. And then you could do Cloud Retainer there instead of Jean, right? And then you're doing plunging. And Cloud Retainer is probably a team DPS increase in that situation. So... What is happening? Why? Okay, there's just some... There's I mean, what this is just... This is some one little asswipe that's just... Sorry, Sigewinne. There's one little asswipe that's probably just paying for bot accounts. Yay. It's been a while. Yay. Sigewinne, your job was too easy for a while. By the way, if you know, I was hoping Sigewinne was going to be able to like collect questions for me that I might miss while I'm rambling about something. So... for anyone that I missed the question of, like that it might be asking a good question that I missed by accident or whatever, I'm sorry. Blame this butthole. Because Sigewinne now has to waste their time dealing with this butthole versus being able to collect your questions properly. Oh well. Anywho's. Thank you, Sigewinne. You just started playing Genshin, you have two teams building around Arlecchino, Vape, and Alhaitham Hyperbloom. Is it worth it for you to pull Furina? Only healer you have is Bennett. I mean, Bennett plus Furina is very good. Heck, let's just show it with DPS Cloud Retainer here. Bennett. And then my favorite DPS Cloud Retainer team is actually the Electro Charge variation that I showed you. That was active at the start of the stream with Farazan Fischl, Bennett, or sorry, Furina, Farazan, Shunyun, Bennett. But let's show Bennett and oh wait, this is a bad example because Cloud Retainer. This is a bad example because Cloud Retainer herself heals. I forgot. That's actually one of the reasons like Cloud Retainer is actually kind of compelling to DPS herself, is because she can be the team healer when she's DPS'd, because she's an attack-based healer. So you can build her for damage. Like DPS Cloud Retainer, I really like plunge DPS Cloud Retainer with Furina. It's still just like any Animo DPS. The difference maker of it feeling good or not is more if you have C6 Farazan, to be clear. Bennett is very good in the team still because Shunyun gets a whack ton of value out of having high attack because of how her buff works. But you know, I'll just do this. I'll do this without using Shunyun here. But I want to demonstrate a few things with Bennett. Bennett is weird in the context that, you know, in the worst case scenario, Bennett plus Furina results in a situation that with the C0 Furina, you're probably going to end up with the sustained rotations that are getting probably only like 50% damage bonus. But it also depends still, because you can do things like putting 4-piece maidens on Bennett, which I'll try to show. And 4-piece maidens on Bennett can actually make Bennett overheal in a lot of contexts. And when you overheal with Bennett and Furina, Furina starts healing your other teammates, right? And that can end up meaning you get a lot more fanfare to a point that it's worthwhile, right? I'll take Don't Like Bennett. I mean, depends on the team. He feels more or less awkward. If you're talking about Don't Like Bennett as far as playstyle goes, he feels more or less awkward depending on what team you're using him in. So, crown your Furina E? No. Give me the resources for free and I'll consider it. No. I don't think I have the talent, or I do have the talent. Why do I have so many of these? Where did those come from? Oh no, I know what they're for. I know what they're for. Yeah, no, extra no. They're for someone else. Someone else very special needs them. So no. Need those for someone else. But also it costs 700,000 more. So you know. Anywho's, is Chiori weapon good for her? I don't even remember what Chiori weapon does, and I can't view it in game exactly. It's probably fine. I think it's a meh stat stick though. Like isn't it crit damage? I don't know. Let me open it up. I guess. Chiori's weapon and Furina's weapon are probably both equally meh for Furina. Like I think Furina's strength shines best when she's solo hydro. I almost always use her solo hydro. If you're using, so like non-ER weapons, when you're using solo hydro Furina, like you need so much ER, right? Like, here. And this is not a context where there's actually that, like Cloud Retainer's not vaping, right? So there's not relevance to the team EM buff here, but Key of Cautious is a very, very compelling weapon for Furina's own personal damage, and elsewise. I think Furina will get her burst back with 212 ER on this weapon solo hydro, but it's really on the edge. Key is very good for her. But even my build with this much ER, right? 3 rolls of ER there, ER timepiece, 3 high rolls there, 2 rolls there, and 3 rolls here. A lot of ER. I don't know if it's going to get the burst back. So, let's find out. I should have opened with Farazan's, but it's fine. See, didn't get it back. Like, that's rough. That's really rough. So like signature or C1 Furina, like look, if you're going for high investment Furina things, I would get C1 before I get her weapon. I would get C2 before I get her weapon. I would get C3 before I get her weapon. once you have C4, because of the fact that C4 gives you some energy, her weapon is probably a bit more usable in solo hydro situations, right? This 4 energy, right? That's enough that if this 4 energy triggering can trigger like 16 over 20 seconds, right? Well, okay, it's probably more appropriate to say it's if you're like optimally using it, it would only be 12 energy, but I think in most cases this would be a 16 energy refund, right? And that takes your energy cost down to like 44, which even solo hydro, that means like this amount of ER should be more than enough, right? Like she would have had her burst back in this context. So like once you have C4 is when I think her weapon starts to be worthwhile. So like no, like it's just not worth. And by the way, this weapon bender is really garbage. Evaluate any particular weapon bender's value not just by like how good the weapon is for a particular character. Like you should do that as a factor. Like Furina's weapon is kind of bad for her unless like in a lot of contexts. So like to be clear, not bad, but makes her really annoying to build to a degree that you might end up switching to an ER weapon anyways. So right, like the first priority on Furina, said before, is to burst with her. You need to get her burst back. Anything else is secondary. Anything else. You will lose more damage on Furina by not being able to burst consistently with her than you would with like yeah. So oh my freaking god. So you already have C2 Furina and Tempity until next guarantee. Should you go for the C3? I mean, C3 reflexively makes C2 actually a lot stronger because now you're going from like as far as like when you're using Furina with normal healers, C0 Furina, right, with ideal healers that are healing the team to full pretty quickly can get you like 50% damage bonus immediately, and then it will take like 5-ish seconds to get to like the 75% damage bonus. C1 Furina in the same context makes it, because you start with the immediate 100 Fanfare for free, makes it so in the same context you start with 87.5% damage bonus for free. I outlined this in some of the comments, by the way, in like in my recent C2 Furina video from a few days ago, and that's a pretty significant increase as far as front-loaded damage goes. Like C1 is doing that, and then C2 gives you basically, because of the faster Fanfare gain, C2 makes it so that you get to 100% basically immediately. But that's only a 12.5% increase. Like with normal healers that are good with Furina, like normal team-wide healers that get your Fanfare fast anyways, like those are the ideal healers with Furina, which is the healers that most people are going to prefer playing her with, even with C2, because of the fact that it will make the team feel less fragile by doing that. Like C2 is only giving you 12.5% damage bonus at the start of like more damage bonus than C1 at the start of rotation. C3 though was an additional 25% damage bonus with a crowned with like a level 13 burst, and that's pretty significant. Like an additional 25% means the difference between C1 and C3 is having like an additional 35%, 32.5. Wait, no, sorry, it's 37.5. It's having an additional 37.5% damage bonus. That's front loaded, which is actually pretty significant. Is it actually worth going for though? I don't know. If you already have C2, maybe. Like again, I wouldn't mind it for the purpose of like since I really like using her for making weaker units stronger. That's just like free damage bonus for you know, my DPS Cloud Retainer. Not that she's she's actually not that weak of a unit when you have C6 Fires on. But like Sethos or something, right? If I'm trying to use Sethos or Kave, and giving free damage bonus to them makes anything you can do to like make the weaker characters be a bit stronger is potentially something that can take that character from like not being able to clear the content versus being able to clear the content. So like it's possible it could be worthwhile, but for, like, how relevant is it for the characters that are already strong though? Like how relevant is C3 Furina for Nubilet? Like, why? Do you really need that additional 20 whatever % damage bonus for your Nubilet? So, you know, can you use attack % Goblet on Xiao? Yes, you can use attack % Goblet. I talked about attack Goblet already. So, you have C2, Arla, C1, Hu Tao, a lot of good I thought that was a question. That was not a question. So, they're going Discord chat. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Sylveon, if you have anyone you trust in the, you know, that you need for additional mods, do let me know. We gotta figure something out, I guess, for when buttholes arise. How do I build Furina? How does she work? I suppose that is a good question. Most people should probably just build her on Golden Troop. Prioritize ER. I recommend building her on a universal build. She has, not with his weapon. I was just showing something with his weapon before. She has many different teams she's useful in. That's what makes her so strong. Like, and many teams she will have like very high ER needs. Not necessarily as high ER needs as this, to be clear. I just like having this much ER, so she always has her burst back no matter what, 100% of the time. Doesn't matter the situation. Even if like I'm starting a new Abyss Chamber or even going around Overworld where she has like 20% energy, it will take very little time to get to like having this much ER means she just gets her burst back very quickly. That's why I have that. I also do that to purposely lower her damage as well. It's like, because I have C2, I like to have her not be dealing too much damage. Like C2 is a meaningful enough damage increase for her that there are some team contexts where, and I just prefer her to deal less damage for my videos so that the damage Furina is actually doing is closer to a C0 Furina. Right. But anyways, no, I don't really think Furina's good in an Arlecchino team. I think that one person was saying they had Haytham. Their two main teams was Haytham Hyperbloom, and Arlecchino. Those are actually two units that don't really like Furina that much. I was actually a couple streams ago, or no, actually, sorry, a couple days ago, I was trying to figure out, okay, Haytham is, I got all Haytham on his banner, right, when I was trying to get set those constellations, and I was like, okay, how can I use Haytham and Furina together? I can't really think of a way to use Furina with Haytham that's very good. Without Furina C2, to be honest. And the problem with that is that he wants like someone to do Hyperbloom. He needs Electro, right? And he also really likes Nahida. Like you're basically just making him worse in some ways. Like you can do Baiju instead of Nahida. That's going to be a pretty significant team DPS loss. And also much less energy for him, which can make him more awkward. And, you know, whatever. You kind of get the point. But you can make it work. Furina, Haytham, if you do like Furina, Haytham, Baiju, Kuki, it can work. Heck, you can technically do this team without C2 Furina, do Prototype Amber with a healing bonus circlet on Nahida, and then have Kuki doing her healing, and you'll have some damage bonus. You'll have enough damage bonus that like it's not irrelevant. Is that better than using Xingqiu with him? Like, I can already tell you, having tested Haytham a little bit, I think a lot of people would, like, feel the difference in consistency by having Xingqiu or not with him, because him getting interrupted can feel kind of rough. So, like, Furina's not that significant of an upgrade for Haytham. If we had someone that could be a Hyperbloom trigger and a team-wide healer, that could be a lot better. But, like, Kuki is not a team-wide healer. So, it's like... Can Furina cons make the game too easy? I mean, absolutely. Like a lot of constellations can make the game too easy, right? Like, but it only makes the game too easy when you're using it. The difference is like Furina's constellations benefit a lot of teams. Like they're more valuable because they can benefit a lot of different teams. But yeah, they'll make the game more easier. But like, they'll make the game more easier if all you're gonna do is just be like, Furina Nubilet burr. Like if that's your single desire in life is Furina Nubilet till the end of times, have fun with constellations, I guess. I don't understand why you think that's fun, but you know, you do you. You do you. Furina and Nubilet are a very good combo, to be clear, but like I don't see much. I don't personally get much fun And if that's what you find value, that's fine. I don't personally get much value in trying to like make the Furina Nuvilet combo be a lot stronger. It's already strong. Furina Arlecchino is not going to be great in my experience. Like, it's not unusable, I guess. Oh, what can I think of about the bat with that? That was a Furina Arlecchino team. It's not usable, but it's not as valuable as like you can do other things. But the problem with Furina and Arlecchino is squishiness on Arlecchino because she can't get healed. So you're relying on her burst, so it makes Arlecchino more burst reliant. Like you're just gonna have to burst more, and so that means you might have to build some energy, which is gonna lose some potential damage on Arlecchino. But you do also potentially have maybe the potential for building Martial Say Hunters on Arlecchino, which could mitigate the increased energy needs. So there's not zero reason to do Arlecchino and Furina together, but I don't know. Let's. Oh, Noelle, by the way. If this is something that's more if you like Noelle, Furina is very, very good for Noelle. Like it's the difference maker to being like Noelle feeling really, really good and enjoyable to play is Furina's for her, in my opinion. It's not perfect. She's not like using Noelle as the solo healer. She can heal enough to like fully heal the team to compensate for Furina's drain. But Noelle, like just having to like dodge too much with Noelle or not getting all instances of possible healing out means that in practice I have found that Noelle with Furina, for me, ends up in a situation of usually being net HP negative, which means you kind of want another healer still with Noelle. And that can be someone like Xingqiu potentially with his minor healing, but that's not really that significant. But more likely what it means is like a Noelle team with Furina, like Furina, Yelan, Noelle, kind of might end up looking more like something like this. Versus doing like double Geo for Geo resonance and like the increased damage for Noelle's normal attacks, right? That's my basic thinking and feeling with Noelle. Noelle is actually one of those team contests where I think some of the comments in my previous video mentioned this, where like C2 Furina with Noelle actually does feel pretty nice because of that, because C2 Furina with Noelle means you don't really have to worry about that slight HP negativeness, because it's not super HP negative, it's just like slightly HP negative in practice is what I've found. And that means I can freely use characters like Yun Jin, and I enjoy that more, right? But anywho's, can I show the gameplay? I mean, yeah. Sure, let's do this, why not? You have a build, right? I think that's the correct build, yeah. So yeah, the basic way Furina works, right, is you, most rotations you tend, not always, it depends what, like, if you want to do like swirl setups, right, but most rotations you oftentimes, this is a team, by the way, where Furina would have a lot less ER needs because of the Yelan here, but and I lost my shield. That's fine. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I think I didn't get. Noelle reduces her skill cooldown when you are hitting with normal attacks, if I recall. And of course, I didn't. All kinds of problems here. Yep. Okay. Well, energy problems. But, anywho's, right. That actually kind of already illustrated the energy problem there. But yeah, that was Furina working. There you go. Like you use Furina's burst, you're held, and when you burst with Furina, she drains HP, and you use healers, you get HP back. And Furina's burst while active for the 18 seconds while it's active. Basically all this says is it's tracking HP changes on all your teammates while it's active, and each 1% of HP changing is 1 fanfare point. So each 1% of HP change for each character is 0.25% damage bonus. And how much drain you have happening, basically the amount of drain that happens is in a 20-second rotation, her summons are going to drain all of your teammates down to 50% HP, right? Which that can be across that duration. That's 200 of the 300 stacks. But usually you want healing going on during that time, or you want to be at 50% health at the start of a rotation, potentially, and then like heal fully right after for doing Furina burst, like with Jean or something.
The tea can
So,
wait.
you know. The skill cooldown, once the skill cooldown is done, so watch the skill cooldown, is when characters should be at approximately 50% HP, right? Any non-5-star Dendro teams with Furina? I mean, yeah, Yaoyao exists. Yaoyao is the best healer in the game as far as like the rage heals. Alright, so skill cooldown is done. It's 20-second cooldown, remember? And we just got to 20 or 50% HP, right? So across 20 seconds, so across like a normal rotation time, she drains from 100% HP to 50% HP. So basically, the what you want to do with healers ideally is be able to heal back that much HP. You don't need to technically fully heal that much HP to be able to get 300 Fanfare every rotation, right? The breakpoint is actually 75%, or not 75%, 75% of 50%, which is 37.5% HP. But most people, for comfort, will probably just want full heal, right? But you don't have to fully heal characters to max out Fanfare every rotation. Are you so knowledgeable about Genshin? I mean, it's my job. I get money from Genshin, and I play it a lot. Like, I just naturally have learned things about the game as time has gone on, right? So, oh yeah, Furina Arlecchino. I keep on forgetting. Let's do something with that. Charlotte is good as a generic healer. Like any healer can become a damage buffer, right? In conjunction with Furina, because that's the equation of Furina is what is the combo of a team you can use that with a healer, and what is the healer doing in conjunction with healing that makes them relevant. So like Charlotte with Furina is like good on a baseline of Charlotte being a team-wide healer that can get you Fanfare, can get you that damage bonus really quickly. But then you have to ask the question of like how relevant is the cryo, right? You have Hydro and Cryo at a baseline, that's some freeze, that could be useful. But is it doing anything else for you? Maybe. Charlotte has some potential for actually like front loading some Cryo, which can let you melt some hits on someone like Arlecchino. I don't know. Arlecchino or Charlotte is not really something you'd do because, yeah. But I don't know. Let's try to figure out a Arlecchino team that I can do with Furina that does work technically. Because so I think the main value of doing Arlecchino, like normally people would not separate Arlecchino and Bennett. A lot of players wouldn't. I think there is a lot of value to playing Arlecchino without Bennett because circle impact is awkward a lot of the times. It depends on the situation. So let's do Arlecchino without Bennett, right? And then I don't know. We'll do Arlecchino, Furina. See, the problem is we still want, like Bennett also gives, like, pyro particles. I think the main contest that I actually found that was fun for me was something that abused Furina C2. So, like, I think... Oh, wait, no, that was with Yelan, actually. Never mind. I don't think I've actually found a team where I really like how Furina feels with Arlecchino. It's not a great combo. Like, I personally like that Arlecchino doesn't heavily incentivize Furina. It's not worthless. Like, it really depends on what other Hydras you have as options. But there's not... She has so good synergy with, like, Xingqiu or Yelan that the value of doing Furina instead is, like, relatively low. Furina's value is maximized when you're able to get damage percent on, like, her. Obviously, it's always giving herself damage bonus, but also giving yourself, you know, an on-fielder. But if you also have, you know, another unit like official that you're getting damage percent on, that can like because Bennett is only benefiting, well, most of the time Bennett is benefiting your on fielder, right? Like Bennett in an Arlecchino team is only benefiting Arlecchino's damage. Arlecchino's teams oftentimes tend to be configured towards Arlecchino being the vast majority of the damage contribution of the team, whereas a lot of teams where Furina is best in are teams where the damage contribution is split out across different units, right? So anyways, is there a okay, so let's try some burgeon shenanigans. We'll try Furina, Baiju, Arlecchino. Do I need more Dendro? I don't know. The problem is I think we're I'm gonna throw in official here. The reason being aggravate, good. yay. But also, when you have burning, one of the main things you can do to make burning or burgeon work, if you have pyro going on, you need to overwrite the burning aura to be able to have like burgeon cores be generated. So someone like Fischl can overwrite the burning aura. That's the idea. So this probably will work, and Arlecchino can absolutely be on a, what's it called? Oh my god, don't kill me. Martial Sounders, right? There's a burgeon, yep. But of course, in this context, I am taking a lot of self-damage on Arlecchino. From the burning itself, notably. Because Arlecchino likes to hug enemies. Oops. But if it's not obvious, it works perfectly fine.
I
Until
do
you die.
hope my tea hasn't gone.
I do have my tea. So yeah, like right, there was some burgeons happening there. It's a bit of a reaction soup team, obviously. But Furina's giving damage bonus for herself. She's giving damage bonus for Arlecchino. She's giving damage bonus for Fischl. We're still doing Fischl aggravate things. Still getting a little bit of Dendro cores. You can use Martial Say Hunters on Arlecchino. But yeah, you need a little bit more ER. Like, I think this build has, only like 2 ER rolls, and those normally, most of the teams I've been playing Arlecchino in, she doesn't need to burst, except for like situationally to, I just need it to heal or to reset her skill. And, right, like you need to have some higher ER needs. You need to burst consistently, basically, to keep Arlecchino alive at a baseline, but also to try to build up more fanfare, potentially. So there's a number of like things that can be awkward about Arlecchino and Furina together, but it's not unusable by any means. In my experience. So Furina Yaoyao. So yeah, Furina Yaoyao. The issue with Furina Yaoyao is, oh boy, how many of my teams am I screwing up? All right, sorry, I'm gonna give me a second while I reset these teams. So I don't screw up all of my teams. The reason I have to do this is because I have too many teams set right now. Furina Yaoyao, the problem is Yaoyao needs to be on field to heal, right? My Yaoyao, I think, is only, because I have Baiju, so I haven't really invested that much in Yaoyao. I just use Baiju most of the time, and it's fine. Furina Yaoyao, though, like, Yaoyao can have the highest healing in the game. Like, and it's not even, like, a competition. She dominates the competition as far as, like, how much healing she can do on, a full healing build. And she heals the team, like a full team. Right? She's a team out healer. That's good. The problem is like, she needs to be on field for a few seconds doing that. And that means, in the case of, like, say that Arlecchino team, right? We're doing Yaoyao, Arlecchino, Fischl, Yaoyao instead of Baiju. Couldn't be good there, but Arlecchino, again, is not going to be healed, so it's kind of bad. But you need to like have something happening from off field, right? So like there is definitely plenty of context, but like Yaoyao's Dendro application, and while she's bursting, needs to be doing something else. So like the team context, you can't just like slot in Yaoyao with Furina and expect like the team's going to perform exactly the same as it would like Yaoyao or Furina Baiju, because it's either going to extend rotations by forcing you to spend a few seconds on Yaoyao to heal the team at the start of a rotation, or you need to configure the team around actually utilizing Yaoyao's extra Dendro application, particularly in AoE, right? Let's see if I can think of a context at the top of my head to do that. Let's go back to that other team. Yeah. So what I can think of, right, is something like, where Yaoyao? Where are you? Lady, there you are. Okay. Yaoyao. Let's do, let's do Hyperbloom. Why not? I think Hyperbloom is actually a good example, wherein like Yaoyao can work basically as well, if not potentially better in some ways than Baiju in this context, because Raiden's E going, right? Because I have Raiden on a hybrid build, she's getting meaningful dendro reaction damage and transformative reactions off field from her E, while I'm doing on field things with Yaoyao. And then Raiden's also relatively shorter field time, so Yaoyao needing a little bit of field time is not going to extend rotations that much, right? So the general way you'd want it to work, though, by the way, with Yaoyao, and this is the same with any team-wide healer, for Furina, that is doing like their healing in like a big instance in their burst. Like in the case of like Jean, you just press Q and it does one big instance of healing. That's the primary healing, and it does a little bit of on-field healing after that. Yaoyao's kind of the same way, except you need to spend on-field time like jumping around, moving around with her. So basically, what you would usually do is the first rotation, you just don't use, like I'm going to use Yaoyao's E, but I'm not going to use Yaoyao's burst, right? That's what I'm going to do.
The tea can wait.
I don't have Raiden burst up. Okay, well, that's fine. We're waiting to the second rotation anyways. Oh boy. Don't you kill my child. Need Raiden burst up. Give me Raiden burst or give me death. Alright. Oh my god. Alright. Press E. Do this. Do this. Oh, okay. Bennett here is kind of cheating. I just forgot. I forgot Bennett's a healer sometimes. My bad. But alright, you can do this. Do this. Do. And then, you know, I healed a bunch, and then I can burst at the Raiden, blam, go to town. Right. And this is something obviously specific to my Raiden build. But just to explain the general context of, you know, have your team at like lowish health. Right, you do a rotation where you don't use the healing, and then you want the next rotation to start right after Furina's burst to start with like your healing, right? Hyper Raiden requires Scarlet Sands, or can you make something do with Dragon's Bane? I mean, you can. It's just the thing with like any Hyper Raiden and any other weapon that's not Step of Scarlet Sands is it's so much harder to build. It's really harder to build. It's really hard, a lot harder to figure out the balance of where you actually draw the line between EM, attack percent, ER, crit, right? For Hybrid Raiden. Whereas Staff of Scarlet Sands is just like, no, just do EM main stat because the EM main stat turns into attack anyways. Not as much attack as you would have attack percent main stat, but enough that the balance actually is there and makes sense. From all the damage calcs I've done, the only other weapon that really competes with Staff of Scarlet Sands is Engulfing Lightning, because Engulfing Lightning gives so much ER that you can just focus on having so much EM instead that it's usable. But again, puts the onus a lot more on like Engulfing Lightning has no crit main stat, right? Like a big part of what makes Hyper Raiden relatively not actually that insane to build is because Staff of Scarlet Sands gives 44% crit rate. So, you know, is Furina good in the Hyperbloom team? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's just a context of like what healer are you using though. At a baseline though, right? What do you? Yeah, I don't know. Let's. I mean, at a simple baseline. There you go. That's a Hyperbloom team. And yeah, so and notably, by the way, either Nuvilet or Nahida can be on Prototype Amber in this context, right?
The tea can wait.
Now, this is not necessarily what I would prefer as a Hyperbloom team, but this is a Hyperbloom team. And again, Raiden should be on an actual Hyperbloom build. This team, not or this, yeah, in this team instead of the Hyper build, because I'm not actually bursting a Raiden. Yep. Why was Raiden glowing in the character stats? Was she glowing for some reason? Is there another glowing bug? Sorry, but Nuvilet is just unfun. I don't disagree. I tend not to use him. I'm just showing at a baseline that, you know, yeah, you can do Hyperbloom things. You don't have to have Nuvilet here. I could do this team, right? The reason I included Nuvilet though was because like Nuvilet kind of was Nuvilet's self-healing in conjunction with just Prototype Amber on Nahida there is more than enough healing to get Furina damage bonus, right? That's why. That's why there's so synergy between Nuvilet and but yeah, let's just do it without. To be clear, by the way, this is I do have C2 Furina here, so I'm like maxing out the damage bonus, but we're not even focusing on the crit damage here. I'm just showing like Hyperblooms still happen. You don't need Nuvilet to have the Hyperblooms happen. The difference is like you would do a different healer, right? You could do Charlotte or whatever. So, anywho's. And you can just focus the team down on the Hyperbloom damage versus my Raiden that's focused on her weird hybrid damage, so I can still burst on her. Like hybrid Raiden isn't so insane that like the damage increase you get from her being able to like have a reason to burst is way better than just having her full Hyperbloom. The difference is it like actually lets you use her kit and it's more fun, in my opinion. Like in some contexts, it's not that much better than a Hyperbloom build. In some contexts, it's quite a lot better than a Hyperbloom build, in my experience. So Furina on a Nilou team. I have not really done much Furina on a Nilou team, and the reason being is because we don't really have. Interestingly enough, that's actually a context in which I would see Sigewinne being more attracted to me. But the main reason is I think do I have a Nilou team configured? So double Dendro Nilou teams is the main context in which Furina fits in. And double Dendro Nilou teams are the ones that I think are the most common that people like, to be clear, that are pretty comfortable. So you would do Furina here instead of Kokomi. And then you basically almost always want Nahida for Nilou teams. There's the difference between a Nilou team having Nahida and not having Nahida is quite significant. So you should probably get Nahida for Nilou, to be clear. And then you need either Baiju or Yaoyao, right? And then you actually would build Furina for damage like Furina would be the one triggering a lot of the blooms, so Furina actually wants a lot of EM. Which means if you're building a bunch of EM on Furina, she's not necessarily going to be getting that much talent-based damage. And then it's a question of, okay, who is she benefiting for like the damage buff she's giving? She still technically is buffing herself a little bit. So like, the point is, that's a context where like I don't see the point. Versus for me, like I have Kokomi. Like this is just a better version because Kokomi has more ease of use for being built for EM. Like the damage bonus isn't doing anything. So why am I putting Furina here? Why am I making the team more fragile? What is the value of putting Furina in? But my favorite variation of Nilou teams is actually triple Hydro Nilou teams. And in that context, it's usually triple Hydro Nilou teams. Usually what I would do is something like this, with both Kokomi and Nahida on an EM build, like on heavy EM, so they both have like 800, 900 EM or whatever, right? What I like about Triple Hydro Nilou is that it diversifies the team damage a little bit away from just being Dendro damage. So if you encounter a Dendro Spectre, you can still kill it with your Hydro damage. And then you have, of course, Nahida here. And the dynamic here is you'd end up applying so much Hydro that sometimes you have to use Nahida as an on-field unit to trigger additional blooms. But you also have to like pay more attention to be able to like still dynamically switch to different characters when they have Hydro or when they have Dendro Aura on them. Instead, you want to switch to Kokomi to do normal attacks with Kokomi to generate cores with her. I really, really like this team's dynamic in this ability to like flexibly switch between have a little bit of Hydro damage to be able to deal with annoying things that the Dendro damage can't deal with. Also, it's a lot more fragile, and I actually like that because I think that makes it a lot more engaging to play. And there's a context where like, okay, hey, Yelan can really take advantage, like Yelan can deal meaningful damage. Let's put in Furina to take advantage of the damage bonus from Furina, and like Furina Yelan can do a lot of damage combo together. Except then we remove the additional healing, which makes it even more fragile just by losing the healing, and also makes it even more fragile on top of that by having Furina's Drain, And like, okay, who do you have for a healer? Well, I swapped to Baiju, but then like, Baiju is like not very good for Dendro application, especially in AoE, and he's a catalyst, I guess, so you can like face hug enemies, and that's something, I guess, for single target, but right, like it's an option, but I don't know, she just has like no ideal synergy in a configuration of Nilou team that I like, basically. But you know, it's not unusable just on the baseline of her being Hydra application, if you're fine with it being more fragile, right? But it's more she's just kind of there for being the no-nonsense Hydra application, rather than it is something that actually takes advantage of Furina's kit, is kind of all my end conclusion is. And that's unfortunate. But it's fine. And not every Hydra has to be good for an Nilou team. Oh yeah, and as far as Sigewinne goes, the reason Sigewinne could potentially be interesting is because, you know, instead of it being, you know, Yelan and Kokomi, where Kokomi's on an EM build, instead it could be Furina instead of Yelan, and then and then Sigewinne instead of Kokomi. And then Sigewinne has her own like damage percent increasing stuff going on, that I think there could theoretically be a balance for like making Sigewinne do a little bit of damage in conjunction with her other stuff. But like it's not that crazy still. It's kind of got the same problem. There's not like an insane synergy there, versus like just doing this. So have evidence contradicting the claims in your Furina C2 video. Tried to post a comment, but YouTube keeps deleting it. It's pretty long, so I put it in a Google Doc. Can you take a look? I'm not gonna look here. Feel free to go on my Discord. If it's, see, the problem is like, the point of the video, my dude, is that like C2 Furina is situationally useful, and it's situationally useful in the ways that I think the average player for the game will not actually take advantage of, because the average player of this game is someone who just like likes to be comfortable while playing. They like Zhongli. I hate Zhongli. I hate him because he makes the game boring. But a lot of people like him because he makes the game simple. Like, it depends on you. That was my point in the video. Depends on you, the teams you like playing. So, like, I feel like whatever evidence you have most likely is just going to be, here's a situation where C2 Furina makes a big difference. Like, yeah, there's situations where C2 Furina makes a big difference. Duh. My point is, it's very contextual. And contextual to agree that I think the average player will not actually gain most value from it. I think the average player is going to pull Furina and they'll be like, oh, C2 Furina is so good. Everyone says, like, it does omega damage. Like, oh my god, the HP. Like, Furina, the HP scaler. And then they, like, slot Furina in a new roulette team. Like, cool. So, like, in mobile, Zhongli is almost necessary. Yeah, I'm not trying to like disparage people for like using Zhongli. Different preferences for different players. So, anyways, yeah. Anyways, like C2 Furina can be valuable. My point is it's contextual. The whole point of the video is just me stressing how like I like C2 Furina, but it's situationally useful, and it's really most useful in my feeling. My feeling with C2 Furina is it's most useful. What I showed in that video is like I have found it most useful in context when I'm abusing other things that are like, to most players, whale things, right? I have found C2 Furina most useful when I'm doing things like using C2 Nahida with it, like when I'm doing Hybrid Raiden things with it, which Hybrid Raiden I think is accessible if you just plan for, right? You just save the wishes. Like if you really like Raiden, I think Hybrid Raiden is one of those things that's worth, like this is not a C2 Raiden, right? I think Hybrid Raiden is worth, that is achievable without it. But you know, if I'm doing my Hybrid Raiden, which is a pretty high investment thing with a specific 5-star weapon and really high like specific artifacts that are harder to get, but I'd also say like the artifacts you need for Hybrid Raiden are not that dissimilar from what like a traditional Raiden build wants anyways. But anyways, just like slightly harder. But yeah, doing like C2 Furina, C2 Nahida, Hybrid Raiden together is a conjunction of things where like, yeah, C2 Furina relying on Prototype Amber Like, and putting instructors Bennett, like I don't have to put Bennett on maidens with Furina to get like damage percent. Like that's a context where C2 Furina is making a pretty big difference. But like, that's a lot of things in conjunction with each other that make that difference. That's my ultimate feeling. C2 Furina's on its own, a lot of times just doesn't really do that much. So, it will make you clear abysses for a lot of players. It will make people clear abyss chambers maybe a few seconds faster. And if that's the difference maker between you clearing an abyss or not, then I mean maybe it's worth it for you. But it's contextual. This is such a context-heavy game, and my point is like, deciding to get this means deciding not to get 2 other 5 stars potentially, or 1 other 5 star if you're already at C1, right? I honestly think that like if you're wanting to do high investment things, I think the healthy stopping point is C1, right? I think her C1 very much can be worth it. Like it's just universally good, and like in any team Furina is good in, C1 Furina is better, pretty much. Not everyone, because again, like you have like the Nilou context where if you're just using Furina for Hydro application, not for damage bonus, then I guess that's a context where C1 Furina doesn't do anything. But most of the context Furina is useful in, C1 is useful in. Not all of the context Furina is useful in is C2 useful in. Other than increasing Furina's own personal damage, and increasing Furina's own personal damage is not that relevant a lot of the time. So, you know, that's it. And like, deciding to get C2 Furina would be deciding not to get Emily. Might be deciding, we had leaks this week that there's going to be 2 5 stars in version 5.0. Like, it seems like Mihoyo with this patch, right? This is the first time we've had the summer patch, as far as I'm aware, that released 2 5 stars. Normally, like, summer patches have been like 1 5 star per patch, and then there's a patch without a 5 star, and that only has a 4 star. Like, that's what happened the last 2 years that I've been playing this game. This is the most 5 stars I've seen them release in a year. It seems like they're trending towards releasing more 5 stars now. I don't love that, especially if they're not increasing the amount of rewards that we can get meaningfully. Maybe they will in 5.0. Who knows? Maybe they'll significantly increase the exploration rewards or something. I don't know. But like, deciding over constellations is a decision for a lot of players to not get another character. And that's all I was really trying to stress that video. That's the ultimate point. So, anyways, like, is a situational constellation. Wasn't saying it wasn't worth it for any specific person. I was saying it probably isn't worth it. Because I'm trying to make a generalized statement to like the majority of player base. Because I think there's a lot of people that have C2 Furina that get very little out of it for how they play the game. That's all. Would rather have Furina, Nuvi, and Nahida rather than Furina C2. Exactly. That is a lot stronger combination of 3. As far as like 3 5 stars go, not Nuvi C0, Furina C0, and Nahida C0 is a lot stronger combination than Furina C2. Anyways. They're releasing more 5 stars, but they're not releasing that many really great 5 stars. I mean, yeah, that's why it's like fine right now, is because, you know, if they're going to release a 5 star that's basically a 4 star kit-wise, then it's not that big a deal if they're a 5 star, because like having 5 stars that are really easy to skip is fine. But like that's if they're gonna constantly release more 5 stars than they have in the past, then that makes things rough, potentially, because like it's not always going to be the case where every time they do 2 5 stars in a patch and one of them is a potato, as far as kit goes, and it's easier to skip because of that. I don't know. Sigewinne feels like a standard character. I agree. So anyways, what did I miss for questions? I'm not trying to be a butthole about Furina C2. I just like, it's ultimately like, I could have like literally summarized the video as Genshin is a contextual game. Furina C2 is a contextual constellation. A lot of players are not gonna like use Furina to the like, and like even understand Genshin's mechanics to a degree that they can actually gain value from it. That's all. I'm not, by the way, like with Sigewinne, since we're talking about Sigewinne very briefly, I think Sigewinne is interesting because of her skill damage buff. The problem is I don't really know what the sack bow interaction is on her. And also, Her C1 should have been her base kit. Like, this is the difference between her skill buff actually being potentially relevant at a baseline without Sackbow shenanigans. If this buff of 10 stacks of her skill buff, this only buffs off-field skill damage, by the way, which makes it slightly better than I thought in like my previous live streams where I've discussed her kit before. Slightly better, not much. Slightly better because you don't have to worry about like your on-fielder, like your Xing Cho, using his skill and using up 2 of the 10 stacks just because you use his skill, or activating Fischl and immediately as soon as you do Fischl, it causes like 5 instances of damage and using all stacks, and therefore like then your Furina doesn't get any of the buff, right kind of thing. So it actually ensures that like the damage buff is a little bit more distributed and balanced out, potentially in a way that you can actually control which character gets the buff, which is good actually. I think that makes her buff slightly better than I originally have given it credit for, but it's still only 10 stacks and it's shared between the whole team. So if you're doing Fischl and Furina together, like this buff runs out immediately, like really fast. But if you can do something like Sackbow on her, and rather than this piece of garbage, you can do Sackbow on her, then if Sackbow is easy to use in that, like, with the 10 stacks thing, Sackbow just gives you 20 stacks instead of 10 stacks. Like what happens is when you use Sackbow and use a second skill, I don't know if it takes if it just resets the stacks to 10 or if it adds an additional 10 stacks. Based on how it's wording, it says gains 10 stacks, and based on the fact that C1 doesn't have any wording on limit of stacks, it just says you gain stacks when bubbles bouncing. Theoretically, at C0, Sacrificial Blow can enable having 20 stacks of this skill damage buff. And with C1, theoretically, you can go up to 36 stacks of the skill damage buff. And that makes her honestly really tempting to do like my what does X amount of dollars get you on banner video. Because if I ended up with a C1 Sigewinne and I could have 36 stacks of that skill damage buff, the math I did, by the way, at 30, do I still have my note down? Yeah, so if Sackbow works like I wanted it to, where I don't know of this stack. I want to emphasize that. I don't know of this stack. I would love to know, but I don't have Sigewinne. I can't test this myself. I have not seen anyone test this. I did a little bit of searching. I went on like Sigewinne mains to see if anyone tested it. Nobody seems to have tested it yet. I'm sure someone in China has because, but I don't speak Chinese, and I don't frequent Chinese Genshin forums. Anyways, with if it works like I kind of hope with 26 stacks, or sorry, not with 20 stacks, it's like. At C0, it's like an 8k DPS increase for like a fish. I calcs based on Fischl. It'd be like an 8,000 damage per second increase for Fischl, which is not like over a 20-second rotation, which is not insignificant. It's pretty good for your healer to buff that much. But then with C1, if C1 goes to 36 stacks, it's towards like a 17,000 damage increase, like DPS increase. That's pretty big, assuming you use all the stacks of the 36 stacks. And it might not actually work the way I think it works, right? So, anyways, I wish C1 was, for her being a 5-star, C1, and her like being a Hydro unit that basically applies not much Hydro, C1 should have been her base kit, honestly. It's the difference maker being like, if C1 was in her base kit, or if her skill damage buff buffed, like this skill buff counted based on individual characters like Shenhe's buff did, instead of counting for all instances of off-field skill damage, I would have gotten Sigewinne, like, for sure, because it's interesting enough of a buff to be useful. But like, as it is, it feels like I think it would only be useful for me with C1 potentially, for sure. Like, a character feeling like they're only useful to me with C1 does not make them worth pulling. Right? So, yeah. Ask if you can log into an account with Sigewinne. I mean, okay, if anyone watching right now has a C0 or C1 Sigewinne, I'd prefer a C0 because C1 would be harder to test. I don't need to test C1. C1, as described, is not hard to figure out. But if you have a C0 Sigewinne and a Sackbow, if you want to message me on Discord, I am down to log in to your account, and I potentially would record a video on this. and I want to test this stuff. I want to test if Sackbow works like I hope it does, if it stacks to 20, or if it just resets. If it resets, like if it's just like, you know, you use her skill twice and then it resets, then functionally it does almost nothing as far as like increasing her buffing utility goes, and that makes her skill buff at C0 very At C1 it makes it kind of relevant still with Sackbow, because particularly, well, again, I don't know if you can have 2 bubbles at a time. That's another thing I can test with C0. But anyways, anyone has C0 Sigewinne, feel free to send me a message on Discord. I would love to be able to test out some things. So yeah, someone in Discord said the first bubble disappears instantly, so I'm guessing it resets. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, yep. See, Mihoyo hates fun. This is why this is why I wasn't gonna assume this. Oh man, why does Mihoyo hate fun? Okay, so if the first bubble resets, that immediately takes the potential for Sackbow down like by 8 stacks of her buff. Like that removes a total of 8 stacks with C1 that C1 could give. So that makes C1 reflexively a lot worse. So yeah, so that like 17k DPS increase is no longer possible. It'd be more like probably 13k is my guess if I could do napkin math. If the bubble resets, and then you might be saying, oh, why not just use her skill again after the bubble is done bouncing? The problem is after Sigewinne's bubble is done bouncing, that takes like 10 seconds. You use her skill again from the reset, cool. But then that takes an 18-second cooldown. So that means like, and like you really got to be able to use Sack twice in a row, and like it would have to have like 2 bubbles active to be able to really maximize the use. So that's rough. That makes C1 a lot worse, in my opinion, than it could have been with Sackbow, which is sad. Mihoyo hates fun. So yeah. Oh well. I think, anyways, can you ask a question about C1 Nahida? Sure. As far as like Furina's build goes, I think someone asked that earlier. Yeah, Golden Troop, prioritize ER. And like what are her ER needs? Hugely varies. In my opinion, prioritize a heavy ER build. That way you never have to change your build. Like that's my opinion. Like, and the easiest way to achieve that is with Fav. I think Fav is her signature weapon because of that. And like a Fav, a universal Fav build would look more like this, right? Which this is not the greatest timepiece in the world, but this is what a universal Fab build would more look like. And obviously my crit ratio is a little bit scuffed, but like this should be enough ER to get Furina's burst back consistently on a Fab build. Even a lower fine Fab should very consistently trigger Fab right when she casts her skill. So like you do E into Q, and then she catches the Fab particles on field, and that, yeah, like this should be more than enough basically, for basically every team. I do an ER team timepiece to purposely lower her damage, and also to make it so she always has it back or can get it back very quickly, even in overworld kind of thing. That's why I like this, but what you want to do may vary, right? I think a lot of people will preference putting an HP timepiece on her when you're running Fav. So anyways, yeah, that's basically kind of it as far as her build goes. You can do things like she is a I think for Al Haytham, was it Al Haytham? Or I don't know. I was doing shenanigans in my Al Haytham stream a few days ago where I put Deepwood on her because like she was the most sensible unit to put Deepwood on in the team. So Deepwood it was, right? Like that's kind of all there is to it. And yeah, tenacity is also a not terrible option in some contexts. Like tenacity could theoretically be better. In some contexts, like honestly with Arlecchino, Furina, there might be contexts where tenacity is better, because Arlecchino is doing the vast majority of the team damage, lowering Furina's team damage significantly for a increase in Arlecchino's damage might actually be a net improvement to the team, but it's relatively rare, and this is very universal, right? So universal build is like in the 200-ish ER range on Fav with 1 to 2 crit ratio, so this is a little bit of a scuffed crit ratio, and then ER around the 200 range, and then there you go. That's it. For C1 Nahida, if you run single Electro in Hyperbloom, you still get max buff from her thing that buffs her talents with certain party members. So the Electro buff and the Pyro buff is specifically just like So the Electro thing is it decreases the interval in which her skill takes to proc. And then the power buff is just increasing of her damage, right? So yes, would this mean her ER requirements decrease since she has a longer duration for her ult now? Yes, it does definitely mean she has lower ER requirements, though the main thing you need to remember is that some teams won't be flexible for you because with the C1 you have in mini team contests a burst that will last like 23 seconds, right? Anywhere from 20 to 23 seconds depending on if you have 0 hydros or 2 hydros, or sorry, 1 hydro, because with C1 you only need 1 hydro. And that means that, right, matching with like her energy cost and cooldown, in a typical team rotation, you're still going to burst once every rotation, like once every 20 seconds. But in a team that has more freeform rotation, yes, it does reduce your ER needs, right? But not in a crazy way, basically. So, I don't know. Nahid is a character, like, you try to do EM main stat timepiece, and then I think EM main stat Goblet is better, but if you don't have one, do a Dendro percent E2. It's not the end of the world. It's fine. It's the same like damage wise for her personal damage, but EM is the same personal damage for Nahida, but has more potential for buffing the team. That's why I prefer EM. And then you can do either crit or EM. I prefer EM for Circlet, and you know, whatever smattering of substats that you can get, but just don't really stress about it that much. And then, you know, ER wise, you can put Fabj on her, or you can do Pamber. Pamber is kind of my mainstay now, even in teams where I don't care, like don't need the healing for like Furina abuse or anything. I still like Prototype Amber now because just Furina at a baseline with Prototype Amber can be enough healing to keep your team alive, right? Like I think I did that did I do that in the LAM stream too? I think I might have, I don't know. In a recent stream, I'm pretty sure I played Furina and a non-Furina team with Prototype Amber, and just the healing from Prototype Amber was enough to keep the team alive, right? So, it's the main way you can make Nahida better. Turn her into a healer. You're on Tignari with Furina for Hyperbloom. Yeah, the problem is figuring out what, right? If you want to do Quick Bloom Tignari, right? Okay, you're doing Tignari Furina. Who's your Electro? Because you want to do spread, right? Okay, well then you're probably doing Kuki, right? Because she's the only Electro. Well, okay, I guess you have Dory. Dory has a really good. Dory with C6, by the way, is very good as an on-field, like Quick Bloom unit. So she wouldn't really be that compatible. She wouldn't be incompatible, I guess, but like not very compatible with Tignari. So basically, okay, what do you do for Tignari Furina, or Tignari Furina Quick Bloom? Well, Kuki is a given because like she's the one that can trigger the Quick Blooms, and she's gonna heal a little bit at least. And then what do you do for the last slot? Well, you either do another healer, right? Or you do like, you know, you can do official maybe. Or you can do another healer. You could do more Hydra application potentially, I guess. Like you could do Kokomi, or you could do Sigewinne actually. Maybe like Sigewinne actually probably would be a pretty decent option. She would buff Furina here, do team wide healing, and then you could actually do Raiden instead, right? Like you can do it. Is my point. It's just because we don't have a team wide Electro healer. Like if Kuki was a team wide healer, it'd be really good. It's just a little bit like weird to figure out what you're doing for a healer. And then like once you figure out the healer option, it's like, okay, Tignari doesn't actually have to spend that much field time, right? So like something I could do, I think I actually did this team a little bit. I like this team with C2 of Furina because Kuki can be enough with C2 of Furina. But without C2 of Furina, it's just not, like you're not getting much damage bonus, right? So, you know, you get the point. Nahid is a potentially compelling option, but again, it's like who do you actually spend on field time with? I guess you spend on field time doing some charge attacks with Nahida in between doing Tignari things, right? So it's kind of just weird, is all it is. Yeah, you could do Baiju. You could do Baiju Raiden instead. You could do Hybrid Raiden. You can do Hybrid Raiden. Everything goes back to Hybrid Raiden, right? You know, Baiju. Oh, that's not the right character. What are we looking for? Baiju. Wrong green male. There we go. Let's go do this. Why not? I don't know if I played this team. Have I played this team? I feel like I might have.
The tea can wait.
Of course, we don't have any energy. It's fine. I didn't have Baiju burst going, by the way, there. So a little bit more damage with Raiden. Yeah, this is a Hyper Raiden team that is not. So this is a Hyper Raiden team where like Hyper Raiden might be just worse than. I definitely should have bursted there. Whoops. Might be just a bit worse than. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but notably, like the big burst damage might be low, but I'm still getting, you know, like what is it, 25k aggravates. So like it's still very competent. Like I'd say that's probably relative. I don't feel like changing my Raiden build to show it, but that's a context where a Hybrid Raiden is probably not that dissimilar from just having Raiden on a Hyperbloom build, because the team itself is not as spec'd around making Raiden do more damage. But in exchange for that, that's because you're doing damage with Tignari, right? Like it's just doing damage in different ways. Still, like I still like Hybrid Raiden because of the fact that it's universal, right? It's not worse than Hyperbloom when you're able to use Raiden's burst at least. So, anywho's, yeah, right, it works. So, oh, and I guess Yaoyao is an interesting option here as well, right? You could do Yaoyao with Raiden, since you can on-field, since Tignari has lower field time requirements, you could just spend a little bit of field times with Yaoyao, just have Raiden on a Hyperbloom build, right? And then the dynamic is just switching between Tignari and Yaoyao. That could work, right? I think it's worth pulling C1 to C2 Furina over Yalan C2 and Hu Tao plunge teams. That's a really specific question. I don't have Hu Tao on my main account, so you know this is me speaking from a thinking perspective and my experience of also using Hu Tao on like how she feels to play on polearms only. I think a lot of people have been playing like Yalan, Furina, and like Jean with Hu Tao. They like that. I think that's a like I think I would be likely to play Furina with Hu Tao if I had Hu Tao on my main account, just because of the fact that it's a more glass cannon-y way to play Hu Tao. I like that more than the use Zhongli or other shielders and just kind of optimize down your jump cancels or whatever playstyle of Hu Tao. Right? Not that like Jean Furina is that fragile of a combo or anything. Certainly not the most glass cannon Hu Tao. So as far as is it worth it over Yalan C2? I don't. If you're doing Yalan and Furina together in a Furina team, I don't think you need the extra Hydra application from Yalan C2, right? Just in case anyone was not aware, this is my biggest regret. Do that for a reason. That's how I turn off her C6. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that actually makes her worse than like. I need to like do the damage calcs again, but I'm pretty sure having attack timepiece, even with as good as crit stats as they have, I think attack timepiece and defense circlet makes her perform worse than like a C0 Yalan potentially, but it's fine. It's not bad. That's not the right weapon for her. Anyways, I barely use Yalan anymore. She's not useless. I still use her occasionally. I have no idea why she's on this weapon though. Yeah, whatever. She can just stay on that. That's fine. C2 Yalan is mostly relevant for Hydra application, right? Like it makes her do additional damage to be clear. But the main relevant thing it does is give her additional Hydra application. Notably in that it brings Yalan's Hydra application up to the par of what Xingqiu's Hydra application is essentially. So, you know, if I'm assuming you already have Yalan and Furina together, as far as I'm aware, Yalan C0 or Yalan C1, same difference, plus Furina is not lacking in Hydra application. Like, right, like the Hydra application is only relevant if like there's times where like you feel like you weren't vaping on enemies, right? Like you're charge attacking and then Hu Tao's pyro is overriding the hydro, right? Like Hu Tao is applying a pyro faster than hydro is being applied for her to vape. And then that's bad because then, you know, your next hydro attack's going to vape instead. Hu Tao is not going to vape for like several charge attacks. So I don't think Yalan C2 makes sense for Hu Tao in the context of Yalan, Furina, Hu Tao together. But if you're talking Yalan with Hu Tao without Furina and Yalan together, like if you're doing Hu Tao, Yalan, and no second hydro, right? If you're using Yalan as solo hydro for Hu Tao, I think Yalan at C0 does not have enough hydro for solo hydro Hu Tao vaping, if I recall correctly. So maybe, right? Maybe it is worthwhile then in that context, if that's the main team context you want to play it in. But most likely Furina C1, assuming you are doing, you know, Furina with Hu Tao and potentially Furina and Yalan together, then Furina definitely has more valuable constellations for Hu Tao than Yalan, is what I would say. Why does Furina only have 22k HP? Because she is on a Hydro Goblet, I believe, right now. Yeah. So she's on an ER timepiece. She could be on an HP timepiece. She should be on an HP timepiece as far as damage optimization goes, but I purposely keep her damage lower because I don't need her damage to be higher because I have C2, and I don't want her damage to be higher for my videos. Yalan's is not quite enough there, yeah. Is C4 Furina worth if you already have C3? I mean, no, in my opinion. The main value of C4 Furina is probably the fact that C4 Furina is the difference maker between like Kiev Kasha's suit or her signature weapon, like non-ER weapons basically. Like I showed earlier in the stream using Kiev Kasha's suit with solo Hydro Furina and 210% energy recharge was not quite enough to get her burst back in the team that I showed. It might be enough in some teams, it depends, right? But it's right on the edge of being really, really awkward. And then I have a lot of ER substats, right? With an ER timepiece. And it's still not very usable to do a solo Hydro Furina. It's not very comfortable doing a solo Hydro Furina in a lot of contexts with a non-ER weapon. Or C4 would enable that. So it can indirectly give you a pretty significant damage increase by that. By enabling a non-ER weapon to be much more usable in solo Hydro teams is what I would say the value of C4 is. So, you know. Please convince me not to roll for C6. Furina, I have C2. I mean, as far as like on-field, if your desire is to on-field Furina, like all this wall of text does, like on the on-field damage Furina can get from this is not insignificant. Like she can get some pretty big numbers out of it, but it's really limited. It's like, was it 3? I'm not gonna go through the full thing. I don't care. From what I recall, it's like 3 instances, or it's only a few instances, and it lasts like 3 or 4 seconds, right? You get to do like 3 or 4 normal attacks on Furina, and then you're done. Like that's not really a way to on-field Furina. So like to be clear, it's a very strong constellation. It completely breaks Furina's entire balance. And the reason being is because of the other part of her thing is that she can actually be a team-wide healer with her C6. Like she's bonkers with C6 because it breaks her entire balance. Like the entire balance of this character is the fact that she's reliant on healers, and you need to think about like how you can get the damage bonus in conjunction with different combinations of healers. It just entirely removes that. Like it's all reward and no downside. Like you can have your cake and eat it too, as Furina C6, right? Like I don't know. If money was no object to me, and if I had all the same opinions, but I wasn't a content creator, I would consider going for C6 potentially over time, not like wailing on it, I don't think. I don't think it's worth the money, because I don't think like whaling is basically ever worth the money. Even if you got lucky and it only takes you $400 to get C6 or something, which would be really lucky. That's still a lot of money for a virtual character in a video game. Like, not worth it in my opinion, even for super lucky amounts of wishes, right? But if you're talking like over time, like trying to get a couple copies of Furina every banner she's running on, that's much more doable. Like, it's actually potentially doable if you very specifically plan for it. But trying to like if you're someone who's like, I want to try to like just save all my Primo gems for like over a year potentially to get Furina C6. It might be doable to get her C6 doing that, but you're sacrificing getting other characters for a year. A year. Like, are you someone who plays this game in a way that you could have fun continuing playing for a year? Pulling no new characters? I couldn't. So, like, it's a whale thing, basically. Let's be real, right? And I don't think it's worth it to whale for. So, I don't know. Like, if you want to on-fielder... If you want to on-fielder, I made a video. I don't remember exactly what the team I used was, but basically... This is a team that's C2... I did this team when I had C0 Furina, to be clear, when I made this video. I think I made the video. It was like, you'd have to go back in my playlist, but like it was literally titled, I think, something along the lines of, maybe I can just go find it. Try to link it in the live chat here. It was titled something along the lines of like, can you on-field Furina? And I was showing this interaction that I'll show you quick here. I'm not gonna go in depth on it because it's kind of weirdly complicated. I mentioned it before. Furina. Yes, it's literally titled, can Furina be your on-field D6? D6? C6. And I literally put in the thumbnail, you don't need C6. Right? So, why Bennett? You'll see. So there's the link. Now, because I have C2 Furina, I don't think I've actually messed with this team trying to abuse C2 Furina, funnily enough. So, the general idea with this team, though, is trying to... this is a team wherein you want to use Key of Conscious Suits, so... Let's do this. The C2 Furina definitely makes a difference, this team. I even want to acknowledge that. Let's do that, and then... I don't even know what I do for the last slot. I don't remember what I did for the last slot, right? Basically, the idea is using Bennett and C6 in fusion. This attack, that does damage when you do this, right? So, you have to on-field Furina to do her swapping tech. That deals damage and an AoE centered around her. That means it's pretty good at popping dendro cores. So, Furina's doing Hydro application, while you know, she's doing Hydro things, just constantly with her skill. She's doing damage buffing for herself. And you can have an infusion giving her pyro damage, which means she can do that, and she can pop burgeon cores. So when you have a decent amount of EM on her, which I'm going to get basically a decent amount of EM just by using Key of Conscious Suit. Although Key of Conscious Suit, I don't think it's actually going to give that much. Like, her C2 might make it seem like Key of Conscious Suit's going to give her a whack ton of EM. But anytime there is percentage-based things on percentage-based things in this game, it does not actually work. So the EM I'm going to get from Key of Conscious Suit is only actually based on 36,000 HP. Which means that actually to maximize Key of Conscious Suit, I should use an HP Goblet instead. So here, I'll switch to this. This would be the proper way to do this. So 44k HP times whatever Key of Conscious Suit is giving is how much EM she's going to have. I could try to switch other pieces around, whatever. I'm not going to bother. Do I just do... I think I... Did I... You know what? Let's just try Kazuha. Let's go full 5-star, because Bennett's a 5-star. Sucrose might actually be better, more easy to use in some ways in this team. But. So, and if you want to see Furina at C0 doing this, go watch that video. I am it does work with C0 because, you know, you still have Bennett and Nahida doing things. Alright, let's see. Swirling Hydro is really awkward in this team, so I can't say I actually recommend doing that. Also, I should probably have instructors on Bennett, but, you know, whatever. Oh, frick. Okay, freaking Rocky. So if you do things properly and don't get whacked, you see I just got like a 40k hit here, you basically can do charge attack swaps. I did this so terribly. Bro, I hate this enemy. Okay, this is a terrible enemy to showcase on. For this team, it's actually like impossible to do anything consistently on him. Like, I'm not saying this team is perfect, but there's a very high amount of skill expression with this team in trying to optimize your Furina use, especially. Can I just? We're gonna just go to here. I think it'll be fine. Furina C2 or Yalan C4? Definitely C2 Furina over Yalan C4. So yeah, and the general idea is, right, you have some amount of EM for Furina to like proc some burgeon damage, in conjunction with her being able to pretty consistently get vapes on her skills. And you can purposely try to make sure you get her crab to hit at specific times by doing this, right? By doing a force respawn, and if you do it well, which I'm doing so terribly, I haven't done this in a while. Yeah, if you do it fast, it takes about like 2 seconds or whatever to do 2 charge attacks, right? But if you screw up the timing slightly, it takes quite a bit longer. So skill expression. But yeah, honestly, I think Kaza was not the not the right character here. You know what? Unironically, it might be a fun option. Diona with C6 for her EM buff. But you know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna just plop in another Hydra here for brain offness. Actually, no, another Hydra might actually eat some of the too much of the pyro. Frick. This team is weird, man. I don't remember what did I use Cosmo originally? Maybe I did. I don't know, man. Whatever. Whatever. Stick with Cosmo, I guess. Bennett's burst is almost back. You don't really need your burst that badly in this team. It's fine. Zhongli, I mean, I don't know Zhongli, but yeah, Zhongli would probably be a pretty good option, particularly for ease of like optimizing like the skill swapping things. Do that first, just to avoid the energy drain. Oh my god, can I? There we go. Is that just 100k there, I think? Okay, I'm still not like showcasing the thing at all, but I think I showcased it in that video better. But here, let me blam. See how they pop, right? Oh god. Also, Bennett triggers a lot of the burgeon in this team if it's not obvious. That was kind of dumb. I didn't do that at the right time, right? But you see, I can purposely like have the crab hit those hits. You know, good job. This is an awkward. This is still not. Honestly, I should have just gone to like Masanori or something. Oh god, the freezing. Stop. Okay. But yeah, realistically, this might be one of the more attractive use cases I have had for Zhongli. Don't have them though, so oh well. Right, and swap. I don't have, yeah. So problem here is like I have to constantly switch back to Nahida, right, to be able to get Dendro on them. So you're not even seeing the Dendro in any sustained context, but I don't know. I think you saw the point, right? The interesting nuance and be able to like swap to doing things, and I don't think Furina even necessarily needs this much ER in like ideal context because there she has like 360 EM, by the way. which also can make like 360 EM means that her charge attack, which is attack scaling, right? This is a level 1 charge attack. It's only 74% multiplier. I imagine it goes up to like probably 150 or whatever. Like that, when you're factoring in 360 EM, can still actually vape for, I don't know, 10, 15k maybe. Who knows? I wasn't paying that much attention to it, but if you vape on her charge attack with a Pyro Infusion, it can do not 0 damage, is my point, even when you're not building attack on her. So, and that's like a reason to on-field her and think about like when you're trying to time like doing her switches. I wasn't playing it very well. I honestly think I described it better in that video that I linked before. Go look at the video. I think I played it better there too and actually showed it. So it's the most interesting way I've seen at on-fielding her, because you have to on-field her to be able to do the switching tech. And I'm sure there's other ideas that people could have for utilizing the switching tech. I haven't seen much of it because everyone's just like, oh, I'm going to need Furina to on-field her for 3 seconds. Versus this that actually gives you reasons to constantly have her on-field ideally. I don't think Kazuo is necessarily ideal here, especially because like Kazuo, if you're gonna burst consistently, requires using his freaking burst or using him on field a lot longer. He's good for grouping, of course, but yeah, I don't know. Realistically, this is probably Zhongli is a good option. So yeah, you can do the 4 Archon team: the Hydra Archon, Pyro Archon, Dendro Archon, and then Zhongli here, and then you work on optimizing your timing for Furina things. And yeah, you get burgeons, you get big vapes on Furina. It's one of the more satisfying ways to see big damage from Furina. Yeah. So, and you don't need Key of Conscience Suit for this, by the way. There's definitely other weapon options. EM weapons honestly become a bit more compelling with it. Right. And because she's on field, her ER needs should be a little bit lower. I think, did I mention that already? I might have. I don't know. So, Sigewinne's buff work on Nahida? Yes. Yep. Nahida is an off-field skill damage dealer, so yeah, it does. It's definitely part of the reason why like I sincerely wish her buff was just like counted by individual units, just like Shenhe buff works, rather than the whole team. But it's not. It counts the whole team, so it just runs out really fast, right? Like I really like the idea of doing something like Sigewinne, some mix of, you know, Sigewinne, Nahida, Yaoyao, Furina, right, some mix of these characters, right? These 4 I'd say are probably the core main skill-based damage dealers in the game right now. Is there anyone I'm missing? Is there any other skill-based damage dealer? Like Navi, I know does skill-based damage, but like Navi has a high multiplier skill-based damage. Doing a flat buff on her is like irrelevant. Like no, not that you can't do like Furina, Navia, Sigewinne like that. There's reason to do that just for Sigewinne being a simple team-wide healer for like doing Furina with Navia, but it's not for the skill damage buff. The skill damage buff in that context is also no. Navia is an on-fielder, duh. So no, I'm dumb. Navia does not get any buff from Sigewinne at all because she's doing on-field skill damage. It has to be off-field skill damage dealers. I almost forgot again, even though I literally mentioned that earlier. So yeah, I think these are the core 4 realistically. So doing some mix of these, right? But with Sigewinne, of course, in place of Nahida, Official, or Yaoyao, I think is a pretty compelling idea, right? And that, funnily enough, that could be a way to, I don't know, what would I even do? I think my preferred one would have probably been Electro Charge, right? Doing double Hydro, double Electro. That seems kind of fun. I don't think it'd be good. I think the best variation of this is realistically probably with Furina, Sigewinne, Official, Yaoyao. But again, this would be in the context of if Sigewinne's buff, you know, was by individual characters. So therefore, you know, Nahida got 10 instances of the buff. Official got 10 instances of the buff. Furina got 10 instances of the buff, all individually. Instead, if you slot, you know, Sigewinne instead of Yaoyao in this team, you know, you on-field your Sigewinne, and then Nahida, like, would proc, Official would proc 8 times in a second, and then, you know, Furina sometimes has her skill hit, like, 4 times in very short durations. And well, 3 times in very short durations, and like, wow, look at your buff gone. So like it literally will run out in 5 seconds in this context if it was Sigewinne instead of Yaoyao here. That's so lame. That's so lame. Like, it literally could have been a cool buff, and it's possible that Sakpo could have enabled it to be better, or her C1 could have enabled it to be much better. But instead, I don't think it really helps that much because it seems like the bubble resets with Sackbow, and I'm not going to assume that it stacks to 20 even. And even if it does stack to 20, it doesn't really help that much. Oh well. So, anyways. Golden Troop Xiao with Sigewinne. I mean, again, Xiao would be an on-field skill damage dealer. Chiori. Yeah, true. I forgot about Chiori Albedo. Yeah, that's true. Common L on my part, ignoring Geo characters. Sorry. So yeah, I don't know. Sigewinne, man. I still would be happy with her. I think she's got an interesting kit for a 4-star character. That's my feeling. With Sackbow, you can make 4 balls for Nuvi. Yeah, so what does that do for you unless she's a C2 Sigewinne? Like, Nuvi has active anti-synergy with being played with the same element units. The only reason Nuvilet and Furina work so well together is because Furina wants, you know, HP fluctuation, and Nuvilet does HP fluctuation. And then, on top of that, Furina gives enough damage bonus to make up for the loss of, like, the loss from him not having 3 elements in the team, right? He goes from having 160% multiplier with 4 elements in the team, right? With 3 different hydro reactions, to 125%. The gain you get from Furina is more than the loss is. Not crazily more, but slightly more. Like, Furina is honestly not that much of an improvement for Nuvilet teams compared to how much of an improvement Furina can be to other teams. It's a very boring use case for Furina, but it's still a pretty strong combo, obviously, right? Especially if you're, you know, there's an Abyss cycle that weirdly, conveniently seems structured around wanting a lot of Hydro application. Gee, weird coincidence there, running Hydro characters on banner with the Pyro shield check. So, like, point is, like, Furina Nuvilet is, like, the one combo where, like, double Hydro Nuvilet makes sense. Sigewinne Nuvilet, what are you doing? Sigewinne Furina Nuvilet? like you want to do mono Hydro Nuvilet? Like, I guess you want to make Nuvilet as boring as possible. I don't know, man. Like, and like get one more charge attack out. I'm not saying it's valueless. Like, there might be reason to do that, I guess. Do Sackbow, Sigewinne, Furina, Nuvilet together, and then Kazuha, where you just press E on Kazuha, and then switch back to Nuvilet. Like, it would probably feel pretty simple to play. Yeah, no reactions, only fire hose. But it's like, it literally deletes, like, the most interesting thing about Nuvilet's kit, which is thinking about the different Hydro reactions and how you try to maximize that. Like, I vastly prefer playing Nuvilet in Rainbow teams when I do play him. It's the one thing that makes him kind of interesting to think about playing, is this passive. It's why I kind of hate his C1. Not because of the interruption resistance, it's because the reducing that necessity, I think, makes him a much less interesting character. Because C1 just makes it so, like, no, you should be doing double Hydro. Versus at C0, he's much more interesting. So, anywho's, yeah, like the context in which Sigewinne makes sense with Nuvilet is if you have C2 Sigewinne, because C2 Sigewinne gives Hydro Res Shred, which again is like, you know, Furina when paired with Nuvilet is enough of a damage increase that the loss of that multiplier bonus from Nuvilet's passive is worth it for the gain of Furina's bonus. C2 Sigewinne is potentially then actually worthwhile because it gives the 35% Hydro Red Shred. But, like, yeah, same thing. So, you know, C1 Nuvilet plus C2 Sigewinne, go wild, have fun with your Nuvilet, I guess, if you want. Favorite team archetypes? I mean, I don't know, man. Hybrid, right? All paths lead to Hybrid Bryden. Favorite team archetypes is probably just the more reactions, the better. The more I think about using different reactions in teams, and like the more fun I tend to have. So that's probably what I would say. So Rainbow teams, I guess. Can you use HP Goblet on C6 Yulon or Furina and Mona Kazuha? You know what's funny? I don't think I've ever done that. To be clear, I don't think I'm ever going to actually consistently play this, because it's kind of boring. But, you know what? Do you use an HP Goblet on a C6 Yulon with Mona, Kazuha, Furina? I think the answer is yes, probably. But I'm not 100% sure. Mona doesn't even have her burst up. Ugh. Do you need her burst leveled to be able to do anything? You do, of course. Yeah, yes. HP Goblet is probably the way to go in this team. But also, it probably barely matters when you're talking about having C6 heal on. So, yes, Mona is the healer on this team. You would do Mona on Prototype Amber. And I'm just going to assume if you're talking C6 heal on, you probably have C2 Furina, right? So you just do Prototype Amber. And maybe, honestly, you probably still do Maidens. Because why would you not just make the team a little bit more survivable if you can? Even if you don't need it for the damage percent. And then, yeah, go wild. Yeah, I don't feel like reconfiguring all my artifacts to properly... Like, I'd have to reconfigure Yolan's build. I'd have to reconfigure Furina's build. To like this is a team I could properly test. I could actually test this. This could be like the one way I could utilize C6 Yolan for the first time in 10 years. But I honestly would rather just not F with my artifacts because Mihoyo doesn't want to add an actual loadout system. So, I'd have to equip her. I'd have to equip her. I have to equip her with, ugh. Just no. Just no. The level 40 Mona wouldn't really matter that much. I mean, like having Mona more leveled up would be good, I think, for... Does this matter? No, that just increases her damage. Yeah, it literally doesn't matter other than the fact that this multiplier could be higher, but it's not like it's going to be that insane of a difference, right? That's not really relevant. Okay. So, yeah. Anywho's, I'll level Mona eventually. Someday. Are we allowed to talk about leaks here? I talk about leaks on my streams all the time. As far as Emily goes, Emily Furina, without getting, I don't feel like getting into the details of Emily's kit for anyone that doesn't know, but I think Emily Furina is going to be potentially quite compelling. Pretend this is Emily. Emily is a monster if you on-fielding her with Bennett. So the idea is do Furina, Emily, Bennett. And then from there, you either do a second Dendro for energy on Emily, because being able to, like, she has a short cooldown burst that, like, just putting Nahida in the team might be the best play. But yeah, like doing this but with a flex slot, I don't know exactly what the best flex would be. Honestly, like, Fischl might be the best option because C6 Bennett means you can just have pyro application regardless and keep up the burning, so like you won't lose any damage from Emily by having Electro when you're on fielding Emily with C6 Bennett. And you might have some burgeons that get generated. Like, this might be a team context where it's actually relevant to use the EM weapons on Emily, because the problem Emily has is she doesn't really have, like, there's a lot of, like, EM focused polearms for, like, more free-to-play, more, like, 4-star, like, Dragon's Bane or whatever, right? Or whatnot. And, I don't know. Like, Animo Unit, yeah, could be relevant, potentially. So, I don't know, this team core on-fielding Emily is currently, like, my way that I think I will have the most fun with Emily herself, like, maxing out Emily herself. And then... But Emily herself will be useful in context other than this because Emily's an off-fielder. So, yeah, as far as Furina Emily goes, that's what I like. I think she's going to be really, really fun with C6 Bennett shenanigans. So, that's what I'll say. Would Furina healer mode be competent with Emily? No. Oh yeah, as far as Furina healer mode goes, the times where Furina healer mode is relevant to use... Put her signature weapon back on her. The times where healer mode is relevant to use is times where you really needed to keep your team alive. Like with C2, like I know there's people that like use it, like, look, if you want to try to like as far as like on-fielding Furina goes, I guess with C2 there's a way to like theoretically min-max it. I think it's really awkward to use. It also skyrockets her ER. Like with my friggin' build, with 270 ER, I think she's on, wait, why is, oh yeah, that's why. Blam. With 273 ER. Right, she can potentially have enough ER that I could actually spare doing this for a few seconds. So there is some skill optimization that makes it potentially useful, but it's relatively few and far between. Most of the time, you should treat this as existing mostly for overworld, or for some really weird tech with either constellations or on-fielding her. But the most common use case you might find is like, if you like take a bunch of damage or at low HP at like the start of an Abyss Chamber, you know how like you're waiting 10 seconds for Magu Kenki or whatever else going on? You can just plop her healing down and you can literally like heal up most of like your teammates in like this stupid 10-second wind-up time for Magu Kenki, right? That's what I think it's honestly the most useful for. Also, I think I mentioned this in the C2 Furina video. Do not undervalue... This is situational, to be clear. Because the cards are RNG in Abyss. But if you're someone, for example, let's say struggling with Chamber 1 of this current Abyss, which is, for most people, that should be the strongest or the hardest chamber. The third card in the Abyss, yeah, we got it. Nice. The third card in the Abyss has a relatively limited pool, and it's fairly common for this card to show up. Now, it's only effective on an individual chamber, but character burst restoring 30% HP can literally... The Quicken nerf from her kit was removed. The Quicken nerf was removed. I'm not talking about the Quicken nerf. Now, Emily, by the way, has... When you have Electro, when burning happens, she goes from her low multiplier, like basically 0 multiplier damage, to very significant multiplier. She goes from 70% multiplier at level 10 to like 300% multiplier every 1.5 seconds. That's very big. It's 2 hits of 150%. That's a very big difference. With Electro now with Emily, if burning is not happening every 8 seconds, if you have too much Electro, basically, right? If you have too little burning, her skill will drop down from level 2 to level 1. So it'll drop down to the low multiplier version. So that means if like you're using Emily with Sino, for example, Emily is going to, which there is reasons to do, Emily will have basically the low multiplier version of her skill, mostly, probably, because you're probably not going to be able to trigger burning with consistency to keep up her high multiplier skill. But in contexts where you can make sure you trigger the burning, like what I mentioned there before, yeah, that's what I was talking about, why like Fischl could be very compelling there. But it's not necessarily guaranteed that it's the best one. Yeah, you definitely don't have to, with Emily anymore, you don't have to like be scared of using Electro, but it's a little bit more complicated now. You got to think about like, because Emily's damage can be significantly affected on like your ability to trigger Electro or not. But anywho's, yeah, Rainbow Emily teams I really like the idea of now. Like that's why I updated my Emily stream to like say that that was out of date, because basically my main complaint was that they were artificially hampering Emily's interesting teams that you could play her in by not letting Electro function with her, basically. And now it does. That's good. But yeah, burst restoring HP, right? We'll just let her go down. Is really good. Like it's a way that, you know how like C2 Furina lets you use unideal healers? This Abyss card lets you use unideal healers, right? I can do that, and I can do that, and wow, look at that. That's a bunch of damage bonus right there. Now, like it's a little bit situational, to be clear, because you might be using Furina on a team where you have characters that aren't using their burst, right? But that burst restoring HP card, unironically, is like a way that you can start to configure Furina teams. Like, I have that in the first chamber there. I could configure a Furina team in a way that like you normally wouldn't, to be able to deal with that first chamber, to like reach a higher DPS threshold by, oh, now I just have free HP on burst restore. That means it's kind of like having a free C2 Furina almost, right? Where you can be like, oh, instead of having to use your Baiju or your whatever, you can now throw in your Nahida, and like doing I don't know, this, right? This is an example for me. Doing this versus this is a pretty big difference as far as team DPS goes. And I'm ignoring this C2 Nahida even. Like Nahida's own personal damage contribution for spread damage with C0, on top of like the, you know, whatever the buffing that Nahida does, the EM buffing, is pretty significant. So that Abyss card, right, in this team can absolutely, even with these characters, even with, you know, like Nahida would be able to burst pretty consistently every rotation. Yai a little bit harder to burst every rotation consistently, but if you're bursting with Furina constantly every rotation, you're bursting with Nahida, you're bursting with Furina with Fischl, right? You can get enough damage bonus just from that burst restores HP card to basically run no healer. Other than like you still probably want prototype Amber to keep your team alive on Nahida in this context. And plus a little bit more damage bonus would help a little bit. That's my point, right? Like abuse that card when if you feel the need to. I'm at an investment level where I like never have to abuse that, right? But especially with this kind of Abyss cycle where there's this specifically Chamber 1, right? You can just log in like within a couple, unless you're really unlucky, you should be able to log in, check to see if you add that Abyss card for the day, and then be like, okay, I can abuse that today. It's a sneaky synergy that I don't think I've seen anyone else mention. Like Zajev did not mention it in his Furina Q&A video. I don't know if he's just never thought of that, but it's something I noticed pretty quickly after using her the first time last year, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. So, anywho's, you have Sigewinne. What should I do now? To level her? I don't know. Use her with Furina, hopefully. If you don't have Furina, you can use her with Fischl. Like she's not a terrible like the skill damage buff is not terrible for Fischl, but her most obvious utility is Sigewinne plus Furina plus kind of whatever, right? Can she max Fanfare or just Bennett? Oh yeah, you know what? Let's. Oh, okay. I can't properly show this because I can't turn off C2, but what I will show is, let's show like Bennett with a Maiden's build, and then let's show what I'm gonna use. Actually, I'm gonna throw Kuki. I'm not gonna actually activate Kuki here. The reason Kuki is gonna be here is because I want to just lower the HP of someone on the team a little bit. Oops, that is not how I do that. Wait, I could just use Furina. I'm an idiot. Brain. Okay. Here, let's just. Here, set those. Alright. Let's go to Masanori, I think. That's the wrong place. I need to do my dailies, by the way. How late are you? I don't know. Does she need good crit with HP? I mean, yeah, if you want her to deal damage, she likes some crit, but her priority is ER. Make sure you can burst consistently on her over all else. ER over everything. Eyes gravitate towards the floor-wide buffs. Yeah, I know, right? That's why I think most people haven't really thought about it or noticed it that much. Okay. Ow. Alright. Should be good. Alright, I don't want to mess with my artifacts too much, but I will mess with artifacts to show this. So we're going to switch to Bennett on Maidens. And I did specifically farm Maidens, I'm not kidding, to be able to have the ability to do this. If I want to do Maidens on someone like Mona, I might actually have to farm more, because Mona ER needs yay. Healing bonus. This is a cracked Maiden circlet, by the way. Absolutely cracked. And then, of course, HP Goblet. How long does it take me to find an HP Goblet? Let's just, not that. Let's just press HP button. There we go. Blam. Alright. Might need more. Oh, no, that Europe is probably fine. Alright, perfect. So, 4-piece Maidens, right? So what this does, right, is it gives, when you use a burst, you increase healing received by all party members by 20% for 10 seconds. So basically that gives him 35% healing bonus, and then plus a healing bonus circlet, he has like 70% healing bonus. And Bennett heals, you see, 12.75% of his max HP plus 1500 per second, which is, he's very fast healing. So at 30k HP, right? Let's do the math on this. We have to also factor in Furina gives a little bit of healing bonus as well. I'll just say that's like 10% though. So 0.1275 times 30,000 HP on my Bennett, plus 1588 is 5,400 times 1.8 is what I'll use. That is 10,000, so sorry, it's 9,743. But about 10,000 HP is how much my Bennett can heal on maidens. Now he only heals when characters are below 70k HP, or 70% HP. Nice Freudian slip there. So the like maidens on Bennett is kind of weird. In like the ideal for it is actually not characters like they are right now, where they're at 50% HP. Because like Bennett, for example, is not gonna full heal with this. He's gonna go over 70%, I believe, with one tick of his healing. And then, but someone like Sethos will overheal, and Fischl will overheal. Furina, I think, might overheal. We'll see. But when overhealing happens, that procs Furina's C2, right? Or C2. My brain. Freudian slips. That's a terrible Freudian slip. It does not. You don't need C2 for this. It procs Furina's Ascension passive, her first Ascension passive, which is like the level 21. When the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Furina herself, it's not, in this case, Furina will heal nearby party members for 2% of their max HP over 2 seconds for the next 4 seconds, and this does just continue stacking. So that will trigger, you know, basically I'll use Bennett Burst. It's not going to trigger on Bennett because I don't think he's going to overheal. It will trigger on Sethos, it will trigger on Fischl, and it might trigger on Furina. Although realistically you'd start the rotation with Furina in this case, so you know it's a RV you'd have to purposely swap to Furina. So this is a combo that like Bennett and Furina is like more ideal in teams that are more free to let you swap more often, like more flexible teams, which those tend to be the teams I prefer the most. As far as play style wise, they just feel the best to play to me. But and they can adapt to situations like new wave spawning really well, right? But there are, of course, like on-fielding units that want to just stay on-field for a long time. And those contexts are ones in which, like, Bennett and Furina is a little bit worse. But even in that context, Bennett on maidens, with, you know, on-field staying on-field can still be good enough quite often. But, anyways, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. So, let's just talk to Masanori here. Pay attention to the character's HP, right? Start a rotation like that. Do this. Do that, right? Yeah, we'll just pretend, you know, switch to Fischl, right? Blam. Right, and then if you have some swapping, watch Bennett overheal there, right? Dude's taking 5 years to go to second phase, but... Now. Can you be less butthole? Right, see overhealing there. Right. And you can see little ticks on Bennett going on there. That's Furina's passive triggering. It actually works really well. And that's the context, right, where the additional healing getting you more fanfare, which is more damage bonus, can make it better to do Maiden's Bennett than it is to do like Noblesse Bennett or whatever. Not necessarily always. It's possible Noblesse Bennett still might be a better increase to the team's DPS, but it's an interesting thing to consider in the context of Bennett and Furina. But even without Maiden's Bennett, right, the more freeform, like Maiden's Bennett is good at like trying to bridge that difference between when teams aren't actually very flexible. So like this team would normally want Sethos to squat on field, and Sethos is a pretty squishy character, so he'll get like smacked once, go below 70. Not that like I do Sethos and Bennett that often, to be clear, but just an example. He's a squishy character. He gets smacked once, you know, okay, goes below 70% HP, but then Bennett immediately heals him up past 70% and overheals him, triggers Furina's passive again, right? Even though I'm staying on field on him. That's kind of the idea. So like, it's interesting. But if you have a team that's really quick swappy, that can just like keep anybody on field or freely swap whenever you want, which, oh, what's the team that would be? I don't know. I definitely have used them. I just can't remember. I'm just blanking right now. It's Arlecchino brain rot. I mean, Arlecchino is kind of quick swappy, but she doesn't really have that great of Furina synergy. Not useless, but not amazing. I don't know, right? It doesn't really matter. Like, you can do something like this, right? This team has no particular unit that needs to be on field. Why is Bennett here in this context? I don't know, because you're on fielding guy. Lol. Why not, right? Let's do it. Rosaria Shenhe. Yeah, Rosaria Shenhe would actually be a good example. Rosaria Shenhe. Rosaria Shenhe, Bennett, Furina is interesting, actually. I never even considered that. Anyways, plot. On-field guy to be able to trigger the blooms. And look, team's basically full HP. What a world. Prototype Amber helped a bit there too, and that's again a factor, right? Like I do Bennett and Nahida together relatively often, and being able to do Prototype Amber in conjunction with Bennett's healing is enough with Furina, right? And good lord, don't undervalue Prototype Amber with Furina. It's not usually something you solely rely on, unless you have C2 Furina and you're willing to let the team be a lot more fragile. But it's additional healing in conjunction with something that's like less ultimate healing, like Bennett's on-field healing, or maybe a Kuki, right? Like, I don't know. Someone with Alhaitham, like, let me know how competent Alhaitham Kuki is with Furina. When Nahida's on Prototype Amber, like, do Nahida on Prototype Amber with the healing bonus circlet, and then Kuki, and see if that feels better than other, like, Alhaitham teams to you. I imagine it's probably better as far as damage performance, but it probably is going to feel a little bit worse because of like Xingqiu, how much nicer he might feel with Xingqiu. But you know, right? It's interesting. Sylveon's dealt with crisis. Thank you, Sylveon. I don't think I've swapped Nahida off of Prototype Amber since I've started running Hypercare Lisa. Yeah, Nahida's kind of stuck on Prototype Amber for me. Oh, let me go switch Bennett back. I have C2 Furina, of course, so like I don't really ever have to run Maiden's Bennett anymore. But you know, it's still a nice thing. I think I had him on this before. Put Bennett back to his thingies. I think he had this. Probably that. Yeah. And that. Blam. There we go. Nobles. I used to have Bennett almost always on instructors, by the way. But since Arlecchino exists now, I've been running Bennett more on instructors with Arlecchino. How do you win the 50-50 on Furina? By getting lucky. It's a coin flip. So, you know. Don't have Kokomi. Would Nilou be good without her? Will Nilou be good like with Furina? I mean, Nilou. It's more that's more honestly like again Furina with Nilou is more a question of what do you have for Nilou. Like you use whatever the best combination of Hydro Dendro you have to make Nilou work basically. When you have a lot of options, I don't think Furina makes a lot of sense with Nilou, as I discussed a little bit before. But if you don't have a ton of options, because you know not everyone's going to have all the Hydro options that I have, for example, not everyone has Kokomi, then I think it becomes a bit more compelling. But you would likely end up building Furina for EM, and like just for her applying Hydro and generating Bloom cores, and not actually for her personal damage contribution or buffing the team. Kave with Furina. Oh, so Kave with Furina, I like. I made a video on it. It was let's see, it's somewhere in here. I think I like it enough that I left it as one of my teams. There we go. So yes, this is a plunge team. But the basic thing with this team is, right, this is a team where, like, in the video, I'm not going to reconfigure the build, but I put I put Furina purposely on a bloom build. So the idea was, you know, we're doing plunging, right, with Kave. But instead of doing, like most of the time when people are doing Kave to make him work, since he gets a Dendro infusion, they just end up doing, like, no, you play him how you want. But I wanted to, like, try to use him, like, to some degree how Hoyoverse designed, which is to say, just trying to make sure I'm utilizing the fact that he has his weird bloom blowing up thing in his kit, which isn't very good, but it's there. And it's an interesting aspect to his kit. So I have, like, none of the right artifacts on these characters, but let's, oh my god, my boy's energy was your, okay, so ignore the damage. I'm just going to show how this functions, right? ER. Wow, everyone's using all ER timepieces, good lord. Well, here you go, use this, I guess. Good enough to get his burst back, hopefully. But yeah, so the idea is, like, put for that video, and to be clear, I think putting Furina on an EM build was not actually sensible, but I basically took Furina and put her on an EM goblet. Yeah, I think I used that goblet, and then an EM timepiece. Some mix of, like, you know, EM main stats, basically. I don't, actually, maybe it was I think I probably used an ER timepiece still. Yeah, I think I used this still, because her ER needs are pretty high. I used an EM goblet, I think, in an EM circlet. So Furina had like 500, 600 EM or something, right? And then, you know, with Kave in this team, because you're doing Nahida and Kave are there because Kave's energy needs are pretty high. And if you're doing double Dendro, like, you're almost always having underlying Dendro, and Furina's EM is the one that's being used to calculate the bloom damage. So the idea was, you know, spec Furina into the bloom damage, basically completely murder her personal damage contribution for talent damage instead of just spec into EM, the same way you might for a Nilou team. But then Kave is the one that actually, like, pops them early with his skill. And then Cloud Retainer is here to be able to take some advantage of the damage bonus from Furina still, to be able to do plunge Kave things in between his skill cooldown of 6 seconds, right? So let me go get my burst back here, and then hopefully I can show this quick. This is just going to be showing it functioning, not it, like, the damage happening, because I'm not going to reconfigure the builds. Go watch the video. It was from, like, a month ago. It wasn't that long ago. I believe in you. You can find it. Gimme. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we're good. Having only 3 5-stars at AR-45 is normal, right? Yeah, that seems perfectly fine. Like, you gotta realize you can get to, like, AR-50, AR-55 before you even get, like, a 5-star that you specifically want. Like, it can, yeah. That's perfectly normal. In fact, it might even be lucky. Can Marshall say Hunter Kave be better? Yes, that is, I believe, what I used in that video. I did not use no set bonus, 0 artifacts Kave. Again, this is not a damage demonstration. I just don't feel like effing with artifacts that much. Go watch the video if you want to see the proper damage of it. It functioned well enough. I cleared Abyss with this team. So, like, you know, is it highly reliant on the nature of, like, Furina damage bonus plus Shanyun interaction for Kave to feel not garbage? Yeah. Yeah. But, at at the same time, it was still functional. And I was purposely speccing Furina into like a stupid build path for the purpose of actually like trying to use Kave's kit as Hoyo intended, rather than just using him as like a bad Dendro like self-infused unit. Like most people just use him as a really bad Alhaitham. I wanted to use him like actually what like they intended him for, because I think that's what's more interesting about his kit, even if it's bad. So again, Furina's not on the EM build for this. And Kave does not have artifacts. But just to demonstrate it working. So I think I can do something like that, and then do you... And then you do plunges, and then you try not to die, because he has no artifacts. And then you do that, like when the skill cooldown is up. I think I did it a little late, obviously. If you time it more properly, you should be able to do an additional skill there. When I did not, I just did it bad. Yeah, it also Collaborator's on her DPS build too. You know, right? You get the idea, right? It's a team that actually like goes into what Kave's kit does, which I think is really fun. So, you know, this team would work a lot better with his C6 though, by the way. But like who has that? The dude doesn't have banners ever, apparently. But basically when Kave's normal charge or plunging attacks happen, hit opponents during Painted Dome, they will unleash the thing, which is that effect that pops Dendro cores. This effect can be triggered once every 3 seconds. So basically, instead of having to faff about worrying about his doing this, you still can do that like twice per rotation, but instead you just get it automatically happening while plunging, right? Like, unironically, I would love to get Kave C6. If Kave was on this banner, it would be a much greater push for me, considering, you know, not that I think Sigewinne's great or whatever, but like I would consider. But instead, Kave just doesn't exist, so, you know. It's interesting. Anyways. Stop bullying Masanori, you're right, my bad. This team works without Cloud Retainer? Yeah, but it's a problem of, like, how much damage do you think he's doing without Cloud Retainer? like, he does no damage without Cloud Retainer on field, right? You can put an Electro on the team and make him do okay damage, but like you put Fischl on the team and it becomes better, probably, or Yai, but then it's just because Yai / Fischl are doing the majority of the team damage, right? This is actually a way to make it so Kave is doing a lot of the team damage. That's the difference. And I think that's more fun. But if you have a hate boner for Shan Yun, that's fine. You don't like plunge teams, it's fine. Then do something else. You don't need Shan Yun for this team. I think it's the best way to actually like utilize his kit though, and take advantage of the fact that he is a Claymore user, right? Claymores are the best plunge units, right? And that's fun, having this high plunge multiplier in conjunction with the plunge buffing, right? Furina C2 or weapon for free to play. Her weapon is garbage. So if you're choosing either, the C2. Should you even get C2 though? Depends on you. You could do plunge with problem, teammate, deal too much damage. Solution, remove teammate, exactly. Well, look, I'm not like, the point is like, yeah, this might be better, but Kave is doing very little here, right? Like, this changes the dynamic of the team completely to it being like, it's better to just like trigger the blooms with the eye on field, right? Like that's what happens here when you start to do that. Also, no healer for Furina, right? That's a factor too. So, you know. I don't know. I really like this team. I think it needs C6 to like start to like really feel actually probably pretty good. But it's still like a meme team, mostly because Kave's not a very good character. But I don't know. It's the best I could do for thinking of a path to actually using Kave's kit as they intended, right? Doing the bloom things with him, which means reconfiguring Furina to do meaningful bloom damage, but also taking advantage of the fact that he infuses himself, right? Taking advantage of the fact that he can apply Dendro and get meaningful damage from his normal attack multiplier. In this case, it'd be by using Cloud Retainer to do plunge damage. And then Cloud Retainer is also a healer for Furina. And that's kind of it. So, Kaveh is the only 7-star true. If I give you Primos, will you pull for Sigewinne? Probably not unless you gave me... Okay, I'd prefer not you just didn't, but look, if you gave me a pity's worth, right? Like, so this would, you'd have to give me... I have 50 pity right now. So, like, I would want to, like, if you're going to give me Primos to wish for Sigewinne, you're going to have to give me enough to get back to 50 pity. Right? So that would be like, you'd have to give me 75 wishes. And I don't want to tell you to give me $150, right? Right? That's a lot of money for you to just like... But look, if you really want me to get Sigewinne, I'm not going to say no. But like, you know, it would at least let me test some things on her, I guess. Yeah, I'm not going to stop you from doing it, but also I'm not going to do it unless I got enough to like get back to the pity I have, right? Because like, it's not even worth the risk for me right now with 45 pity to do a single pull. Because the value of Sigewinne is less than the loss of 40 pity to me. Right? So, you know. But if you really want to see me do Sigewinne stuff, you know, don't let me stop you. If you do it and end up, I will say if you do it, actually no, you'd have to give me like proof of it somehow. So I guess save your Coda shop receipt when I make this statement, because you'd have to give me proof that you actually did it to me. If you got me a Sigewinne and I make a video on Sigewinne that performs well enough that it makes me enough money, I will potentially pay you back the Primos, is what I would say. But chances are I don't think the video would even make that much money. So, like, yeah, that's it. Are you guaranteed? No, I'm not guaranteed. That's why I'm saying, like, it would have to be 75 wishes, and then it would still be a 50-50 win or loss. Like, if it was a guarantee, you'd still have to give me enough to get back to a guarantee, too. Potentially. So, you know. We'll buy you C6 Sigewinne. Yeah, yay for you could give me a better Nuvillette. Let's go. No, I mean I don't know. Don't give me a C6 Sigewinne. That's just nonsense. Good lord. It's a team you've had the most fun with lately. I mean, lately, it's definitely been like I've been overjoyed at how good this team feels to play, even in single target scenarios. This team feels so freaking great to play to me. I actually adore it. So probably this one. But if you're talking anything that's not meta necessarily, the most fun one, teams have probably been Sethos teams, right? Do I have some Sethos teams configured? The Sethos video I made, by the way, with like being like, hey, ER has like an unconventionally like weird value on Sethos to build him higher ER. I've still seen like basically no one talk about Sethos and how you can do that. But like building high ER on Sethos to have a longer field time to either do more charge attack spam or doing his burst and normal attack or and charge attack playstyle is super fun to me. So doing what I did in the Sethos video, right? That which isn't just this team, it's also the Kirara Kazuha variation I like a lot too. The more aggravate focused variation. But yeah. I really, really, really like Sethos. He's one of the most fun characters as far as kit-wise. His damage performance isn't insane, right? He's like any, like, basically any 4-star DPS. He's pretty reliant on your ability to buff him in other forms. So, you know, a lot of his performance is tied to Kazuha existing, the strength of aggravate and whatever, but he's still not bad. And I like him a lot. Anywho's. Sethos with Tignari, it's okay. I don't like Sethos to quick swap that much. I can't nail down why, then it just like hasn't. I haven't found a flow that feels very good to me. But actually, on-fielding Sethos, it feels a lot better to me. Like on-fielding him longer. So yeah, he is very squish. He dies fast. All right, Sylveon, do you have any questions I've missed that you saw? Well, I've been rambling about Sigewinne and Sethos and whatever else. Close that calculator. Alt tab, scroll my chat. Your content's pretty interesting. Found you through your recent The Jeff video. Wish more people knew about you. Thanks. Welcome. Glad you're here. Can you plunge while Sethos bursts? What do you mean? Like, can you plunge at all? I have no idea. I don't think there's anything stopping you from... Oops. I don't think there's anything stopping you from jumping, right? Like, I don't think you can... Wait, can you jump out of his... I guess we don't have to. We don't have to actually go into combat to test this and I think about it. Okay, yeah, you actually... Oh, that's good to know. Okay, I should actually remember that because I have a problem sometimes wherein I need to dodge. Actually, no. This is why I should have just ignored it. Oh, frick me. I need to... Bro. Well, I mean, that is enough to go to a 5-star. We have to win the 50-50, but that's enough to go to a 5-star and get me back to the pity I'm at. So... You paid for it. You know what? I'm gonna maul though. The problem is, like, the real problem is though, I will maul hardcore. I'll take this risk. Whatever. I'll take this risk. I guess I'm gonna record this just in case I include this in video. So, someone just donated on my live stream. If this is becoming a, I don't know if this is becoming a VOD or not. Skip ads, YouTube. Stop trying to play ads when I'm trying to gamble. So yeah, someone just did 2 top-ups because they wanted me to do. They wanted me to pull for Sigewinne for some godforsaken reason. And I told them I wouldn't pull for Sigewinne unless they gave me enough to like maintain my existing pity, because I have no guarantee and 50 pity, and I wanted like have that same amount for Emily or Kaveh. So anyways, it's possible for them to like do a chargeback or something on like Photoshop and get their money back. And what happens if that happens, right? Mihoyo will then just like remove the Primo Gems from my account. So I might go negative Primo Gems if they refund these, but you know what? Thanks for the free gambling content, alright? Apparently they weren't joking. Most of the time when people say that, they are not being serious, but alright. So this is my fault realistically, because I said if they okay, whatever, it's fine. Alright, free gambling content, let's go. I guess this means so I had to win a 50-50. This is not enough to guarantee unless I use my savings, but I mean, I don't know. I prefer to win the 50-50 and then just get back to the pity that I have, right? That's the ideal here. Losing the 50-50 would require me to make a decision to continue further. I will at least continue to use the wishes they gave, right? What is my Gomming at is the real question. I know my Noelle is C6. I'm at Rosaria at C5. Oh, I could do physical Rosaria shenanigans. See, oh, C4. Okay, sweet. You know what? Like, the real thing that they are giving me is 4-star constellations, because that's what I love in this game. But anyways, hopefully we get Sigewinne still, because that's what they want me to have, and I'm assuming they want to see a Sigewinne video from me. But hey, at least we can test some things. Yep. So I'm at 40 pity. I might make a Gomming video with him C6. I think he's interesting, to be clear. The main reason I didn't make a video with him is because like I was doing 500 other different plunge things with Cloud Retainer, and like it wasn't that interesting to me to do a plunge things with a character that let you do plunge things that also still liked Cloud Retainer but didn't technically need Cloud. Like he wasn't that interesting, right? Because of him releasing with Cloud Retainer. But anyways, there you go. You know, we're at 46 pity, so just get into gambling. They're paying for it, so these aren't even my wishes. This is someone else's wishes on my account. We're going to go through them because I want Gomming. You know, 4 stars are pain, so the game could utterly troll me and not give me a single Gomming. Yeah, well, there we go. Hi? Okay. Yep. 60 something, I think. I don't know. Go to Fortress of Meripede. Okay. Hey, hello. Yeah, we'll go to Fortress of Meripede. Thank you. Hey, that means C6 Gomming is substantially more likely now. Reverse viewer pulse, pretty much. Yeah. Fab. Not very good Fab, but I think Fab Greatsword is probably the worst Fab. But hey, there's a Gomming. All right, sick. Let's go to the Fortress of Meripede. That is not the right place. Before we do the 5-star pull, of course. I think where's the where's the nurse area? I also really looking forward to S. Is S just me to improve Gomming in this future video? Yeah, I mean I should be able to do a pretty dang good Gomming with the characters I have. This is the lower level. This is not the correct. I think. Yeah, I thought it was near the dorms. It's a freaking maze of an area, man. Is it there or is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. No, that's not it. I know for a fact it's not it. Okay, you know what? I need Clavitator. Yeah, yeah, it's fine. Shoot. Nope, it's not it, I don't think. Where is it? No. Frick me. It is that one? It's one of the ones back there? No. Okay. Frick. That's not it. Okay. It's the one in the middle. Okay. I don't know where the middle is. It's a circle. So I'm just gonna keep on going back to where I was before. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is the fortress experience. It's fine. We're just trying to find a lost child. Who is, I think, not a child. But she looks like a child. So, you know. No, that's a dorm. Okay, circle impact, yeah. Yeah, this is the true circle impact experience. Oh, good lord. Is this it? I think it is. No, that is an administrative area. This is it. Yeah. Wait, who are you? Are you Sigewinne's? Are you looking for Sigewinne? We are looking for Sigewinne. Alright. No, I'm not gonna come back later. I'm gonna find her right here. She's gonna be hiding here. Perfect. Okay. Sorry to do this to you. It's fine. Wait, was it you I had to change? I don't even remember who it was. Was it you? Tahsin. Oh boy. Okay. Configure a team for it? Sure. Although I have to like delete a team to do this. So, you know, I guess delete the I hate them team. Alright. What's the team that I think I could actually have fun with Sigewinne? We're gonna assume DPS Sigewinne because it's what I do, right? Like, obviously. Blam. You know, I know, like, well, okay. The unfortunate thing is, right, it's going to just absolutely annihilate. Okay, this will absolutely annihilate her skill buff immediately. But whatever, this is still the team that I think I would potentially... Oh, I didn't deploy it. That I would like playing. Unironically, actually, yeah, you know what? Yeah, put Dia in the team instead, because Dia, right, instead of, like, Fischl here, Dia plus Nahida burning would mean we can get some like forward vapes on Sigewinne's burst or something, right? That would be the idea. So let's go. I don't think this is in pity. Maybe it is. I don't know. I think this is like right before pity, if I recall, but it might be actually in pity. We'll see. Yarp. Nope. I lied. Okay. Got me? Oh, let's go. C6. All right. And you're also going to give me That, yeah, I was gonna say Rosaria, but that's the same thing. Freaking C6 Gaming, let's freaking go. 4 stars are not pain for once. Crazy. Crazy. And now I got C6 Gaming, so I'm stopping and I'm joking. Steal your Primo Gems that you gave me. Alright, rip pity, but hey, they weren't my wishes technically. So please win the 50-50 so I don't have to like, well, I don't know. It would, that's not Rosaria, but it's fine because we're gonna get Sigewinne. Right? Now. Nope. Now. Oh my god. Now. Yeah! Let's freaking go. Alright. Sick. Let's go. It worked. You're a liar, oughtn't it? Look, she's right here. She's right here. Yeah. Alright. Sackbow. Bam. Check it. Sick. Alright. I skipped her yapping. Ah! Frick. I'm sorry. Can you view it in here? What does it show up in here? I like... I forget that it's a thing. I'm sorry. It's habits. Bad habits. It's a new thing still. Profile voiceover. That's her hello line. Oh, the dialogue's off because of... I forgot. Remember the stupid Aquabus dialogue? Put recurve bow. I mean, if I want to maximize HP, like that might be the way to go. But I want to test if how her skill buff stacks. If Sackbow stacks it to 60, I will be so happy. Or just to 60. I mean, yes, I would love that. To 20. What am I doing? All right. Also, I really don't have the resources to level this unit. Like, I think I'm gonna have to use your Primo Gems to resin refresh to level her. Is that fine? Is that fine? Like, I think I'm just gonna use, like, I'll do a few more pulls, I think, for the lulls, because they gave us, like, 2 top-ups. And C1 Sigewinne, unironically, could be, like, pretty pog for how I want to use Sigewinne. But, yeah. My hero's wits. Look, pull her bow. F no, I'm sorry. Just no. Just no. I think she's the best designed kid model. I mean, I would still prefer she just didn't look like a person and look like a... Like, it would be so much cooler to play as one of them. Would it not? Like, you know... I like how she's just staring at Otnit. This is a... Like, what are you looking at, fool? It's just a staring contest. With the dramatic music in the background. $100 pack is enough for 3 Primo refreshes a day for a month. Why do you know that off the top of your head, Sylveon? But yeah, I think I will probably use a lot of the Primo Gems they gave me to level the Sigewinne. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't think I have enough to level 90 this unit. And she wants to be level 90, so, you know. Yeah, well, that's I know the problem is worse now. That's why I'm saying I'm gonna have to resin refresh. Oh, good lord, man! What talent materials to use? Please, I swear to God. Okay, good. They're ones I have not used much of. Thank God. Thank God. I was gonna maul if they were order. Because Emily needs those. I also have no idea what boss drop she uses, but yeah. Okay, good. I have a good chunk of these. I can get her skill up, which is the main. Well, actually, I care about her burst too a little bit.
You only get one body.
So, no, I'm not gonna spend. No, I'd rather get her constellations than get her bow. But anyways, we'll spend some more. So, okay, we won the 50-50. How many did you give me? You gave me $200 top-ups, right? That's 100 wishes. You gave me enough to go to another pity, right? Right? That's how this works out, I think. So. Oh, but if we go to another pity, I'm probably not going to have the resources to level her up. Like, I think I should use most of the wishes they gave, and since we won the 50-50... Oh, but the problem is if I go to pity, then I'm not going to be at the pity amount that... Oh, frick, man. See, if I'm going to pity, then I'm using, like... I'm not going to have the like. I needed to have extra like 50 of these wishes that they gave me should be remaining for squatting at 50 pity, right? Right. But, you know, anywho's gambling impact. We're gonna get Rosaria. Another Fab Greatsword. So, anywho's. Like, I feel like I gotta do at least a little bit more. Skip. Hey! C6, let's go. Alright. Oh, a Fab Sword. Best weapon in the game. Like, it's Furina's signature weapon. What a world. Save them for Emily if you want. Alright. I will do at least another temple, though. We got C6 Rosaria. Hello. Free wishes. Okay. Do single pulse to increase the copium. I mean, yeah, here. Go to 40 pity. This is where I was at before. Right? We gotta get back to where I was before. Hello, Gami. Alright, well. I think one more temple. Wow, I'm at exactly 10,000 garbage. Yep, earlies are a myth. Here we go. Now we're back to the pity I was at before. Okay, now I'm not at the pity I was at before. Fabj. That it's been. Hi. I'll take the guarantee, thank you. I'll take the guarantee. That is acceptable. That is acceptable. It has been, I mean, honestly, between C1 and guarantee, C1 would have been cool, but I'm definitely not gonna wish anymore. I'll use the rest. Guaranteed Emily, let's go. I mentioned earlier in the stream, Jean was the first and second 5-star I got. Like, I got C1 Jean or C0 Jean from I think Standard Banner, and then my first 50-50 loss was to Jean. And in like the 2.5 years since, haven't seen a single Jean until this day. Well, there you go. Hello, Jean. Welcome back. Welcome back. Jean C2 is interesting, by the way, because of Dragon Strike shenanigans without Shunyun. And then attack speed, like the attack speed and movement speed increase, right? It's notably the movement speed is the rare thing. The attack speed is also pretty rare, but it's interesting. I like it. It's a cool thing. It's not like the most insane constellation in the world. None of our constellations are particularly amazing, but it's one of our more interesting ones, right? So, do I ever use Jean? Occasionally with Furina. But honestly, not very often. So, what was that screech she just made? He. Probably these, right? Yeah, probably those. All right, unless, no. Those look better, actually. I think those look better, right? Right. Anyway, C1 Sigewinne would have been kind of cool, cause like. It's the difference maker between like her potentially doing a meaningful thing in this team, or in a team with like multiple units doing off-field skill-based damage, versus her only doing something minor with one skill-based damage dealer, right? But anywho's, one thing I haven't tested yet, by the way, how much energy does she generate? When pink lighter, true. Next stream going to be Sigewinne stream? Apparently. Apparently, yes. So, anyway, any more questions about Furina? That's what this stream was supposed to be. Good lord. Oh yeah, Jean C2 is a pair of jeans. What am I doing? Sure, just go over here. Actually, there's enemies nearby. I just want to see energy. Yeah, at least I get to make more content. True. I still have to make the I'll hate them video, man. Just leveling up characters, not even making any content on them. At least Sigewinne is an easier concept because I can just be like, how good is DPS Sigewinne? She generates energy on cast. Okay, that's very good as far as DPSing her goes. Does she always generate 4? No, it's RNG, of course. Of course, Mihoyo do Mihoyo as Mihoyo do, and do RNG particle generation. Sweet.
My patience.
I killed the child. I'm sorry. Oops. Accidentally got an extra copy of Furina after getting C1 in 10 pulls. How does her C2 compare to the C1 value? What? Why? What even was that? What is 2240? Also, why? I'm confused. What was the point? What was the goal there? Okay. I mean, maybe that's meant to be for resin refreshing. If so, thank you, I guess. Maybe that's what it was for, since I kind of used the gems that could have been for resin refreshing. Was that 30? Was that what that is? Oh yeah, bonus 260. I see. Okay. Alright. I mean, yeah, bow. Why? What does this do? It doesn't... It's so bad. It's so bad. It's for the leveling mats. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Zyofet. I appreciate that. That will help me. Like, no, guys, this bow is so bad. You don't realize. Like, this bow is relevant with C6, C3. Maybe C4, I guess. Like, it's like, like all it does for her without C6. Like what is the, like, when in the context of, like, for me to DPS Sigewinne, like at C0, right? Do you really think that's meaningfully better than Aqua Simulacra? No. Heck no. Of course not. It's not. Right? So, yeah, and like recurve bow exists for the HP for low Constellation, if you're just going full HP for skill buffing. Like, it's just so... It's drip. I don't know, man. This bow is like neutral enough that I didn't think it, whatever. And it's not like this looks bad. It's got blue and white tones. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this looks kind of garbage on her. Actually, even that doesn't look that bad. But like, man, I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, no, I'm not gonna let chat peer pressure me into freaking this garbage weapon banner. Like, no, I refuse. Anyways, you should pull for Splendor and lose to it. Yeah. Don't slip and fall. Does she have a dash line or is that an idle line?
Don't slip and fall.
Well, I mean, look, I would never be running around Overworld with the small model characters because they're slow. But Mihoyo, stop doing dash lines. They're awful. I hate it. Anywho's, try to pull for C1. No, like, you gotta realize the remaining primos I have left are basically my primos, right? I started with like 9,000. And I started with 9,000 and I had pity. And now I have 10,700 and not pity. So, like, I don't have pity anymore, right? Like, no, we're now at the point of getting C1 would mean using my resources that I would like for Emily, right? Right. I'm comfortable with it ending on a guarantee for Emily. That is a perfectly fine exchange for the loss of my pity, right? Because I could have, like, if that was on Emily banner, I could have just treated that as a 50-50 loss anyways, right? So, I know I have a guarantee. That's my point. That's my point, is to save it for Emily. Going for C1 would mean losing the 50-50, losing the guarantee, and losing the pity. Any pity. Oh my god, Christ almighty. Go for weapon banner? You want weapon banner over C1? Bro, I'm gonna smite you. If you refund these primo gems, I will smite you. Because this is getting to a point. This is getting to a point of, like, if you refund these primo gems, like, you know how much money that's gonna cost me? You want the bow? You seriously want the bow over C1? I'll go for C1 if you want. Like, C1 is genuinely a lot more interesting. Like, you it's your money. You decide what you want me to do. but like, I don't even know how to refund. Okay, but like C1, I think is genuinely more interesting as far as thinking of a way to use this character interestingly. Especially if Sakbo ends up working as I hope, but I'm not going to assume it does yet until we test it here. Weapon enter for content is at least 1 penny. Okay, but okay, sure, fine. Good God, bro! Like, oh my God, this is supposed to be a Furina Q&A stream. Does anyone have questions about Furina? I guess I'm supposed to queue this one. This feels like it feels like a crime to select that bow. I'll be honest. I'm sorry. Or wait. Okay, no. What do you believe in Xiofet? You're deciding this. What do you want, Xiofet? Do you want me to chart for this? We're going to 1 pity, so it literally doesn't even matter. To be clear, do you want me to chart for her bow or chart for the Furina weapon? Because some people believe in the reverse. This is not a real thing. But if you're only going to 1 pity, it doesn't actually matter. If you're only getting 1 5-star, right? But do you want reverse psychology or do you want, not reverse psychology, basically? Chart for Furina. All right, sure. Let's go. Do I have any pity on this? Am I wasting any weapon banner pity? Yep, apparently I am. Not that much. It's fine. Okay. Oh my God. This is the most terrible weapon banner that has, like, existed in a long time, I think. I apparently don't have this piece of garbage. Good. Racist Claymore. That's what I needed. Do we have to go back to the fortress? I don't know. I refuse to go back to the fortress. I'm sorry. Oh, come on. Can you please give me an early? Sakbo. Please. Let's... Oh, no. Don't make me wish... Okay, we're counting. This is 39. I will do single pulls towards the end. This is 49. Christ. High. 59. Oh. Oh, pity on this banner. Blech. Blech. High racist Claymore. Good God. Alright, 60. High. Fabj. 61. 62. Alright, start of soft pity. 5% chance. Nope. 12% chance. Yes, this is how the pity works. Fuck. I'm sorry. 19% chance. Ah, kill me. 26% chance. Thank you. Furina stick. Alright. I mean, look. You know what that is? You know what that is? Another thing I don't have the resources to level up. Thank you, I guess. I'm guessing you wanted me to get Sigewinne's weapon. I'm not sad about that. As much as I rail on that not being Furina's signature weapon, you know whose signature weapon it is? I mean, actually, I don't know if it's actually her best weapon, but for how I use her... when I'm using Kirara with Furina, this weapon's kind of actually great for her. So, thanks for the Kirara weapon. Furina's bow, let's go. So, yeah. Kirara's signature weapon. Also, look how freaking good. I didn't even think about how good it looks on her. Like, dang. Like, dang. How good that matches the lady. Bam. So, thanks for the cat weapon. I have no money. The drip is pretty legit. What does it look like ascended? Do I have enough to ascend it? I'm not leveling this all the way today. I don't have the resources for it. You have a problem, by the way, doing this. Or maybe Furina C3. I feel like if I do Furina, you're going to try to, like, fund me all the way to Furina C6. And it looks even better when you ascend it. Let's freaking go. It's Furina's, or it's Kirara's signature weapon. Let's go. Alright. Kiwawa. Cat is armed. But yeah, the reason, by the way, so like when you're using Furina on a team, Kirara can use this. She'll get the elemental skill damage increase, and then she gets the HP increase, right? And Kirara has a passive that, one, her shielding increases, right? But then for DPS Kirara, her damage increases per her HP as well. So, you know, with Martial Say Hunters, right, you have a bunch of free crit rates, so a crit damage weapon's kind of ideal. And then it gives damage percent, and it gives HP that increases her thing. So, like, it's actually, like, really good on her for how I like to play Kirara. DPS Kirara. So, you know what, I'll take it. Thanks. But yeah, I think I'd rather, first of all, stop giving me money, okay? I think I'd rather do more, like, the problem is you did, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I can afford it. I can afford being a bit dumb here. It'll be fine. Hopefully it gives me an early, basically, but I'd rather go on here. Like, as much as I would personally enjoy Furina constellations, I have to use her enough in my videos that, like, C3 is at the difference, it is the breakpoint where, like, in conjunction with her C2, it starts to be like so much front-loaded damage percent that it's quite a lot different from a C0 Furina, right? A C3 Furina is quite a lot different than a C0 Furina. Because you can get like 125% damage bonus front-loaded versus Furina C0 getting in the 50-75% range, right? That's quite a significant difference. So, you know, yeah, maybe 50 pulls then stop, I guess. But yeah, so like, if I wasn't a content creator who didn't want my teams that use Furina to be overly like I like it for the potential of making like Kave better or whatever, but I just don't. I rather would, like, I already have C2, right? I would rather it remain slightly closer to C0 rather than take her any farther, even if I would personally not dislike it, right? That's why. So, anywho's, I don't know what we have in pity on this. Like 5-ish. Yeah, probably go to maybe 50, and then we'll stop. I like Gerato's idea, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We don't need to look at polls anymore. Hello, free wishes. Like, we're getting, like, free star glitter from this, too, by the way. That's, like, non-irrelevant. I think I've gotten, like, 100 star glitter, so that's, like, another 20 wishes. I should keep that in mind. That does help me get back to, like, the pity that I was at before originally. So, you know. Yeah, I know the dude spent like $400. He's insane. He didn't even use Paimon's bargains. They did not sponsor this stream. But, you know. Wow, Fabge. Nope. Razor. Hello. This is 40. We expect a C6 Gomming video. Maybe. Gotcha again. Well, I don't know why I'm clicking through. Wow. Hello, Gomming. I think I've gotten C6 Gomming just in these polls, which is not that surprising considering how much money they gave me. What was it saying? No more release. Okay. Game hates me. Sack Sword. Let me do some mental math quick. Oh, I'll have enough. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, no such thing as earlies. You know why this is fine? This is fine because it will reset my pity for a Kave potential, which I sincerely hope would be on Emily's banner, not whatever. Come on. Why? Resets my pity because my brain doesn't like the fact that my Primogem resources will be below what I started in this stream. I'm gonna do this instead. We'll get the C1 because it is the difference maker between hello. It is the difference maker between having her like actually do meaning like to illustrate, right? Yeah. Basically what her C1 does is this bubble can bounce 3 extra times in the first 3 bounces, blah, 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 blah. But notably, each bubble adds 1 stack to her convalescence tally. So I'm not going to activate this right now. because I need to test with Sackbow at a baseline first. So basically, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what this does is it makes it so that so that'd be 8 times, right, with her C1. So it takes, and I think the bounce. How long does it take to bounce 5 times? Let's look at the cooldown. So the delay in that, yeah, like it takes a while to do those bounces. With Sackbow, I don't know, like in a very freeform team, right? Like in honestly, unironically, like this team context, or if I replace Dia with Fischl, the team is freeform enough that I should be able to just freely use her skill, kind of constantly. Why? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! What are you doing? I'm very confused. I feel guilty. This is the last promise. What do you mean? What do you mean this is the last promise? What is the... No, I'm not doing more weapon banner. I'm sorry. No, I refuse. We didn't even chart the path. Whatever. Stop. I mean, like, thanks, I guess, but stop. You are a mad lad, indeed. So anyways, right, like essentially at a baseline minimum, regardless of Sackbow interaction, but I still like the idea of using Sackbow, I think, over recurve, but it's gonna depend, I think, a little bit on how the testing goes here. 18 stacks on her thing, right? On her skill damage buff. That means that, like, if let's go like count how many times Furina hits, for example, in a 20-second rotation or 18-second rotation. So yes, I hope you are not, you have not spent more than you could. Save them for future pulls. I will save them for future pulls, and I will probably use this for prima resin refreshing, to be clear, because I kind of think I have to be able to level up Sigewinne. So, oh well. Blam. I think I wasted like a red thing there. Oh good, she uses things I mostly have. Thank you. That's nice. I don't actually have to do much farming for her. Sweet. And then Hydrotopal, let's go. I can go to town with Arlecchino on it. Alright. And look, a wish. Yeah, apparently Zyofit is funding the game. This is why Mihoyo makes so much money. So, anywho's, Sigewinne is like an interesting character with her skill buff in mind, and that's part of why I was fine going for C1 there. Considering it wasn't funded by me, it wasn't that hard of a decision, to be clear. Like, I have lost, like, I am net negative what I'd started with, but not that net negative, right? Like, I got the additional, I have an additional 20 wishes from here. Like, I'm maybe 20 wishes net negative, from what they've given me, and they got me Furina's weapon and 2 Sigewinne copies. I'm like, this will let me have some fun with Sigewinne, unironically. Unlock gaming's constellations. Oh, true. Sorry. Yeah, this is probably going to become an edited video. Let me know if you want to see a gaming video. I will probably make one eventually. Thankfully, he's a unit that's a little bit cheaper to level up. I don't know if I have talent materials, but I apparently... Oh, no. Those are for Shenhe! But I guess... Okay, fine. He can share some with Shenhe. I could potentially level up Gaming, and he's cheaper than other characters, so, maybe I can do physical Rosaria shenanigans in the future. And wow, the best constellation in the game. So yeah, Sigewinne with her C1 especially, I think. Let's go find a cooking pot for Furina to annihilate. Oh good, we spent 500,000 more. Rosaria will not be anytime soon, but potentially when I get Shenhe, which might be in 10 years, because Mihoyo doesn't want to rerun Shenhe. Alright, so let's count. So notably, we're going to count off-field hits. So since you normally do like E into Q with Furina, right? What did it not work? E. These initial hits happen during her Q, right? And therefore, I'm gonna have to redo this again. Also, I think that kind of screws up the timing of things. This is actually a bad testing. We're going to do E into Q and Furina, right? Because Sigewinne is only buffing off-field. This is why like the off-fielding is actually a good thing. It means you don't have to worry about her skill buff being eaten by like, you know, pressing E twice. What Dia uses 2. I mean, Dia does have off-field damage that will eat some of it. But, you know, when your Xingqiu is on-field, when your whatever your typical on-fielders are on-field, they won't use that buff for doing damage that you didn't want increased, right? So it's a good thing that it only procs off-field. And what we're going to count here, right, is C1 Sigewinne at a baseline can do 18 instances of buffing, so 18 instances of attacks. And if there's multiple enemies, by the way, it's the same as like Yunjin, Shenhe, where if there's multiple enemies, each instance of damage on different enemies counts as 1 stack. So you can run out of the stacks a lot faster in AoE situations, potentially. But since Furina is a pretty single target, I don't think that'd be that big of an issue, but that could be an issue in the context of like, if Dia, you know, is hitting 2 turtles at once, that could actually be kind of bad. Because hitting 2 turtles twice, you know, would eat up 4 stacks. But, you know, it's interesting to think about, at least with C1. So let's do this. So we're not going to count the initial hits, because those would happen during a burst, right? But then we switch off-field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, gee, that sure conveniently lined up with her skill cooldown, didn't it? So, yeah, that's kind of what C1 does at a bare minimum baseline, is it makes her buff last for like all of Furina's hits, essentially. Which can be pretty significant. But it's also a difference in that it means I can have a little bit more freedom to pair her with, you know, other skill-based off-field damage dealers and get at least some front-loaded damage, like more front-loaded damage. Like, it will run out less fast. That was low 5 for DPS Furina. It's okay-ish, I think. If you can meet her ER needs. You still have to meet her ER needs for DPS Furina, right? So, thank you for the advice. You know, I'm going to leave her now and focus on Furina and Xiaolin. They're both dead at the moment. Okay, have fun. So, any questions I missed, like, before we get too much into testing Sigewinne stuff here? Once I'm done testing Sigewinne stuff, I'm probably going to end the stream, I think. But then I will probably do a stream tomorrow for Sigewinne, leveling things. But I want to at least test a Sigewinne Sakbo. The annoying thing is, I don't think there's any way to see in like the stat screen. Like, there's no visual other than this. Like, the buff indicator shows active, like, on her, I think. But that's just because of her damage bonus. Oh wait, no, she gains 8% damage bonus after... No, this just happens after... Okay. For 18 seconds. Okay, never mind. Actually, wait. Well, we can check if the damage bonus stacks very easily. How much ER does Furina need? I recommend... It depends on like, what you're doing. Solo Hydro, the minimum is probably going to be around 200. It depends, obviously, on your exact team. With Fab, it can be a little bit less. I personally recommend, like, 200 to 220 with Fab. And then you're going to have a pretty universal Furina build that probably never has energy problems. And can get good damage, right? Use Furina with Dendra, MC, and Kuki Xingqiu. I mean, yeah, in that team context, the main units, because like Dendra MC is not going to be doing that significant of damage unless you have a really high investment Dendra MC. And Kuki isn't doing talent-based damage, she's just doing Hyperbloom damage, right? So it's not benefiting from damage percent. So only Xingqiu and Furina in that team are benefiting. But being that you're doing a double Hydro team, like both Furina's and Xingqiu's ER needs are a little bit less, so it's not like that's valueless. So, yeah. Furina C1 or C1 Sigewinne? Definitely Furina C1. By no means am I talking about... In talking about Sigewinne C1, do I think Sigewinne C1 is worth it? It's just... They gave me enough wishes that it's... That, like, you know, why not? She taller than Nahida? I think with the ears, yeah. Actually, honestly, even without the ear, she looks taller. I think it's just the hair mostly. I assume the model's the same, but her hair is more high. Yeah, she's definitely taller. Anywho's. Can Sigewinne's burst crit? Yeah, of course it can. So anyways, like the idea with this team, right, would be specifically that, you know, we can try to vape on Sigewinne, but also take advantage of some of her skill damage buffing. Is she the best dedicated healer for Furina? I wouldn't say so. So like, normally you would, I think the intention, right, is just you stack full HP on her. Most of the time for like a healer build, because, you know, with Furina, right, you just try to, the balance for healing and skill buffing would be building her for HP, because her skill buff is based on HP. So you wouldn't put a healing bonus circle on her. She would have some healing bonus from picking out the Bond of Life balls, but you don't always have that. So she sometimes has some free healing bonus, but realistically, at a baseline, right, I think this goes up to like 5% HP at like level 8-ish. Let me just look at the multiplier. Amber. Give me a second. Just wanna actually do the math for that properly. Sigewinne. This is not what I expected to have to be doing today. Do the hold charges attacks give Sigewinne do anything? I mean, there's some very low multiplier. The bubble damage is 24.8%. That's these little heart bubbles. Yeah, there's a 24.8% attack based multiplier. It's like Hydro Traveler, but worse. It's cute, I guess. It is cute. It does bubble things. Of course, she also has this, which apparently doesn't trigger on them because they're not a light enough enemy. Why do you only stream on YouTube? Because mostly when I stream on Twitch, no one watches, but I should stream on Twitch more, I know. So anyways, what's the multiplier? Talents, looking on Amber here, at level... Okay, it's lower than I thought it would be. I'm gonna do level 8, because I hate leveling things past level 8 if I don't have to. So she heals 4.48% of her HP per bounce, right? And so her C1 increases her healing too, right? 4.48, so 4.5% HP plus 500. So with a Raven Bow, a 60k HP build is doable. With a Sakva build, I think more like 54k was my estimate yesterday. So I'm going to do the lower estimate first. 54k times, what's a divide? Times 0.05 is 2700 plus 500. So that's about 3200, right? So like the baseline minimum healing per bounce for the whole team, right? Well, okay, so she doesn't heal herself, right? She heals the other 3 units when it bounces. And she heals when it's done bouncing for like 50% of her HP. So she does do the whole team. It's just her heal is delayed. So that makes her like used for Furina kind of weird, because the ideal for Furina in a lot of cases is being able to have a healer that instantly heals the whole team like really quickly, so that you can get front-loaded damage stacks. Sigewinne having this smaller healing amount means that, you know, on like someone like Nahida with my prototype Amber build here, right? Which we have double Hydro going on, but 3,000, well, let's say 3,500 HP of healing per bounce. It means that one bounce is going to, like on this team, is going to heal the team, or sorry, is going to be, how much Fanfare is that? Why is it so hard to do this math? It's based on percentages of HP, right? So it's not the same as like a Baiju skill, right? Wherein this is 12.8% plus 1,500, and the additional 1,500 there is pretty significant. Like, she heals a lot, but it takes time to get, is my point, right? Like, she will easily be able to max out your Furina's damage bonus, but it's not going to be as front-loaded. So in some contexts, that could be a bit worse, right? Than other healer options. So it's definitely not like, oh, she's the best healer option, but she's a pretty compelling option in conjunction with the fact that she buffs. So, anyways, generating 3 or 4 particles on skill cast is pretty nice. Which is good. But, yeah. Artifacts best. I mean, 2P's... I'd say tenacity or 2P's HP, 2P's HP. Tenacity isn't going to be relevant in all situations, of course. But, you know, tenacity is just because it'll give you the 20% team-wide attack buff. Well, actually, no. Without... At C0, I don't know. Honestly, it just might be 2P's HP, 2P's HP. or Ocean Hued Clam. Ocean Hued Clam very well might be worthwhile. Or this set. Like, one of the healing sets could be worthwhile. This one's actually potentially the most interesting one, I think. What did they put on her trial? I'm curious. Can she max this out easily? No, yeah, she does. She does, because she's healing the whole Ars team. Like, one instance of her balance is healing for, like, 12,000 HP. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, so that set should be pretty good on her, actually. And that'd be more flat damage buffing, which is interesting. Yeah, Ocean Nude Clam is probably not bad. Let me see what they put on her in her trial. I'm curious. Can you explain that set? It gives a flat damage buff, just like how Sigewinne herself gives a flat damage buff. That set gives a flat damage buff to, I think, from what I recall, any instance of damage. And it's based on a percentage of how much healing happened in a certain period of time. So it's like every 10 seconds, basically, you can get a flat damage buff that's limited to like 6 instances of damage or something. It can have not too dissimilar value as far as like team DPS increase than like similar value like Noblesse does in some contexts, right? Like, it's not bad if you can max out the passive. It's just relatively niche. So okay, yeah, they did 2P's HP, 2P's HP here. So it kind of depends. I'm actually not sure. It's interesting to think about the buff that from the new healing set or Ocean New Clam would be as far as like team DPS goes, compared to just doing full skill damage buffing on her. Any HP, Bond of Life, or skill damage is good on her. Could you use Whimsy? I don't think you really can, because she doesn't... Right, she gains Bond of Life when she picks up those balls. I don't know. Weird. Interested in trying Furina Vape carry team with her signature sometime? Furina, Sigewinne, Animo, Pyro. I mean, with Sigewinne? Like, yes, I will do. That's part of like that's what this team is kind of configured for. Is to vape for. The idea of this team is to hopefully vape on Sigewinne, assuming the Pyro aura is kept up enough with burning to be able to consistently allow Furina and Sigewinne to get some vapes, right? Is the idea, but you know, and then like for DPS Sigewinne in this context, I would just build her on Marchessays, right? Probably doing HP to be able to still have some skill damage buffing, I think. For Furina, HP crit on Marchessays, right? Probably mostly just steal Nubilet's artifacts. That's the idea. And then get meaningful burst damage. Might be able to see some meaningful damage from her bubbles. Like her bubbles, like prioritizing on filling her and then just doing, you know, these bubbles and seeing them hit for like 40k would be really satisfying and funny to me. So, you know, please live in that domain. It's efficient. You can strongbox VV since your AR 48. I'm not sure who you were talking to, Wazdai, but I probably agree. You do a watch party on 4.8 special program. You know why most people do the watch party for those? It's because like Hoyo like wants them to. I've done them before when I think there's something interesting in them, but they're all the same. They say the same thing every time. They never even say anything interesting. They never show any meaningful information. Like, they don't even reveal 4 stars in the banner. Like, Mihoyo, I'll watch your freaking live streams live with people if you reveal 4 stars in the banner. Jesus. Like there's nothing I ever need to know from their live streams. It's all just marketing. That's my vibe, at least. Anywho's, yeah, I know she can pick up, Nuvula can pick up the orbs. The problem is, you have to do Sackbow, basically, for that to be relevant. And again, Nuvula loses a lot from doing double Hydro. And she does not buff Nuvula in any meaningful way unless you have C2. So, no, I'm not getting C2. Yeah, let's go. We gotta go find an actual enemy, I think. Plop. Just to give him more HP. I just don't have spare things for her. Okay, well, that's fine. She's just gonna steal Nibelette pieces. Here we go. You know, I feel like I might need the ER actually. In her case, so let's use this, I suppose, and then we steal Nuvi's thing, and then we steal Nuvi's thing. And then we find the most yoked HP goblet I have, which I think is this. Yup. I think, oh frick, I think my seat, okay, here. Make it so we don't break 4-piece noblesse on Chevris at least. And she's under 40k HP now, but that's fine. Okay. Blam. There we go. We're gonna be testing whatever it's called on her, but hey, look at that. Wait, that's too much crit rate. Oh frick. I just realized. Oops. Frick. Okay, I guess, well, that means Shivers can have this back. I just wanted to because I had ER. Okay. I don't really have... Error. Okay, it's fine. Do this. I guess we just switch to something like that instead. First we'll switch back to that. But I need ER. ER though. ER. Well, the ER situation might be a bit rough. Alright. I guess we just yoink this from Yaoyao. That'll be fine then. That's the same ER then. And still overcapping crit rate. That's funny. Okay. God dang it. Whatever. It's fine. It's 1% overcap. It's fine. Good enough. So there you go. 100% crit rate Sigewinne for DPS Sigewinne on Mars says. I hope this works. If this doesn't work, I'll figure something out, like a 2-piece combo. But anyways, so crit damage circlet. I don't really have a very good crit damage circlet situation for an HP scaler. I could use that, I guess. It's okay. I'm not happy about it, but I could do that. Let's break 4-piece noblesse. Like, yeah, it might be fine. I don't know. Anyways, blam, plop. Wow, 900 damage. Fantastic. Okay. Why did I? Oh yeah, no. I need to. No. That's way better. You might be underestimating the value of having 100% crit rate versus 85. Whoops. Like this is right. This is like 8. Yeah, this is about 85. No, sorry, 86% crit rate. That additional 14% crit rate can massively increase your average damage. But you know, like that's the value of crit damage, right? Is relative to your crit rate. And as soon as you hit that point of being over 200 crit damage, you know how like people say you should do 1-to-2 ratio? That means as soon as you hit 200 crit damage, you should be aiming for as close to 100 crit rate as possible. So having this will result in like more satisfying numbers on screen. So I'll like probably will go with this because it'll get them consistently enough. It'll probably feel good as long as the ER is good. But you know, the other build might actually be better. I'm not very confident that this one is better. It's certainly not way better. So yeah, it's more than good enough to be functional. Okay, I forgot to switch to. No, leave me alone. Ow. Check my bubbles. 400 damage.
Don't slip and fall.
Oh, it didn't even hit the one dude in the distance. Why is it so? This is funny that it's a thing, but it's so garbage. Okay, that Nahi to crit ratio. I mean, she gets free crit rate, so like, I don't know. Deal with it. It's just funny. If that was HP scaling, I would absolutely do something with it, but it's like, I don't know. You could just do really terrible Bennett attack scaling things with Sigewinne with it. I don't know. Anywho's, let's test out this. So the annoying thing is this. So I've already heard that apparently Sakpo does not let you have two bubbles at the same time, which is lame, because I was really hoping it would, because usually when there's like a character summons a thing on the field, like if you look at, I mean, there's not even a sacrificial poem in the game, but when you look at Yaoyao, I believe Yaoyao says only one, or no, sorry, a maximum of 2 instances of Yuogoi throwing mode can exist at the same time. I don't know why she says 2, probably because of her burst. Sigewinne, from what I recall, says nothing anywhere in her kit that only like one bubble can exist at a time. So I was really hoping that that would be the case, but I've been told that it's not the case. Ads run at the wrong time. Stop it. Skip ads. This is an important moment. Okay. All right.
Let's blow bubbles.
Blam.
Oh.
Did she really get interrupted there, or did I let go? I thought she had like very high interruption resistance. All right, and then we do it again. Yeah, it replaces it. Man. I mean, to be clear, Sakpo is a very, like, still might be a compelling DPS option for reducing her energy needs so much, because since she does generate particles on cast, that's good. Or on first hit, I think it technically was. That helps a lot. Okay. But that does mean, like, her C1, like, the ideal of her C1 was, like, reaching, like, 30 stacks, potentially. Yeah, so the question is, does her passive, right, this passive, which gives her the skill damage stacks, it says, you know, she grants herself these things after using her skill. She gains the 8% hydro damage bonus and 10 stacks of her skill buff, right? The hope would be that this, like, when we use her second skill, adds to 20, right? So we have 20 instances of the skill damage buff. Also, I have to get her over 30,000 HP to test this. So I should do that. This is going to be a little bit annoying. We'll do that, at least. So we might actually not be able to test this till tomorrow, which is not the end of the world, I guess. Which is a level 0 skill, that's why. Resistance to interruption, you said? Does it mean C2? No. No, it just means I have to use Dia. Dia gives interruption resistance. Let's go. Yeah, like, here, let me, you're gonna, she does get whacked out of it. What the heck? I thought she had very high interruption resistance during that, but apparently not high enough to avoid a paddle whack. Okay. So, anywho's, I'm gonna see one with single character heals, like Benny or Kuki, for Furina. I mean, it doesn't really, C1 doesn't really affect single character heals. It just affects, what's it called? Having a stroke. Like how much front-loaded damage you can get, which is, it's pretty good for that. Like it'll always, it does make single target or single target healers like Bennett or whatever better, in the fact that you're always going to start with a good chunk of damage bonus that you, like with Kuki especially, right? Kuki is like really kind of terrible for Furina at a baseline. Like, I guess not theoretically the worst, because like she does drain her HP and then she starts gaining it back, which can like be a little bit of like, it's not technically unusable, but like, you know, but you always gain some amount of damage bonus regardless of like awkwardness with your healer, which can make things feel a lot more consistent. So yeah, again, like Furina at C1 is just kind of universally useful, always. Only burst has resistance. Ah, that's what I was misremembering. That's what I was misremembering. Is Dia a cat? I wish. I think she just has really weird ear styling. Or hair styling. Like, I don't know how you do up your hair that way. It's impressive. Probably a lot of products. But, yeah, or fantasy magic. Anywho's. You run Hyperbloom with Gina as a healer? Yeah, sure, why not? If you're talking about with Furina specifically, you know, Furina, the Electro Hyperbloom trigger, and then, right, I think the most relevant thing to do with Furina, though, when it comes to Hyperbloom, is to do Quick Bloom things, right? So, like, doing Furina plus Yai, for example, on field. So, like, Furina, Yai, Jean can swirl both Hydro and Electro if you play well, and then a Dendro unit, so, like, Yaoyao or whatever, right, or Baiju. And then you use Yai on field to trigger like, the Dendro cores with her normal attacks, which is, I think people underestimate how like it's really easy to trigger Dendro cores with Yai's normal attacks. Her skill is not very good at triggering it. She's not a good off-field triggerer for Dendro cores, but she is pretty good on-field. So yeah, you can absolutely do it. It just might be more. I think Furina lends herself much more to Quick Bloom though, because Quick Bloom and team formats are going to take advantage of the damage percent, right? Because Yai likes the damage percent for her other damage that's not just the Dendro Hyperbloom damage. If you're just doing like pure Kooky Hyperbloom, Kookie's talent damage is not really going to care that much about having whatever damage bonus Furina gives.
Time to get down to business.
So, all right. So how do we? The annoying thing, right, with this passive, we can actually test this. The one thing I suspect that the 8% Hydro damage bonus doesn't stack. So that's what we'll test first, because that should show on the stat screen, right? Should show Hydro damage bonus right there. So we'll do this. Get the reset. Okay. And do we have 16% damage bonus? Nope, we have 8. That I figured. I figured the damage bonus wouldn't stack. So the question is though, because like C1 says, you know, you gain convalescence stacks. Nowhere in her kit does it say you have a max of like 10 stacks. So my assumption is C1 just like adds on top. So my hope is that sack, right, when I use that second skill there, gave me 20 skills, or 20 instances of her buff, not just refreshing the 10, right? Because it either does one or two things. It either, the second skill either resets it to 10 stacks, which in which case is not very useful, because resetting to 10 just means like, okay, yay, she has like the only use for it would be like, you know, it still could be useful actually, particularly with C1, because what I could do, right, and this is part of why I was like, okay, with game C1, do something like this, right, switch to Furina, do, you know, Dia, do, you know, Nahida, and they're all doing skill damage, and then like now the buff is probably used up, and then I do the sack reset now. The problem is it has an 18-second cooldown, right? So, and like that cooldown might not line up very well with the next rotation, but might be okay, actually. I don't know. It's weird. Also, everything died. Dang it. Well, I guess we're gonna have to find some new enemies. Rip Bozo. Oh, never mind. Not Rip Bozo. Lynette has real ears. Is she actually a cat? Okay. So, let's figure this out. I think the easiest way to figure this out, well, first of all, we need to, oh boy. Okay. We need to get her more HP. I don't think I have a Raven Bow leveled. So it might be giving her Aqua is the best way to give her some HP. Actually, no, I need to do sack bow. Never mind. The bow is not a factor. Just artifacts are a factor. Frick. Okay. Oh boy. I guess we're gonna yoink my Nilou artifacts. The ideal here is, of course, just where are you, Nilou? The ideal here is, of course, just why. Okay, I mean, I want to just there we go. Okay, I just wanted to steal Nilou artifacts because it's probably gonna be the most close to the most HP I can get. We'll see what this ends up at. Okay. Blam. Double HP, like 500 flat HP in those pieces. 20% HP there, 10% HP there. 30,000 HP. That is not enough. Okay, cool. Great. I love I have... Man, you I don't know if you're still watching, but you really... Zoloifet? I don't know. I think I pronounced your name correctly 0 times. No, I'm not getting her bow, Len. Stop. We're gonna go for the Tulpa. So I need to level her up. You've derailed this entire stream. But hey, at least I put Sigewinne in the thumbnail, so it's not technically off topic. Anyone is free to still ask Furina questions. I just might be bad at paying attention to them. We are not using this team to deal with the Tulpa. Sorry. What we will use is this.
I won't hold you back much.
I'm gonna annihilate the Tulpa. Absolutely annihilate the Tulpa. I'm gonna fix one of my teams. Where is it? I thought, what? There we go. This is supposed to be a DPS Cloud Retainer team. I'm gonna fix this. Blam.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. You want me on your team?
There we
Been
go.
a while
Okay.
since I...
Noelle works with Furina. Yes, of course. Noelle works really, really well with Furina because you don't really need a healer. It can be nice to have a healer still, but with like optimal play or just like a little bit more defensive stats, whatever on her, like literally defense percent, like doing like a defense percent goblet is worse for her damage, but better for her healing. So, you know. I think Shiver. Wait, does Shivers have a? Maybe not. I didn't bend it. Okay. Well, I should have bended it. I did not bend it. Oh. Wow. 3 drops though. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Furina with Mona. I mean, yeah, people do. So Furina, if we do like the math quick, Furina on Furina, Mona on a Maiden's build, right? If you do like a Maiden's build, like I showed my Bennett earlier in the stream. Where's Mona? Mona. There you go. Right, do Maidens, do a healing bonus circlet. There it is. Right, this set will give her like 70% healing bonus, and then Furina will give some healing bonus as well. With an R5 prototype Amber on Mona, you end up in a situation wherein, right, 6% HP to all teammates for 2 seconds, for 6 seconds, every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. So that's 18% HP. 18% of those individual characters' HP. Which makes it very easy to calculate Prototype Amber as far as, like, Prototype Amber is very simple to calculate how much Fanfare it gives you. So the math on, like, a Maiden's build on Mona is the 18% HP times the, like, 185%, for, like, 15% healing bonus from Furina herself. So 1.85 times 18% HP is 33.3% HP to all teammates, right? So times 4, that is 133 Fanfare stacks. That's not like, that's like half, right? So like a Maiden's build on Mona can get you half of the damage bonus from Furina. But in conjunction with Mona's buff, that could be worthwhile, theoretically. I haven't seen that many people actually do it. I think it's a fun thing that you can do. And it's also possible, well, I don't know, right? Like 133 Fanfare. Like if you have C1 Furina, right? You're talking that's 200 and you start with 100 Fanfare, right? I think C1 Furina, just make sure. So you're talking 233 Fanfare. You're still only a little bit over halfway, even with C1 Furina. Yeah, you're only a little bit over halfway. Wait, no, sorry, you're 150. No, more than a little bit over halfway. So that's almost 300 Fanfare. Like so it's more compelling, I'd say, with C1 Furina then, because that's like 300 out of 400 Fanfare. You're getting like you're getting about 70% damage bonus with a Maiden's build on Mona with a C1 Furina. With a non C1 Furina, with a Crown Burst, you're getting 0.25 times 133, which is 33% damage bonus, and then plus whatever you drain. So like 60% damage bonus basically, but it takes a little bit of time for that to happen. So it's not nothing. It's actually like, it's enough that it's compelling, right? To do. But the main problem is more that just Mona's buff duration itself is so short that it's like, is it actually that valuable to use Mona's buff? Right? Especially when Furina's buff is kind of the opposite, where it takes time to build up, right? So it's interesting. Is Furina good for Yaoyao? I mean, do I want to use my fragiles? I don't remember what Emily takes. I think you can pre-farm for Emily, so I don't think I need my fragiles, so I'll probably use fragiles. I'll use fragiles before I start resin refreshing for Sigewinne, but I will... Well, actually, okay. I may as well do one resin refresh at least today for Sigewinne, because I'm probably gonna have resin refresh anyways, and the most efficient way to resin refresh is to do like 1 a day, not 4 a day, right? How are you still live? I mean, it's only been 4 hours to be fair, but I've been answering a lot of Furina questions, and I still haven't done dailies. Oops. Nope. Yep, I haven't done dailies. And then the Sigewinne incident happened, which wasn't me for once. It wasn't a me incident. It was someone else gave me way too many Prima Gems. Way too many. So, yeah. Anywho's. I haven't started the new event. I have started the new event. I just haven't done it today. I just haven't done this yet today. That's all. Anyways. So, yeah. Ow.
Hands where I can see 'em. Final warning. Going in.
I don't think I got the res shred or something. It was less damage than I thought. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Punish. Close your eyes. Wow. 2 drops. Whatever. Enough to level up Sigewinne. God, this is so annoying. How much do I have to level her up to properly test this? I guess, no, this next ascension should be enough, because as long as she has more than 3,000 HP, all I need to do is, right, okay, yeah, I think this will work, because I can do that, and then take her, I don't even know if I have heroes, which is take her to 70, or I don't even know if I have not even the heroes, it's the lower tier one. But anyway, what is her last passive? That's not important for what I'm doing here, right? No, it's just the Bond of Light converted to healing bonus. Okay. Oh wow, another wish. Is this Sigewinne on your account? Yep, because someone else paid for it. I mean, yeah. Oh, a 4-star. Watch it beat Sigewinne. No, Sack. Let's go. Anywho's. As a Chloran user, I need to say that Zhongli's shield is good for not getting interrupted. Yes, that is why most people like Zhongli. So, her A4 passive is useless. I mean, you have to pretty intentionally pick up the balls, right? Like, to be clear, they spawn right in front of her. But you have to pick them up, which makes it weird. So, I don't think it's... most of the time, like, if you're just using Sigewinne as a comfort healer, press E on her, switch to another character. Like don't bother picking up the balls. I think that's what is probably optimal. Like, if you take... even if you have to take the 1 second to pick up the balls to get slightly more healing bonus on Sigewinne, even with Furina, where that healing bonus can convert into slightly more damage bonus, it's probably not worthwhile, but maybe. I don't know. Like I think it also depends on how they spawn exactly, because I've seen the Sigewinne balls spawn sometimes slightly apart, sometimes like smack dab together. So it's weird. Alright, she's at 36,000 HP now. That should be more than enough to test. Yeah, like, so the balls, right, they spawn like that, and you pick them up, and then that's what basically triggers her second ascension passive.
That wasn't very nice. Calm down.
Right, yeah, like, and you have to, yeah. It's awkward. She has no way of auto-absorbing them, as far as I'm aware. Or does her burst auto-absorb them? Let's see. Wow. Damage. Did it absorb them, or did she just, like, step forward automatically? Maybe it does. So maybe that's probably the intention, right? Is to use her burst, and then... yeah, she absorbs the droplets. Okay. So, the problem is, though, in you don't use her burst, though. in like, generic healing contexts. Like, it's not worth using her bursts. Unless you're doing DPSing shenanigans, right? You know what's dumb, by the way? I don't even think I might not even be able to reach 30k HP when I'm DPSing her. I'll see if I can, but I might have so little... like, I don't know if it's even worth speccing Endure skill damage buff at all when doing DPS Sigewinne, which is unfortunate, but, you know, we'll see. Yeah, I'm AR60. I've been AR60 for a while. So, anywho's. Let's go here. Do you have any other socials? I'm active on Discord. It's not back yet, apparently. How long? 18 seconds. So long. I technically, I think, have a Twitter linked on my YouTube page, but I haven't tweeted there in a while. I am very resistant to using Twitter because of Elon Musk existing. You know, whatever your opinions are on him, I don't really care. I don't like what he's done with the platform. It's become a cesspool, even more than it was originally. So, I don't know. Right. So Discord is where I'd be active. Twitter sucks because of... well, yeah, that's what I just said. Twitter is terrible. It's terrible now. It was not amazing before, but it was at least cool for, like, you know, the context of, like, hey, I can be a YouTuber, and, like, here's my Twitters where I can just say a stupid thing and then a bunch of people can see it. Like, Discord is not good for that, right? It's forum based. So, anyways, I think the way we do this to test this, let's actually test this, by the way. We can go farm this one more time. But I think the way we do this is we just use someone doing a bunch of consistent instances of skill damage, but remove their artifacts. That way we can see that, like, they won't be critting. They will always be doing the same exact amount of damage. I really wish we had a damage dummy to test on, but it's fine. Basically, any enemy with removed artifacts should be close enough to a damage dummy. I'll probably go to Masanori again. And... oh wait, but we need to make sure they do more than 10 instances of damage. So we're gonna check what Yai does, I guess, because Yai I think would be the easiest one, because she has very set, consistent intervals, like very simple and easy to see that. But I don't know. So can we kill the Hydro Telpo in co-op? I mean, we could, except I'll probably do more farming tomorrow for Sigewinne. Like, I'll probably, I don't know. Well, it's like on a level 90 or tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see.
By royal decree, you went for it.
I don't even know if I triggered overload.
Midnight, Fantastic.
Witness my cause.
why I bothered doing it. Oh, I absorbed that too early. Good job, me. Almost scuffed as heck. Look at this Furina with Ayato. Oh yeah, I don't think I finished answering that before. I don't think there's necessarily an insane synergy there. Ayato doesn't gain a ton from HP. He has a little bit of additional damage I think he gets from HP, but I don't think it's significant. So like Hydra Resonance isn't that crazy, but he gets the damage bonus. So like if your goal is to do a vape Ayato for the biggest Ayato number possible, you could potentially do some stuff with that. But realistically, most scenarios, Ayato is more just used as like a generic Hydro Plier that is mostly on field, right? So, you, like anywhere where Hydro is relevant, like doing Furina plus Ayato, you got 2 Hydro units. What else do you want to do, right? With the Hydro, you could do Bennett Xiangling, and you know even if Ayato's not vaping, at the very least Xiangling is vaping, right? And that could be pretty decent. It might be not perfect because of like Bennett not being necessarily always ideal, but you could probably make it work pretty well with Furina. But you also do like Hyperbloom shenanigans, right? Just do like Nahida plus. Oh wait. Okay. Without promise, like, what do you do for a healer? If you're doing Hyperbloom, then I don't know. I don't think there's a ton of options for making Ayato and Furina work necessarily, but if I had Ayato, I wouldn't be against trying some shenanigans, right? So, anyways. How's your day? I hope you feel well. I mean, I'm getting a little bit tired after streaming for 4 hours here, but, you know, I mean, hey, I got a new character to mess with. Let's finish testing this. This is still, let's just do this. This is the most interesting thing with Sigewinne. We gotta test her skill thing. So, right, the flat damage buff, when she only has 36,000 HP here, the flat damage buff is only gonna be like, what is that? 6. It's gonna we don't have C1 activated, so it's gonna be 80 times 6, right? Because every 1,000 HP it gives a flat damage buff of 80. So 480, right? And what we're gonna do to test this is we're gonna go see first. Let me go down here. I need to test in the duration of Sigewinne's skill, which is 18 seconds, right? Because the buff lasts 18 seconds. How many instances of skill damage does Yai do? I think Yai is the easiest one to test this with. Yep, I pulled Sigewinne because someone else paid for it. Oh, you know what? I forgot to like end the recording. I was recording for that because I'm probably going to turn that into an edited video. So, anywho's. Actually, I'll end the recording after I figure this out. So, all right. I'm gonna put Yai here. I like the idea of Yai just again, cause like.
Whatever would you do?
I can easily just do this. 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? Okay, good. So Yai will work for this. Perfect. All right, the goal was just to make sure that Yai needed to get more than 10 hits of her skill in the duration that her E lasts. So what we're testing here is to see if Sakpo, right, just for anyone that just joined, Sakpo with her passive, when you use the second skill, does it go to 10 stacks of her buff, or does it just reset it, right? Hopefully it goes to 20. Did I say 10? Hopefully it goes to 20 stacks, right? So it adds 10 rather than just resetting it to 10. Considering her C1, we know that the cap is not 10, right? There's nothing listed in the kit where like she has a cap of 10 and can never go over 10. Her C1 specifically says it adds 1 stack. So like theoretically with her C1, it would not make sense for it not to have like a cap of 10. But I don't know, like Mahoyo hates fun. My assumption is it probably does not add and it just resets to 10. So we'll see. But yeah, this might require me watching the footage to be able to properly count this to make sure. But I think it should be pretty easy to notice, right? Because, right, this lasts 18 seconds, right? And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So like 11 and 12 there wouldn't have the buff. And that's 15, right? So we should be able to see with using the second skill or not using the second skill if Yai runs out of the buff or not, right? If she runs out of the buff on the 10th hit, that means that it is not applying. And all we're going to do to see this is we're just going to remove Yai's artifacts and her weapon. Technically, I have to do this. And hopefully I'll remember. What am I on? 2-piece. I'm on 2-piece Wanderer's Troop. 2-piece Thundering Fury. Okay, I'll remember that, probably. Maybe. We'll see. Actually, you know... Wait. Do this a smart way. Use a loadout. Toma is a loadout character. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Blam. Alright. We just want to remove crit from the equation as well. Although, okay, Yai actually has... Yai has a 24% free crit rate, which is actually kind of annoying. Because that means some of her hits are going to crit, but that's fine. Because it only really matters for the like, after the 10th hit is what we're going to count here. Right. So, we'll see. Alright. No artifacts. No weapon. So, it should be very easy to calculate, by the way. Like, the amount of damage... and we're going to go to Masanori. The amount of damage that Yai should be dealing here... I'm not going to be able to get the exact number off the top of my head without inputting the damage formula. I don't remember what Masanori's level is, but it's basically just going to be take her attack multiplier, right? So, or her attack multiplier plus her attack times her attack value. So 363 times her skill, which is mine's a C2EI, so it's 213.3. So 2.133 times 343 is 731 damage, and then divide that by 2, we should see approximately 365 damage. Right, so on her non-crit damage, without Sigewinne's buff, about 365, so ish. The exact number will be slightly different. Let's see quick.
Emerge right now. Emerge.
Or 69. Is he electro resistant? It doesn't actually matter. Oh no, he was okay. There. Oh, okay, there we go. We got it right. He was just. I forgot. Why do you block Mahoyo? Add a damage dummy to the game, for God's sake. Oh Christ Almighty. It's fine. I have to do it in a single target situation. Yeah, 348. Right. So I was right. Right. The divide by 2. Yeah. So 365, 348, right? It's close enough. I could, yeah, I guess Geovishap might be better. It's just because, like, I need to see the 10 hits, right? I need to, if he starts blocking on the 10th hit, that's so awful, right? So I guess Geovishap it is. Liam, no, I refuse. But yeah, right, so 350 damage with 350-ish with that up, and then if we use our skill, you can see now it's doing 598, right? That's the flat damage buff. So what we're going to be watching for is, what is she getting on a crit? Well, we'll check with the Bishop. We'll watch for what she get for a crit, by the way, but we should be able to see like a very noticeable increase from having the flat damage buff or not. So that means around the 10th hit, we'll be able to see if it runs out. This is an annoyingly weird thing to test. I'm not optimistic here, but hopefully for one, is it really electro? Oh, okay, it doesn't matter that it's electro resistant. So, hopefully, for once, we will have MiHoYo let something fun be in the game. Like if this works, and this means like with C1, you could have 28 stacks of skill damage buff, the flat buff, and that's pretty good. Actually, more like 30 because you could still use her second skill like after like switching to other characters, using their skill, switch back to Sigewinne, use her again. Would be the idea. But yeah, we'll see. So he's electro resistant, of course, which means what's the baseline? That's 2 crits in a row. 268 and 403. Okay, right. So that's what we're working with at a baseline.
Come on out.
268, 403. All right. All right. Timing wise, do I? This is after using, right? Not after hit. Yeah, after using. Okay. So I think the timing on this is going to be like, leave me alone. Butthole. All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it's not quite ideal. Okay, shoot. No, I think I have to do Sigewinne's skill first, and then Yai, and then back to Sigewinne. So I want to make sure like the very first hits. You stop, bro. I want to make sure the very first hits of Yai give the buff, right? So I can count this properly. Did you just say content? This is still really annoying to test. This game is so much visual. Like, why don't we have a damage dummy in the game? God, MiHoYo. All right, no. You know. I think this freaking Dorito is gonna be less annoying to test. Is it? Actually, you know what? We can probably just test on. You know what? We can test on the Dorito. We can test on the little Dorito. Shush. Did you say Compton? I heard content. Okay. Yeah, let's okay. Let's try to figure out the timing of this, right? So use this. Right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then one more buffed. And then no more buff. Yep. Okay, see? So that was correct. I only used 1 skill there, right? Of course, that was on purpose. So now we're gonna do 2 skills. 1. Of course, didn't. There we go. 2.
Right here.
I think it going invisible increases resistance. Nope. Okay, got it. Why? Can there be one enemy in the game that's just less annoying? Like, stays relatively still? Is there any enemy in the game that just stays relatively still? Doesn't go invisible? Increased resistance? Content. Ugh. Is it content? It sounds like content.
Hold still. Let's see. Calm down.
Calm down. Oh. It definitely sounds like content. They literally stay still, except it goes invisible. That's the problem. Alright. Anyways, 1. Can you reset the first one?
Right now.
2, 3. 1, 2. See, those didn't hit. MiHoYo. The Regis vines. I need to see. Wait, do you see damage numbers even when they? Let's see. Compton, yeah. My God, MiHoYo, I'm begging you, please add a damage dummy to the game. I could just use the Vishab to be clear and then just look at the footage, but I'd rather not. I'd rather just see this in real time and count them in real time. Ruin Drakes and Sumeru? Yeah, maybe. As long as I see damage numbers on this, even with the shield, it's fine. It'll be noticeable.
Right here.
Alright, so ignore the overloads. So 71 and 106. Okay, right. So that's their baseline, 71 and 106. Although, okay, annoyingly the shield's gonna break, which causes a problem because it's gonna increase the number we see. Why? Okay, let's go to the cryo registry. Oh, I don't want the shield to break because it changes the numbers we see.
Don't slip and fall.
And I could just adapt to seeing what the numbers are. Question about Chlorine, is there a way, any way to make her as good as I'll hate them? I mean, she's more, you just focus on her being an aggravate driver. She's not going to get the same like big damage numbers that I'll have them guess. She's just not made to do that. Alright.
Right now, right here, emerge.
71, okay. Yeah, 71, same thing, 71 and 100 on the crit, I assume. Or you never crit, yeah, 71, 100. Okay. Can you stop shooting missiles at me? Alright, you still get through the shield a little bit fast, which is annoying. But at least Hydro won't get through the shield.
Right here, right now, right here.
The cryo was annoying here though, because I can't... It slows me down, so I can't swap before the skill gets off. Electro Regisvine might be the best. Maybe. I hate why. What time is it in your place? Like 5 p.m. almost? 4:40. Just add a damage to the game! Is this immune to electro damage? I have no idea.
Emerge, right now, right here.
It's very electro resistant, but that's fine. Alright, 24. 24 and probably like 35 is on a crit. Or you never crit. 36, my bad. Alright. So, with Sigewinne's buff. Oop, gotta have her off heal. 74, right? Okay. Why did it drop to 20? Does this thing have variable resistances? Are you actually serious? I just exited the area. 74. 41. 70. Why? Why is it varying? No, like for real, why is it varying? What's the 70? What? Okay, I don't know what's up with the way this enemy's resistances work. Oh, you know what? I think some of it was the electrocharged. I was seeing. Frick, because electrocharge is electrocharge purple? Is it the same as electro? God. Was that it? I don't think I saw electrocharge though.
Right now, emerge, right now.
Right. 24, right? Okay. Look. 36, yeah, okay. That's good. Yep, do this. Alright, oh. Cool. I get one shot. Perfect. Perfect! I'm gonna go back to the Dorito. Yeah. Slightly less annoying, I think. Invisibility? Annoying. But at least I can just teleport away and reset the start of it before it's invisible, I think. Dendro Chicken? Yeah, maybe. Well, Dendro Chicken's gonna get aggravated, right? And that muddles with things. I just... Wait, you wanna... I just remembered. This thing. I think this will be perfect. This should be perfect. There's a little bit of a wind-up time here, so we're gonna have to like teleport away potentially, but I think this dude will be fine. Because we can just like stand over here and it probably won't be able to hit. Well, no, I probably have to run away still. It'll be fine though. Alright, right?
Right here, right
So
now.
we should see about, yep, 350, yep, 352 and 500. Alright, perfect. Yep, and then we do Sigewinne, right? And it goes to 600, or Okay, the electro charge is the 1500. Okay, so yeah, we're looking for the 600s. What does she crit with Sigewinne's buff?
Right now.
900. So 600 and 900. That's easy to watch for. All right, watching for 600s and 900s. Perfect. We got the baseline. We got the baseline. 600 and 900. Is this gonna reset you? Nope, gotta go farther. Okay. Jesus, we finally found something to test on. Okay. Place your bets now. Does it add to 20? Wait. Well, actually, let me phrase this differently. 10 stacks or 20? There you go. So 10 is the bad result, right? 10 would mean does not stack, but stack is not useless because you can swap to... We can swap to... other units, swap back to her, still use sack, but it like weirdly extends rotations. Like it's just awkward. Like it's not useless, but it's just weird and awkward and like harder to evaluate the value of. Whereas if it stacks to 20 immediately, it's like pretty freaking good. Like definitely better than an HP bow when it comes to like the buffing your skill damage dealers. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we're watching for 600, 900. I just have to make sure I do Yai. Wait, yeah, I have to do Sigewinne first. Sigewinne 2Es, so I have to wait for the reset if it doesn't trigger in the first one. Sigewinne 2Es, switch to Yai, switch back to Sigewinne. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It. Yep. Okay. Well, okay. Just to confirm the second thing then. Yep. Remember the default. See, this is why I assume Ted. Oh, give me a second. I just like I just bumped my desk and made a fan wire. What's that? My computer's making a screaming sound. You probably can't hear it. It's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah, it doesn't stack like Shenna. I'm not surprised because again, Mihoyo hates fun. It just really annoys me in this instance because this like adds to the stack, right? So they implemented something to make sure. Well, actually, I mean, we can double check this when I actually activate C1, which will probably have to wait for now. But like, yeah. This is just typical Mihoyo being like, no, we're not going to let you do interesting things with the mechanics and let you actually have interesting synergies with interesting weapons because we need to make, like, if Sackbow like let you reset, right, it would genuinely probably be a lot, like, meaningfully better than her bow, I think. When in the context of skill damage buffing. Her bow is still kind of garbage in the context of skill damage buffing, but it's better than any other weapon technically in the game, as far as skill damage buffing, the total buff you can get goes, and that's what they want you to think. They want you to just think, oh, I'll get the stupid 5-star weapon, rather than, and they purposely mechanically limit things because of that. They only want to have you use things the way they really intend them, and it's relatively rare that we get things that can't. But the other thing is still test though, right? So this means that her skill buff, there is still potential value to Sackbow, to be clear. because we can do
Please apply some
what you're gonna see here, right? We're in. Oh, Furina's gonna kill this thing, but you know what? It's fine. Hopefully it'll last long enough. All right, so we'll do this, right? We'll do Furina now. Do this.
right here, right now.
Right, and then you switch back to Sigewinne, use her skill again, right? And then, yeah, right, like that. It should reset the stacks, I believe, doing that. We can test that too, although I just killed my test dummy. Kill me. I have there's no reason it shouldn't reset, right, the stacks, but it's just unfortunate. Did you get a faith point? See, I'm glad you decided to choose Furina's weapon, because no, we did not get a faith point, because remember, you said to chart towards Furina's weapon. Bad, Sloy. Bad. Stop. So, use the Inazuma robot? Oh, yeah. There's no reason this shouldn't work, right? Like, if this doesn't work, I'm submitting a bug report, basically. Using her skill again before the duration is done should just refresh the 10 stacks. Like, it'll put it up to 10. And in conjunction with her C1, what's interesting, right, is her C1 at a baseline without Sakpo is 18 stacks. But if you're doing what I was talking about there, where, you know, you use her skill, go use your other units, use my Yai, use my Furina, use Nahida, right? Those 3 units are going to eat up the skill damage buff pretty quick. Or in the context of, like, doing Dia, right? But then I can switch back to Sigewinne, use her skill again, right, after they basically eaten it, and get another 10 stacks from Sakpo, and then any additional stacks from C1, right? So, like, the conjunction of C1 plus Sakpo in resetting and having a freeform rotation, I think should have a pretty consistent, like, uptime on her skill buff, basically, right? We're gonna do just oh god, Nahida is gonna rip through this thing. You know what? No, we'll just test this with Yai, right? So.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Oops, no, she gotta be off field.
Right now. Emerge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that got the additional.
Right here. Right now.
Right, that reset. I didn't count exactly. I can try to do that more properly, I guess. Hello, hi. Don't really need 2 enemies, that's not ideal. Time tomorrow will you stream? Probably the same time this one started, or within an hour-ish. Oh yeah, this dude doesn't move. When you can actually deal damage to this dude when he's getting up. I forgot. Okay. That actually makes this easier. Please try Razor Overload with C6 Bennett Shivers Fischl. My problem with Razor Overload is that I have a version of it that I prefer now, which is like anyone else. No, like Razor Overload is in the same vein of like Thundering Fury Razor. So like I think I'd rather do like Beto, right? Beto Overload. Personally, I don't think it's bad, but especially considering I got this unit to level this stream. More reason to level Rosaria for like physical memes. Obviously Gaming's pretty good with C6, so like, you know, yeah. I can't say Razor's on the priority list, I'm sorry. Alright, why can you, bro, go away. Alright, yours, welcome to death.
Right now, emerge.
Okay, this is not dying as fast as I thought it would. Okay. Does Clarent work with Furina without a healer? Yes. But you're making the team fragile. So, depends. Depends what your preferences are, right? You can do Chlorand, Nahida. I think the most compelling version of like healerless Chlorand Furina is Chlorand Furina, Nahida on prototype Amber, because that can help with your team survivability, like for the other teammates. Plus, Fischl, obviously, right? Okay, let's see if we can do this. This.
Right now.
Right. All right. One. I think we're actually 3, 4. All right, and that should run out. No. Yeah, there we go.
Right here.
Yeah, it reset. Right. Yeah, it definitely resets. So, yeah, it just resets the stacks, which is not surprising. That's what I expected. It makes me sad, but it makes it, oh god, it makes it so annoying to think about the value. Okay. I might be ending the edited video for the Sigewinne summoning video. End conclusion is with C1 Sigewinne on Sackbow, I think there is interesting potential for shenanigans, such as this team or others, to utilize her skill damage buff. And even at C0, I think there's potential for stuff with Sackbow, where again in a free rotation where you're pretty free to switch back to Sigewinne constantly. And you have an R5 Sackbow, like you can get this to trigger every 16 seconds. That's a pretty big differentiator. You can use that to kind of keep up the uptime on her skill a lot more. And I think that makes her a lot more compelling unit, especially with C1 factored in. So, thank you to, I think it was Zeloy Fett in my, my chat for giving me the free Sigewinne and the... and of course the Kirara signature weapon, which, god dang, it looks fantastic on her. I'm glad Mihoyo is so nice and they made a signature weapon for Kirara. It's kind of weird that Furina doesn't have one, though. That's a joke. Furina has Fav. Fav is her signature weapon. Anywho's. Yeah, Sigewinne. So, I guess soon, TM, I will have a video about her. Probably DPSing her, because, I don't know, I think that's DPSing. Trying to find this balance point of DPSing her in a team that also gets something from her skill damage buff, I think is the funnest idea I could have with her. Only problem is, you have to get over 30,000 HP to get any kind of skill damage buff. So, that's kind of awkward. Well, I'll figure it out, though. She's gonna have to be level 90 to figure that stuff out. You know what? Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't think people should necessarily pull for this character. I think she's an okay comfort character for like overworld healing, and she says content. So yeah, she's not a bad character, but if you're in a state like my account is in, right, wherein you have plenty of other good healer options, right? I don't think Sigewinne is that valuable of a unit, to say the least. But she's not worthless. I don't know. Her base kit really kind of feels like a 4-star kit to me. She doesn't apply much hydro. She has an interesting kit for a 4-star character, but she's a 5-star. That's kind of my feeling on her. She has cute things with her, ball that you can throw. It takes a while to throw, but if you're in a team where you can on-field her, that can like capture enemies in a bubble. I guess I should show that. Her bow is HP main stat. I know. Thank you. I appreciate that. The problem is it's not sack, but like Sackbow allows me to reset her skill, right, and let me get more. So yeah. I don't know if can her skill bubble these? Nope. Sad. Yeah. It only bubbles light enemies, which is lame, because Mihoyo hates fun and things. So it should be able to bubble, I think, both big and large slimes.
Floaty, floaty.
Why did it... Huh? Can it just not? Is it passive? It's not a passive. No, it's just in her thing. After weaker opponents are hit by the bubble bombs, they will be imprisoned. Why? Why is it not bubbling slimes? Ah! Why? Why is it shouldn't be level? Maybe I guess they might have done something level based. Why would they do a level calculation with that? Why? It might be that like enemies that are higher level. Yeah, I don't know. It might be that enemies they're level 88, right? It might be that enemies higher level than her can't get bubbled. I sincerely hope that's not the case, and it's a little bit more nuanced of a calculation than that. Because that would mean like Sigewinne can only bubble overworld enemies, and not even like. Yeah, I don't know. That would mean like she couldn't even bubble a lot of enemies in Abyss if they calculated it just based on being lower or higher level than her. Okay. Isn't the same with Jean's E? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Jean's E can just like yoink any kind of like lightweight enemies. Maybe it is coded the same way. I'm not 100% sure. That is too specific of a detail for me, actually. Oh yeah, we can check on a low-level domain mob. True. I'm gonna check what they are at this level. If they're like level 70 or 60 enemies, right? Versus the level 88. Oh, the poll can be ended. The stacks was us testing Sigewinne things. To see if Mihoyo liked fun or not. Of course they did not. Okay, it's literally a lower level than her. Okay, that worked. Yeah. Okay. So it works on lower level enemies. So let's exit. I don't know what the enemies are in the higher difficulty level. Jean's E can only get a max 20 levels bigger than her? Okay. So it's probably the same as Jean's E. That's really dumb. I don't think it's a bug. It's probably a level differential. And that's what they mean by weaker enemies. So he's a level 80 versus 88 in the overworld. Okay, so she can capture level 80. So yeah, it's probably the same as Jean then. We're the level 20 differential. So shush. I hate characters with dash lines, okay? It's really annoying. But whatever. I don't hate the whole character because of I don't hate the whole character because of the dash line. I hate when they have a dash line. It's just really annoying. You dash twice. Don't slip and fall. Don't slip and fall. Don't slip and fall. Like stop, because that happens all the time with characters with dash lines. I thought they were done doing that crap. Like I don't know. When was the last time we had a character that had a dash line? Anywho's, whatever. You just got Furina. Nice. Congrats.
Don't slip and fall.
Don't slip and fall. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, yeah. Sigewinne, not a useless character. Definitely an easy character to skip. If Zaloi hadn't literally pooped Primo Gems on me, I would not have gone for her. But they basically entirely paid for her. So you know, I'll take it and I'll make a video of her once I get her leveled up. I'll make someone with her. I will do my utmost to DPS the lady and see what we can do that's fun to make the most of her. She's not useless. And I suspect I'll get some value out of her over time, just as a generic, hey, this is a healer that does do a little bit of buffing at least. I mean, as far as her weapon goes, I don't know. Sackbow might be what I stick with. It might be not be. It might be... Where is it? Oh, frick, I didn't... Uh-oh. You whoops. I don't even have it. I don't even have it. Whoops. There's a... I think it's called Raven Bow, if I recall. It gives HP percent in its secondary stat. Can there be 2 bubbles at once with Sackbow? Sadly, no. 2 bubbles at once existing with Sackbow would have made it a lot better, especially with C1. It stacking differently, it actually like adding rather than replacing and or refreshing the stacks for her passive would have been a lot better. Like how they make Cloud Retainer, man? How do they make Cloud Retainer with her Omega Plunge buff? And then this character's buff. And they're just like, no! As soon as you bring in 2 skill damage off-field units, buff is gone. Get C1 to make it slightly less gone. That's basically her buff. It's not useless. It actually adds like a not insignificant amount of potential DPS, but it also goes away pretty fast in a number of contexts where you would think it would have been the most interesting in, basically. Sigewinne good. She's okay. She exists. But if you like Hydro units that apply Hydro, I wouldn't get her. If you like units that buff a lot, I wouldn't get her. But if you just want a brainless press E healer that, you know, has good healing for Furina, it's not bad. So yeah, I'll probably do something like Furina, Sigewinne. I don't know, what do I do? Before I end I'll end the stream here with a preview, I think, of one team that I think I might like. Let's try Yai instead of Dia just for funsies because I like Yai. So we'll do. Oh, I gotta give Yai her artifacts back. Give me a second. Go to Rito Dock. The first NPC gives the bow. Okay, we'll do. Oh wait. Who was my loadout? Toma. Yeah, Toma. Thank you, Toma, for being a loadout. Because my Hoyo doesn't know how to do that. Toma. Toma. And... wait. I don't have Dendra on this team right now. Without Nahida. Okay. That won't work as well. Never mind. I mean, the team might still work, but... yeah. Yeah. Oops. Didn't think of that. Where is the... there it is. Okay. Okay, sorry. Back to Nahida. I forgot what the team idea was.
Time to broaden.
Alright. Nahida C2 does, like, F-all here, by the way, so that's something at least. Yeah, this team is... I don't know, this is gonna be a weird team. This is a team where Kiev Kaj's suit definitely makes more sense, so you know what? You know, do that. Put her back on the other pieces. And again, the weirdness is, if I can get to like 40k HP with her on Sackbow on a Marsh Sussies build, I would be very happy. I don't know how doable that is. It's gonna be a little bit... I don't know. We will see. I just realized this is an onset circlet that I could use. Or onset goblet. I should probably use the onset goblet now. Shivers has her piece, right? Oh no. Wait, what? Where? Okay, switch to that. Where's Shivers? Like this is better for the ER, but if the ER is not a problem, then this should definitely be better, right? And then I can do an off piece. That that has more HP. Wrong button. Crit damage, HP. Crit rate? There we go. Okay. 2 HP, 1 ER. Well, that's not amazing. I mean, maybe steal Furina's piece, but well, she probably needs the ER though. Well, she probably doesn't need it. It'll probably be fine to give her something else. Actually, we'll do this. Do that. Okay. Right. So DPS Sigewinne, something like that. What's her HP at? 29,000. Let's go. She'll have I don't know if she'll hit 40k, but she will be the crit ratio is real scuffed. The crit ratio is real scuffed, but hey, it'll be fun for the video. You know, so there we go. We'll do something with her. Let's go see how it goes at a level, this level. Bye, Silner. We try Path of Exile too. I haven't tried any Path of Exile, but maybe. Eventually. Someday. So yeah, keep Conjure Suit, EM buffs. Let's go. Idea is both Furina and Sigewinne gets vapes here, right? And this is what I'll end the stream off with, I think. Level 60 Sigewinne with level 1 talents to be clear. Obviously I will level her more. Just hit headshots for 100% crit rate. Headshots with this. Yeah. Perfect. To be clear, it's not like unusable crit ratio. Like with Marsha Say stacks, she'll have not terribleness going on. So no, I don't like food buffs. Look how freaking small the bow is, by the way. Hello, sir. Wait, you know what? I should turn to midnight Masanori. Even with a level... Wait, that was too far. Even with a level 60 Sigewinne. Yeah. So yeah, this is a scuff crit ratio. When you have this much crit damage, you should really be aiming for higher crit ratios than this. But it's fine. And I think 140 ER is probably enough. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see how it go. Let's see how it go. All right.
Let me try
This. Oh, yeah, maybe Dia should be on a like a. What build are you on? That's fine. Okay, but yeah, maybe. Oh, never mind. Okay, she already has 546 EM, so that's fine. Do that. Do that. All right. And then, oh, you know what? This is a team where you could technically burst with Dia. Also, yep. Man, how'd you not get your burst back, lady? I think Dia did more there. Yeah, I know I took an artifact from Furina, but like, I expected with double Hydro that 200 ER would be enough. That's why I took the artifact from her. Also, I don't even know if Sigewinne got her burst back. I don't know. Let's see what happens in the Abyss quick. I didn't even see what damage she got. There's too much stuff on screen. Alright, Furina, Dia, Nahida. I'm blind. I am blind. Where? Oh, she's down here. Duh. Almost a Dia hypercarry. I wouldn't exactly call instructors build Dia hypercarry, but you know, it's close. Do that. Alright, let's see. I didn't press skill first, whatever. It was a 60k, I think, 50k. Like, it was a level 1, to be clear. I know I never pressed her skill, by the way, but it's fine. Oh.
Let's get it on.
Okay, yeah, so I think the energy is fine. This works. This works. I'm glad it works. I thought it would work. This is, by the way, the same thing like why I think actually Dia is an interesting character. Like, I'm using Dia as intended, right? As a tanky unit. You could theoretically actually build her for damage though, which could be fun. She does buff, like, one notable thing, yeah, like Dia's skill damage, because Dia's like multiplier for her skill is relatively low, the additive bonus for Dia's skill is significant. Like, again, like Dia might actually be relevant to be built for damage in some form, in this context. I should have done this. Should have done this first. Blam. Do that. No. Okay. I was like, what's going on? Yeah. The problem is, like, what do I do when we're done with... Because it's a little bit... Okay. Like, the cooldowns don't exactly line up perfectly. I wonder Sack Sword and Dia might fix that? I don't know. Like, what do you do with Sigewinne after you're done... Or, what do you do with the team after you're done Sigewinne bursting, right? Content. I don't know. I don't know. I shouldn't have wasted that. Whoops, I bungled. Right, yeah, let's try this again. Yeah, Sigewinne's built for damage here. With level 1 talents. Brain, you need to do things correctly. Clearly you should C for her so her ult lasts longer. Don't tell Zlife it, please. Like, unironically they might do it, and I don't need that. Don't need that. It'd be funny, but don't do it. Like, I think what you do is you use Dia, right? Like, unironically, I think you use Dia. I think you put a DPS build on Dia. You know what's funny is that this team works well enough with Dia on a DPS build, so Jeff might actually like it. I'm not kidding. If this works well enough, I might be able to get the Jeff to pull Sigewinne. It's a little bit hard to tell because, like, I think Instructors is doing some work here a little bit, but this is actually might be a not like a relatively compelling Dia team. Okay, why aren't you burning, bro? Wait, you know what we do? This is a character. I love it. I love bad characters. I'm sorry. I wonder if I just burst. Yeah. I have no idea who's actually triggering that many vapes. If it's Furina or Sigewinne. I think the 50k was probably Furina, not Sigewinne. If we're being realistic. Why didn't you get tagged? You butthole. No, I think that was a 40k from Sigewinne, I think. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Die. Yeah, let's go. Alright. Not you. This is enough ER on Furina, thankfully. Please. There we go. Alright, let's try doing this first without doing skill. Might ensure that we can get...
No.
There
Now I'm mad.
we go. Ow, ow. Stop, stop. Dia time. She's on instructors, so
The eternal
she did it anyways. I think Sigewinne is not bad enough. She's not bad enough for Sajep to like her. Yeah. I mean, like, to be clear, that clear was not good, right? I wasn't really trying to clear optimally. I don't know. It's interesting. So I think this is likely the team I will focus on for the DPS Sigewinne video.
Make yourselves a move. Let's see.
Is her skill get any vapes? I think it might. No, it's just kind of creating blooms. That's really weird. I wish Dia was better for burgeon, right? Like, by the way, there's a case in point example of like how Dia is not great for burgeon. It's like, look at all those cores that just aren't being popped. Like,
Commit it to memory.
oh, look, we have Hydro. She triggered it once, and then oh, she triggered another one. Okay, now she's triggering them. I'm getting trolled. It's fine. At least she's fun, indeed.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Alright, just bubble kill her. Bubble kill it. Why did they just pop away? The bubble is not hitting. Like, the bubble bounced like 3 times, it didn't hit. Okay.
Time to shine.
Great, I love it.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves a move. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Let's see.
You're dead meat.
Yeah, like If you make her an emblem with Sackbow, I mean, yeah, there's other paths that aren't Marsh, say. This is just going to be like the biggest number option possible for her. So yeah, I don't know. Like, the notable things we learned there, right, is that this is enough ER for her. Might be able to get away with less even. This is enough ER for Furina and Sigewinne together. It's right on the line though. Furina still seems pretty energy hungry with Sigewinne. You probably get away with a little bit less, but yeah. And I don't know. There's some shenanigans to be had. I will mess around with Dia on a not this build. Or maybe just putting her on like EM main stat instead of right now she's on a tanking HP build, whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter, but just put her on EM main stats instead, and yeah, that might be better. Like, doing actual burgeon Dia things. Like, even though burgeon Dia isn't great, the other things Dia provides in this team, in conjunction with being okay at burgeon, might be good, right? So, I mean, just to show as an example, she doesn't need anything in this team, right? She just needs to do skill. Yeah, switch to that, and then give her an EM weapon. One of my 20 racist spears. No, I guess this one. This is not leveled up, but it's got EM on it, so, you know. Yeah. So she'll have, like, after buff, she'll have, like, over 1,000 EM, right? I guess C2 Naida is buffing the burgeon damage in this team. Is Instructor Bennett better than the Bloom artifact set? No. Well, no. But the notable thing here is well, okay. In this team, I don't know. Because I don't know how consistent Dia is going to be at burgeons. It seemed like she was pretty inconsistent in triggering the burgeons, even when I was just testing there, right? But she can trigger it more consistently, and and it is a meaningful amount of the team DPS output. That means the Bloom set might be better, right? But the instructor set is also buffing, Furina's potential vape damage or Sigewinne's vape damage, which is significant, and that's a factor that should not be ignored. Content. Die, please. Thank you. Yeah. Let's do that right now. Oh, okay. Yeah. A little bit of awkwardness. Oh, already dead. Okay, yeah. A little bit of awkwardness, and this is just an awkward abyss, right? So some of the issues here is actually not the team DPS, it's just this chamber is awkward as heck, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, sadly I don't have C2 Dia. C2 Dia obviously makes Burgeon Dia quite a bit better.
Your coming was foretold.
Yeah, Burgeon Dia is not great, but when it comes to including Dia anyways and just increasing the team DPS in some form, but if you're doing Burgeon Dia, you're not really bursting with Dia, so, you know.
Goodbye.
Like, did you guys see the clear time there? That was 1 minute and 25 seconds. Thanks, Loyvet. Have a good sleeps. Thanks for the Sigewinne. I'm actually having fun with her right now. Quite a lot of fun with her. I actually really like this Dia team variation a lot. Like that was a significant DPS increase putting her on EM. So like actually Burgeon Dia might be the way to go. So for the people that are like, use Burgeon Dia, it's finally like one where it actually potentially makes sense. It might also still make sense. I think it would probably feel better and more enjoyable for me personally to put Dia on a crit build, and I will test that, just not right now. And I don't know, like it feels pretty good. And that was 1 minute and 25 second clear on a really annoying kind of time wasty chamber with those waves. And I don't even think that was necessarily optimized clear. And this was with a level 60 Sigewinne on a DPS build, right? With level 1 talents. And yeah, Aqua, yeah. But like, Aqua's not going to be fundamentally that different from some other weapons. Realistically. Just depends on your artifacts. So, I don't know. It's fun. If this is a compelling team for me to do like a crit build of Dia on, I would really like it. But if it's not, if it is just use Burgeon Dia, that's fun too. This is the first team I've felt a compelling reason to use Burgeon Dia, right? And it enables getting some vapes on Furina, some vapes on Sigewinne. We'll see how big of vapes I can end up getting, and like, I don't know. This is like why I kind of like DPSing characters that weren't meant to be DPS that much, but I don't know. They definitely did intend this character to be a little bit of DPS. Like, I don't know what teams Mihoyo was imagining people using when they balanced Sigewinne's like DPS stats, but yeah, it's a weird, awkward looking kit. I agree. But this kind of thing is actually really fun. C1 doesn't really do that much in this team. But yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow, trying to level her up more. It was a good stream. I don't know. It was some cool stuff. And like that chamber, right? If you can clear that chamber in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, which is what we did with level 60 Sigewinne, and like I wasn't getting any skill damage buff here either, right? I'm assuming I'll probably have at least a not insignificant skill damage buff, which will buff, mostly. Okay, one problem actually with the skill damage buff in this team is Nahida eating the skill damage buff is probably not ideal. But oh well. The point is, it'll probably do something. The team DPS will go up with this character leveled up. That's interesting. how much of the work is from Keep Caution Suit here. This is a pretty good weapon. And like, Furina C2 might be doing actually some pretty significant work here too as far as Furina's damage. And a lot of the team damage might be Furina C2. But, you know what? I don't care. Like, the Furina C2 and like things like those weapons is exactly why I don't mind using them when it comes to trying to make a character like Sigewinne feel good when you're DPSing her. I like it. I don't know. That's all I can say. I like it for now. Take my look at my takes on Sigewinne and how I'm actually enjoying Sigewinne versus my experience with Alhaitham 2 or 3 days ago. Like, Alhaitham, you know, the unit's like, yeah, he's great, but then like I try to use him in creative ways and then it just like doesn't work, and I can't figure out a way to make him work. Meanwhile, Sigewinne works the first time, first try, first idea I had. I don't know, right? Take it for what you will. Right now, I'm kind of liking her more than I hate them. Yeah, that's kind of all there is to it. So, you know, the pipe or Fav for Furina. I mean, if between the two, Fav. But if you don't have, if you need like your Fav on someone else, then the pipe is a very compelling option for her, obviously. So, depends. Yeah, Mihoyo gives us the most interesting kits with bad numbers and boring kits with good numbers. C'est la vie. Indeed, that does seem to kind of be the way of Hoyo. And I think that's all I got for the stream. I get to do my dailies now that I didn't do in the last 5 hours and a half. Alright, I will hopefully throw together an edited video. Please, even if you were part of the stream, I would appreciate if you watched it. Because if you don't watch it, it might actually like make the video not perform well. But I don't know. I guess I'm gonna do a... How many top-ups did he give me? Like, what does... Like, they did like 4 top-ups plus like the $30. I'll just do like, what does $400 get you? And people are going to be like, why did you spend $400 on Sigewinne? I'm like, it wasn't me. So, bye Len, thanks for the 2 heroes. Anyways. Oh, yeah. Yep. It's going to be annoying to edit this video, though, because live streams are awful to edit. But, oh well. Hopefully it'll turn into something coherent. Bye.